Butterfly Electric Press presents Shadowfall, an Urban Fantasy. Mist Riders, Book 4. Written by Stella Fitzsimons. Chapter 1. The summer twilight in Stockholm never gave way tonight. I closed my eyes to enjoy the cool breeze and imagine the energy darkness would bring to the city. We were on the wine bar patio of the Nofo Hotel. My eyes reopened to the midnight sun and glimpses of the church of Katarina that peeked across at us through the trees of its cemetery. Elsa raised her glass of ice wine. "Another semester bites the dust, my little droogs. Just 2 more to snuff out and then bliss." Joran grinned. "And 3 cheers to no more of Professor Lundberg's deathly long lectures." "Hell yes," I said as our glasses clinked together. "Skål." Elsa batted her long eyelashes, laughing the way I imagined old-time movie stars laughed. She had a face full of the restrained certainty I noticed in women whose lives have always gone just as planned. "Tell us, Sophie, my delicious crumpet, will you stay with us for some lovely summer debauchery, or will you limp back to your kingdom of cheeseburgers and bankruptcies?" Joran put down his lager, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "I hereby solemnly declare you must stay. We'll go camping up in Lapland, get stoned in a place where you can truly see the sun at midnight. We might even venture over and troll the Finns during their midsummer celebration." "Yes," Elsa agreed. "Like Vikings." I shrugged. It wasn't that I didn't like the idea, but firm plans never seemed to work out for me. I had successfully completed the first semester of my master's degree in ethnology at the University of Stockholm. I wanted to celebrate that. There had been a dozen times when I thought it wouldn't happen. I wanted to be in the now, a now completely of my own choosing. My head spun a little with the liquor and the realization it had only been 10 months since I had received my acceptance letter. In that time, my extracurriculars included discovering I was a mist rider, the rarest of all breeds, a legend nearly forgotten, the oldest of all human forms. In antiquity, it was believed only one was born every 3 centuries, but when none had surfaced for the past 1,000 years, the prevailing thought became that the era of the Mist Riders had come to an end when the last one had abdicated in favor of a mortal life. Despite my initial shock, I had learned to use ley lines both for drawing energy and kinetically. My body had figured out how to regenerate, and I had traveled all the way to the Forbidden Sacred Vault in Arctic Alaska to annihilate an undead army of dwarves and troglodytes and break ancient eternal wards. I mean, I couldn't even fit it all on a postcard. There was the whole bit about having a sibling who was not merely immortal and deranged, but also the Lord of the Black Demon Hounds, the most feared supernatural army the magic world had ever known. What else? Deadly skirmishes with soul swallowers and dust monsters, and through sheer recklessness and blind luck, I had somehow killed a being who could not be killed. I had also come dangerously close to losing my heart to a man who crashed into my life as a colossal opposing force and turned everything upside down. A dangerous immortal magistrate and shadow warrior, a man who possessed insurmountable power and about whom I knew very little, all bad news. And maybe I was already, a wee bit in love. But being with him was quite impossible. Our energy cores and etheric essences were so unique and potent that physically bonding with him was out of the question, unless I wanted to announce to all magic kind that I possessed the rarest, most powerful morning magic, a fact that would entice legions of assassins and heinous monsters and, colossal ancient sea turtles. I had tried to convince myself we could be together in a platonic sort of way, but we were born ceaselessly towards each other's light like moths. We would destroy each other and likely put the entire world in jeopardy. Horror would one day find a way to break free. I needed to lie low. I needed to grow stronger. "I'm not convinced," I offered my college friends. "What else you got?" "Oh, we have plenty," Elsa said. "Where should I begin?" She kept talking, but I only half listened. An electric current tingled my fingers and toes, making me shiver. An unmistakable sign of raw supernatural power rushed through the vicinity. I took in a few quick breaths. I hadn't sensed magic or the faintest sign of an etheric essence around me since I returned to Sweden 2 months ago to complete the semester. Winter had kept his promise and had pulled my immortal watchers. Stockholm was not a hub for the supernatural. The few that called the city their home resided in the northeastern island suburb of Lidingö, near the region's only portal to the deep down. Across the street, above the trees, a murky silhouette stood on top the Katarina Church bell tower, glimmering in the silvery twilight. In a blink, the figure leapt onto a lower cupola, then onto a balcony, and vanished from sight. My breath caught in my throat. I heard Elsa's voice from far away. "It'll simply be divine." "Sophie," Joran said, "Earth calling. Hello?" What are they even talking about? "I'm here. Sorry, My friends took on a look of concern. I rose from my seat. "I need the restroom." Elsa quickly followed. "I'll join you." I stopped cold in my tracks. "No need, Elsa. I'm suddenly vanquished. I think I'll head back to the dorms to crash out." "Okay," Elsa said, "but I actually have to go to the bathroom." I gave her a quick hug before she walked off. Joran raised a scolding eyebrow at me. "It's not even midnight, Cinderella. Stay for a nightcap." "Enjoy the rest of your night," I said, squeezing his shoulder. I knew I had disappointed them both, but it couldn't be avoided. I dashed out into the street. Instead of heading the other way like a sensible person, I crossed the cemetery grounds to the sublime Church of Katarina and its elaborate Baroque architecture. I strained my neck to look up to the tower where the figure had appeared out of thin air moments ago. A whiff of magical essence teased my nostrils, making me sneeze. The cemetery, which was opened for the victims of the Stockholm bloodbath in 1520 after the Danish King Christian II executed a whole slew of Swedish nobles, stretched all around the church. Following the magic, I scurried around headstones and green-leafed oaks and birch trees until I came onto a narrow cobblestone alley between 2 burgundy brick buildings. On the far end, the alley became plank steps that descended all the way down to the waterfront. The sky above my head darkened, with heavy clouds spreading out like the wings of gigantic vultures. A viscous, shadowy presence slid down the walls, carrying a cold mist onto the ground and my shoes. The dim moon greeted me with silver energy. I drank it up as fast as possible. Inhaling, I shuffled my feet along the alley to get to the water, the tingling in my hands spreading to my core as I moved closer. The increasing certainty that I was being followed intensified. The air hummed with the strongest immortal etheric essence. Something rustled ahead. The sound rippled through the ground and the walls around me. I focused internally, steadying my energy for battle. A shape glided out of the dark at the end of the alley to block my way, engulfed in a shimmering electric blue aura. Something familiar, yet unknown. It called to my core, as if it had known me since before I was born. "Hello, Luna May of Astoria, she who was born of mist," Winter said, grinning from ear to ear. "I hoped you would notice me." "Yeah, I saw your parkour theatrics," I said, rolling my eyes. "Nice gothic backdrop. You should make YouTube videos. You could be a whole vibe." He smiled, knowing full well what that did to me. Chapter 2. He wanted me to notice him. That was his motive to assault my senses with raw, invasive, immortal essence that felt like a rake scraping away layers of my skin. A little psycho, but at least he was my favorite psycho. "There are simpler ways to get my attention than jumping off buildings," I said. "You could send smoke signals, or you could hire a mariachi band to serenade me. Or, hey, here's an idea. How about sending a text?" He bent his face at me. The darkness all around us dissipated, replaced by the lovely summer twilight. His eyes flashed those devastating blue sparks. I thought your generation liked the drama. No, and I'm not a generation, but what's clear is that you have a serious fetish for roofs. He grinned. That's fair. More accurately, I don't like to mingle with the human herd down on the ground. They're all so optimistic. An aversion to optimism? That explains a lot. Right. So, what are you even doing here? Tomorrow's your birthday. That gave me pause. I never mentioned my birthday to anyone here. I mean, why mark the years if you're going to live forever? Seems trivial, if not vain somehow. Is it? Was I really born on June 9th? Winter shrugged. That's what it says on your birth record. And what? I suppose you're here for the cake. He grinned, had something a little more pulse-quickening in mind. Oh boy, as lovely as that sounds. No, I've had quite enough pulse-quickening moments for a lifetime. This from the guy who said we best stay out of each other's orbits. He sighed. Only because you won't be able to control yourself. Blood rushed to my cheeks. I'm not the one who showed up doing flips off buildings to get my attention. I hated my temper sometimes. He stretched his arms above his head and slowly rolled his neck from side to side. Ligaments and joints clicked in place, muscles strained and bulged under his tight black t-shirt. His thick blonde hair was barely an inch long and spiked up. He fixed his sparkling eyes on mine. Let's start again. Fine, I said. Why are you in Stockholm? He leaned in to whisper. It's a surprise. What is happening? This is not good. Winter? I caught myself before asking if he had found a way for us to be together. He led me to a red Volvo parked on the waterfront. I didn't know much about Volvos, but this one looked like a 90s model to me, with a longer body and sharper, less rounded lines. There was a dent on the hood. First the Civic, now this haggard carriage. His rides were never chick magnets. I guess he himself was the chick magnet. The car didn't matter. I didn't ask where we were going or how long it'd take. I had come to trust his intentions more than I cared to admit. What would Penelope have to say? She always insisted that Winter posed the greatest danger for me. Sitting next to him, I breathed in his spicy scent, which I had missed deeply. My skin hummed from the kinetic intensity of his etheric essence. I felt a compulsive urge to shed everything, including my skin, to feel unhindered the overwhelming sense of self that he brought racing back to my core. 15 minutes later, Winter pulled over in front of the Swedish History Museum on Narvavägen Street. He sprang out, giddy. It's after hours, I said, as he opened my door. Winter nodded as he pulled me to my feet. Yeah, how lucky are we? He walked up the steps with the languid grace of a domestic cat. My ears buzzed as the security systems deactivated one after the other. Winter placed his open palm on the heavy glass door. The metal frame creaked and shook, and the door glided open. Being a shadow definitely came with its perks. We navigated the entryway and found a semi-dark lobby. Winter took my hand and led me down a narrow hallway to the Viking Age exhibit. He cast a thin energy field that bathed the room in a soft blue light. I marveled at the displays of rune stones, tunics and cloaks, gold and jewelry, heavy weapons and hearth artifacts that dated back to the late 7th century. Winter took a deep breath in. Feels like home, he said. I smiled, watching him pace the room. Thought you were Norwegian? He closed his eyes and inhaled. I am every man from every land. I ran with the moose across the fjords of Norway, and I ran with the moose in the forests of Sweden. I've walked with all tribes of man, in all nations. I speak the lost languages, and heirlooms from every time and place take me back. His voice tailed off as his eyes landed on the display of a long sword withered by time. The blade was blackened, almost petrified with worn edges, but the gold grip was unblemished, smooth and polished. I was about to tease him about his arrogance, but then a sudden wave of pressure snapped at me, whispering an ancient premonition. Whatever Winter was, he was not human. He walked like a man. He talked like a man. He looked at me like a man. But he was so much more even than immortal and magistrate and warrior. Winter was ice and fire, an elemental being born in shadows, a duality equal parts terror and hope. And thus, I couldn't get him out of my mind, like ever. Winter's eyes remained glued to the weapon encased in glass. The great eternal magistrate gifted me this sword after I became a shadow warrior, he said. It was the time of the Merovingians. As in the Merovingian dynasty, I said, impressed. It's so wild you have memories from the Iron Age. That's a total trip. And dude, how absolutely insane is it that museums house your old junk? I mean, this isn't junk, he said, lifting his hand. The blade glowed with a sizzling electric purple, a metallic sheen snaking its way across its length, restoring the sword to its original glory. My mind reeled. The sword recognized him. Did you, kill people with this sword? I carried it with me through the Viking era, the whole of the Middle Ages and the Great War of Gods, Luname. Yikes. So, yeah, he said, the blade knew the taste of blood. It finally dawned on me. Wait, tell me you didn't bring me here to steal a sword from a national museum? It's my sword. Therefore, it's not stealing, and after I give it to you, it will become your sword. Oh my God, you're fucking crazy. Yeah, we know this. The sword lit up, this time with a powder blue, as golden sparks frenzied along the edges of the wide blade. It knows you're here, I said, mystified. It's getting excited. It's been calling out to me for centuries, he explained. I finally fit it into my schedule to reclaim it. You can't just waltz in a museum and steal exhibits. It's not yours anymore, Jonas. It's a vital part of humanity's heritage now. Huh, you humor me with your lingering human attachments. That's something you'll have to overcome. Okay, I don't have to do anything you say. It's a new world. I identify as human, and I always have. That's none of your business. Winter regarded me with a condescending smirk. You identify as? Really? Okay, well, you and your humans would claim the entire universe, quickly mass-produce it, use it, and crumple it up while your minds tumble into the numbing abyss of your digital screens. What you all call the future, I call the bitter end. Regardless, they can't have the past as well to label incorrectly and mummify in these little glass tombs. That's called a rationalization, I said, softer than intended. The glass case erupted and disintegrated into sparkly particles that spiraled to the ground like glitter. The sword shot upwards and flipped, landing perfectly in Winter's hand. The thief's face flickered with a silver aura. He pivoted toward me. Sparks lit up the center of his eyes while his second hand joined his other hand in raising the sword. Now the fun bit, he said. Huh? The what? I felt him release control of the museum security systems. The alarms instantly sounded off. Oh, I get it. He's bored. You idiot. You just want to get me expelled. He twirled the sword expertly, then tossed it in the air with one hand before catching it with the other. I just want you to run, Luna May, and live a little. He sprinted off in a blur, leaving me standing alone in the mess of the ransacked exhibition. Total dick move. I ran as commanded after him. My heart thumped like a metronome. By the time I burst through the exit, the Volvo's engine was humming, the passenger door wide open and waiting for me. While we're young, Winter said, don't dawdle. I jumped in the car and pulled the door shut. The back tires screeched as we drove off. Police sirens echoed to life like a distant lament. "You're not young, you geezer," I said, almost hissing. He laughed. "Look at this face. I'll always be young." "You're an ass," I snapped. "That's what you'll always be." My anger amused him, which pissed me off. "And we'll always have robbed the National History Museum." I glanced at him. "I took part in a heist." "You did. Go ahead and check it off your bucket list." I closed my eyes and shook my head. A second later, we both burst out in laughter, shoulders shaking, until I had tears in my eyes. "It makes no sense," I said. "I thought you were the respect authority guy who wants to play by the rules. When did you become a petty thief?" "It's your birthday, Mist Witch. Try to enjoy it." I glanced at the sword in the back seat and sighed. "You don't like it?" he said with concern. "The sword's fine. I mean, what girl wouldn't want an archaic sword that cut a bloody path through history? I'm surprised these aren't more popular." "It's not just a sword," he corrected me. "This sword will let you know if I'm close." He paused. "If I'm still breathing." "Huh," I said. "So, it will let me know my stalker's nearby. That's helpful. It will give me time to dress properly for our next heist." I thought I saw a reluctant grin on his face for half a heartbeat. Winter pulled up to a gas station. He turned the car off and stared out through the windshield. "You may well need this sword sooner than you think." The way his voice seemed to drop a full octave made my skin crawl. "Jonas, what aren't you telling me?" He turned and looked out his driver's side window. The warring seasons always outpace peace. I hated when he sounded like an ancient scroll. "In modern speak?" "Horror," he said, finally turning to look at me. "He's escaped." A terrible chill tore at my heart. My shoulders and arms felt limp. His hand found mine. It was so warm it made me tremble. "It has begun, Luna," he continued. "Anarchy has been loosed upon the world. Horror broke from his confinement in the eternal halls. His power has grown too great even for the Eternals to contain." I slumped, feeling empty inside. "Am I supposed to be surprised?" "That's not the whole of it," Winter said. "The exile vortex was breached. The crystal shield's been stolen. And the Easter Bunny is dead. I get it. What's the crystal shield?" "A shield horror forged with the crystal tears of Hore, the Greek goddesses of seasons and time. It's often referred to as the timeless shield, as it's the source of his time-altering power, his most devastating weapon. If he gets his hands on it, game over. He becomes indestructible. He could halt the Earth's orbit, affect the tides, turn back time, change the course of history, even mess with the cosmic order of the universe." "That's a fucking nightmare," I said, "though it sounds like you don't think he's in possession of the shield." "No, not yet. Its theft preceded Horror's escape. With Cerber gone, who could be doing his bidding? No clue. It could be any necromancer." I swallowed. There are so many necromancers powerful enough to breach the exile vortex that you use the determiner any? His silence did not reassure. "Maybe it was an inside job," I said. "Couldn't an Eternal have helped Horror in all this?" "It's possible." His voice came out strained, wary, and for the first time I sensed the same life fatigue in him that I was feeling. An unspoken question hung in the air, so I asked it. "Does Horror know about me? Who and what I am?" "He may not, but he will soon enough. Luna, we need to move you to a secure location." "I'm guessing that rules out the deep down." He shook his head. "It would be one of the first places he looked, and it would be a bloodbath." "Well, that's encouraging," I said. "You should work in PR." He hesitated. "There's a single place with enough power to shield you from Horror's third eye vision, the Umbra Order." That I didn't expect. I thought that place was forbidden to outsiders. "Yeah, I didn't say it would be easy. I chewed on that for a while. An order so great it can keep horror away, and you want little old me to just waltz through their gates, Mist Rider essence and all. The Umbra Brotherhood is not political, and they don't play favorites. They stay out of the affairs of Immortals and Eternals alike, but they have, in ages gone by, offered refuge to Mist Riders. Great, to offset being hunted, attacked and crushed by the weight of the world over and over, a Mist Rider might get a one-of-a-kind comp for some vacay in the nowhere realm of the Umbra. Worst lifetime pass ever. A flicker of hope warmed my heart. Could there be a retired Mist Rider or two in the Umbra now? Curiosity bent his words. Not that I'm aware of. So, he's saying there's a chance. You're one of a kind, Luna May. You need to accept it. Nah, I accept nothing. Chapter 3. The hotel room smelled of instant coffee and aftershave. The alarm clock read 9:15. Winter had left at dawn after struggling in the night to get comfortable on the love seat. The morning sun slipped through the drapes. I wondered if Winter had reached his contact with the Umbra Order yet, or maybe he was already on his way back to me. Last night he would not hear of me going back to my rented room alone, or even contacting my college friends to say goodbye. My life right now, completely and utterly screwed again. I somehow felt no dread or anxiety. If I felt anything, it was anger and a hunger to end this whole nightmare that began when I met Winter. If I had to lure this prehistoric bastard horror out into the open and blast him to hell once and for all to get my life back, I was ready. The constant threat of doom hanging over my head made my days nearly unlivable. Winter wanted to shield me from the inevitable, which was a hopeless paradox. The shitstorm was heading our way. We might as well get on with it and stand our ground against horror and Dusturnus and the necromantic hordes. We would either survive or fall, and the whole world would share in our fate. The familiar sting of active wards pricked my skin. I closed my eyes to sense their patterns. Winter's wards were elaborate and solid, like structural lattice work yet subtle. Unlike the fire-angry, in-your-face wards of someone like Chaos, aka my big brother. On a regular Saturday morning, I'd be at the gym by now, doing my usual cardio, weight training, and my favorite by far, kickboxing, which I found to be not only effective physical conditioning, but also essential active meditation. I anxiously started pacing the room. Winter's black shirt lay sprawled on the back of the only chair in the room, perfectly smoothed out and neat as if it had never been worn. Without thinking, I buried my face in it. My nostrils flared as I inhaled that unique scent of sweet water and citrus that I was never quite sure if it was soap or cologne or the man himself. My skin ached and my lips felt dry as the memory of being naked in his arms came rushing back. The images still haunted me. It started to feel like I was developing a split personality, the quiet academic and the warring, wild woman. Glimpses of my spring on fire flooded into my head as I sipped a cup of tea or folded my laundry, the slithering sound of soul swallowers chilling my lungs, or the warped, upside-down dreams of hideous dust monsters in a time vortex, or the gut-wrenching sense of falling into an inverse energy reactor, or the sickening, almost lustful thrill of stabbing that face-changing chief master of the necromantic order, Cerber. Yet the memory seared deepest into my fractured mind was that intimate interlude with Winter when we thought we'd be trapped together forever in a timeless loop. In that most hopeless, life-crushing moment, I had strangely felt more alive and more myself than ever. I felt the intensity of our connection was matchless, much deeper than sexual attraction, and far beyond the emotional bonds of falling in love. The overwhelming ferocity of two colossal energy cores colliding into an explosive and complete union of the human and the supernatural made me shudder even now in this lonely hotel room. It was a thing of memory now, something never to be experienced again, not in 1,000 lifetimes. The wards hissed, their humming echoing off the walls. Startled, I dropped Winter's shirt on the chair and sat on it. Am I actually sitting on the shirt he so meticulously hand-ironed? The wards slid apart as Winter stepped through the door carrying my 2 suitcases. He glanced at me with weary eyes before he plopped down on the bed across from me. I had seen that expression on his face before, the day I told him I planned to fight Cerber on my own. I stared at the suitcases by his feet, so packed they looked like they might burst at the seams. That's my whole life right there. I opened my eyes wide to him, saying nothing. "It's done," Winter said. "The Order has committed to shielding you until we decide what's next." I nodded. "I'll focus on the bright side then." His brows came together. "This has a bright side?" "Totally. I'll get the scoop on what the hell your little shadow cult is all about. All that badass shadow magic, I still have no clue what it can do." I fixed my eyes on him. "I mean, what has it done to you, Jonas Sandel? Do you even remember how to feel, human feelings?" He grinned. "Just anger and thirst. Also, addiction. Lately, I'm addicted to pretzel bits, preferably Wetzel pretzels." "What the fuck? That's like mall food." "They're not only at the mall," he said, dead serious. "They're everywhere." I was actually dumbfounded. "Okay, yeah, I guess they are. So, when are we leaving for Shadowville? How do we get there?" "Right now, and I can't tell you." Such utter bullshit. "Come on, Winter, I thought we were beyond this." He exhaled. "It's like Batman's cave, no one must know the way." "The guy who robs museums is a big rule guy?" "Right. Methinks your ethos is a little wishy-washy," I said, sizing him up. "Those secretive Umbra recluses were rather quick to take me in. They'd have little desire to host a lunar witch." He considered the luggage, ignoring me completely. "I had to leave some items behind, mostly books. I suggest you repack your stuff. Bring only what's necessary." "Oh my God, Jonas. You told them I'm a mist rider." His face bent into a grimace. "One doesn't lie to the High Master of the Shadow Order, Luna. It's just not done." "Are you stupid? Trusting Immortals in high positions is like, I don't know, trusting a fucking pirate with your chest full of gold trinkets or doubloons or whatever." "Doubloons?" "Yeah," I said. "I'm making a point. Don't be an ass." I took an oath. I'm not going to hide crucial information from the master who is not only above me in hierarchy, but also a friend and mentor. I won't do it, not even for you, Luna. I have principles. Boys and their secret clubs. When did all these oaths and principles ever work for you? Do you think dusterness and horror and Cerber would be slowed down by such courtly graces? While you're out polishing your principles, they'd be busy cutting our throats." He grinned. "College girls and their pretty words. The protection of the Order would be worthless if we don't trust them." "Winter, I trust that you believe what you're saying, but I don't. Your buddies are not my buddies. I don't trust them." "Perhaps that's shrewd, but unfortunately there are no good options left, Luna. Even if I could take you to the Eternal Halls, I still wouldn't be certain you'd be safe. The Eternals are rich soil for traitors these days." I frowned. "So our only hope is that we somehow lucked out and Cerber didn't get around to reporting his suspicions back to Horror before I killed him." Winter leaned in. "Even if that were so," he said, his voice strained and brittle like his vocal cords were suddenly under ice. "Even with Cerber out of the picture, Dusternus would be the obvious next choice for Horror. The Seventh Council has long been poisoned with his lust for world domination, and Dusternus most definitely holds suspicions regarding your strange powers." "Well, yeah, if you put it that way." "Okay, but there's nothing wrong with a healthy discourse," I said, ready to change the subject. "Fine, we can go to the Umbra Order." A mischievous spark danced in his eyes. "What's that look?" "You're going to love this next part," he said with a sinister grin. "I was instructed to sedate you halfway between here and the first portal." My jaw dropped. That's not happening. Nope. Didn't think so. Is he messing with me right now? Just give me a general idea of where we're going. An old Roman customs outpost they called Turicum. Zurich. We're going to Zurich. He smiled. Smart girl. Woman, actually. From Zurich, we'll enter Shadowland. It all sounded quite ominous. Will ley lines be involved? I can neither confirm nor deny. You're such a tool, I said. He is so not a tool. My phone buzzed, a text from Lily. She always had a knack for picking the most inconvenient, even intimate moments. Know what I realized? Never been to Broadway. We going. Get your bony butt back to SD, 'cause we going. New York City. The Village Museums. If only, Lily. Maybe not the museums, though. My photo might be up in there. I started to text back as fast as I could, telling her I'd be staying in Europe for the summer when Winter grabbed the phone from my hands. "What do you think you're doing?" I said. He sighed. A blue electric spark left his index finger. The phone went kaput with a thud as gray smoke oozed out of the speaker. I rubbed my face with both hands. Dude, that's like the second time my phone got fried this year, and it's only June. He pulled me close. His eyes were charged with an electricity that cut through to my core. Sorry about the phone, couldn't be helped. Time to go incommunicado for a while. No one can get in touch with you, not Iris, not Phaon, not Lily. You can't be part of any of the known worlds right now, Luna. You have to slip out of existence, become a ghost in the machine of the universe like a shadow, untouchable yet fully formed. This is the mission. A ghost, a shadow, untouched. I think I got this. I knew the role all too well. Chapter 4. The descending sun hid behind fluffy white clouds, setting them aglow with pink and orange hues as we stepped out of the busy Zurich airport. Winter waved over a blue taxi with the ready assurance of a man who expects things to go his way. The cab was a compact sedan like most cars roaming European streets. Winter's hulking 6'2" figure loomed next to me in the back seat. Waiting to board the plane, I'd caught several women checking him out. I knew he had that effect on women, but it made me uncomfortable. Hyperfit, blonde, tanned and confident in casual stretch khakis and a snug fit blazer, he looked like he was returning from a modeling gig for a high fashion magazine. He caught me staring at him. "Something on your mind?" I shrugged. "Not much of an adventure so far." "Listen," he said, "human transport may be slower, but it's also less taxing to our bodies, and it creates no disturbance to energy fields. Especially flying first class." He gave me a disapproving look. "Oh, I get it. The Bleeding Heart Co-ed thinks we should send our money to ease the suffering of the poor and then squeeze in between a couple of tourists back in economy class seats. Not everyone has stacks of cash stashed away in oak-boarded chests from the Middle Ages." He turned away, losing interest. I'd sooner sleep in a den of vipers than sit surrounded by that many basics. "You're an elitist snob," I said. "I keep forgetting. Each of those people are crippled by fear. They cannot move their own limbs in any fashion that would lead them to easily won success or self-realization or any empowering truths whatsoever." I faked a yawn. "Have I bored you?" "Give the man a cigar." I glanced at the buildings racing past. My eye caught a neon sign for a chocolate factory. Some of the world's finest chocolates were made in Switzerland. My mouth watered. Left to my own devices, I'd probably eat myself to death. Winter said something in German. The cab driver gave him a long-winded response, peppered with pronounced gesticulations. I wished he'd keep his hands on the wheel. He clearly wasn't too pleased with whatever Winter had said. After some more back and forth, the cab swerved off the motorway onto a country road. We zipped past beautiful farms and green pastures with grazing cattle, then crossed an old bridge. Seconds later, we entered a long, dimly lit tunnel. "What was that all about?" I asked Winter. "Professional drivers don't like taking directions. Once a chief magistrate, always a chief magistrate." "I'm sure he can manage without your instructions. It's his town, you know. You don't have to control everything." I might as well have spoken to a deaf urchin. Winter leaned forward and tapped the driver's shoulder. "Here." The cab driver shook his head, then brought the car to an abrupt halt. Winter leaned over and opened my door. "Out." "What? In the fucking tunnel?" As soon as we got out of the car, the cab driver tossed our luggage out of the trunk and drove away like his ass was on fire. A car whizzed past on the opposite side. The tunnel was two-way traffic. "Shit, man," I said. "That car almost hit us. Winter better have a good explanation for this madness." "Are we going to teleport?" "Not really, and don't worry, the cab driver will not remember taking a route he didn't know existed." "What the hell does that mean?" He raised his palm. The thick tunnel wall in front of us jiggled as it liquefied into a silver jelly. Winter's fingers became translucent and began to elongate as if the silver jelly wall was pulling them in. I gasped. I'd never heard of neutral, imperceptible magic melting solid concrete, but obviously this was no ordinary wall. Winter glanced at me. The silver liquid was up to his elbow now. "Grab your suitcase." "Here we go." His stretched-out, silvery fingers took hold of mine and tugged. My hand tingled as my entire arm turned weightless. A strong force gripped me like a magnetic field, yanking me to its center. "Let go," Winter said. I closed my eyes and managed to take a deep breath before the wall sucked us in completely. It felt like walking through a thick wall of icy cold jello. Frost entered the pores of my skin, chilling me to the bone. My stomach clenched, my teeth chattered loudly as if they were made of metal. An invisible force pushed me forward. I landed on my hands and knees on a soft and humid surface. A wet carpet, maybe, or moss. I couldn't be sure because it was pitch black in there. Winter's cool hand caressed my cheek. His fingers were made of skin again, the silver coating gone. "We're on the path to the first portal," he said as he helped me to my feet. "I don't want to mess with your memory, so I'm going to blindfold you." "Ah, isn't that thoughtful?" "Once we're through the second portal," he assured, "I'll remove the blindfold." "Are we talking minutes? Hours?" Time becomes subjective when going through undiluted enchanted portals brimming with concentrated energy. "Fine. Just tell me when to pin the tail on the donkey." Soft fabric covered my eyes, elastic bands looping over my ears. Winter's voice whispered into my ear. "No matter what, you must never remove this." I nodded, and his arms wrapped around me from behind, pulling me close to his chest. I arched my back so my body would meld into his, my head leaning against his shoulder. Winter exhaled on my neck. "Ready?" "No. I've never been ready for any of this." The sound of hooves grating against gravel reached me from behind. The ground shook. An ear-splitting roar like an erupting volcano pierced my skull. A consuming fear gripped me, drowning out any rational thought. I was launched forward, my feet losing touch with the ground. Magic thundered all around us like a gigantic cyclone. If not for Winter's reassuring embrace, I'd have screamed my throat out. The world spun as our flight accelerated. My stomach jumped up into my throat, and my insides hollowed out as we thrust into an unseen abyss. My fingernails dug into Winter's hands to keep from losing him. This was no ley line express. It was a colossal and deathly roller coaster of unspeakable terror. No mortal being could survive passage through the shadow portals. Only the twin miseries of vertigo and nausea assured me I still had a functioning body. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. My feet met the ground. Another breath taken in the portal, and I'd have emptied the contents of my stomach all over us. I struggled to calm my frantic breathing, my heart jackhammered in my chest. I reached out to find Winter in the dark. His hand slipped into mine. "Welcome to Shadowland," he said. The blindfold came off. I blinked twice to get my eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight. Sprawled out in front of us, a vast construction of intricate Gothic architecture rose to meet the crystal-clear sky, surrounded by lush green pastures, plots of fruit and olive trees, and thick rows of shrubbery. I counted a dozen towers spiraling up, interconnected with silver bridges and cut-glass elevators. Terraces, balconies, and cloisters garnished the thick, granite walls that stretched for several hundred yards. This was more than a building. It looked like a magnificent hybrid of castle and monastery, covering enough land to comfortably contain a small town. My core tickled with the high energy of the most palpable force field I had ever encountered. It was so dense I could almost smell it. The Umbra Fortress was guarded from both the basic and the magic world with a network of unbreakable, shimmering wards that enclosed the entire valley like an iridescent glass dome. I pointed at the force field. How do we penetrate that? Winter rolled up a sleeve. His forearm showcased the dazzling tattoo of a coiled flame serpent with a second, smaller tattoo embedded in its center, the symbol for infinity inked in purple. Have I really never noticed it before? He thrust his arm into the force field. The wall of energy shuddered. The wards within hissed. Ouch! That had to hurt. The force field shook like it was alive and in pain, cracking just enough to let us squeeze through. That infinity tattoo must have been his access card. We walked up 2 sets of marble stairs until we reached a thick chestnut door, almost twice my height. Winter banged on the door 3 times. The wait was seconds or minutes. I didn't have a sense of time in this place. It felt like a dreamscape. Have I always been at this door? What even is this door? Is any of this real? Am I real? Am I the door? Am I this man or this girl? Now, I'm outside myself. Now within. Finally, the door opened. A young man stood inside the frame. He wore a long gray robe made of smooth fabric, silk perhaps. He considered us carefully. Although his features betrayed no surprise, I was surely an unusual sight for the stoic doorman. "You are considerably late," he said. Winter nodded. There were numerous flow interruptions on the energy path which slowed us. Wait, really? That was slow? "Follow me," the man said. We wound through white hallways with vaulted ceilings. Sun rays spilled through arched windows and reflected off the marble floors. Our footsteps echoed until the hallway opened up into a spacious room that overlooked a small patio. The doorman ushered us in and quickly took his leave. Winter stood solemnly in the middle of the room in which he must have spent much of his formative years many centuries ago. "That guy was a ton of laughs," I said. "Is he a shadow warrior?" I thought I heard a low growl in his throat. "When you see a shadow warrior, you'll know it." "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend your shadow grandeur." "Perhaps you should remain quiet." "It doesn't work that way. I'm nervous." He nodded. "The young man is an Umbra apprentice. He'll spend a century serving the initiates before he begins the long process of becoming one himself. His name is Nicolau." "A century?" He seemed thrilled about it. The apprentice returned to the room holding a small red velvet box. I looked at him, with new eyes knowing he was an apprentice. I had read up on the Order of Shadows in the almanacs of the Melded Ages. There were huge chunks of their story missing, but there was enough in there to safely assume they had remained a conformist, patriarchal bunch of hard asses into the modern era. There was no known rule against women joining the order, but if there had ever been any female shadows, the almanacs had failed to record it. Nicolau would have to go through hell for centuries, and yet fewer than 1 in 100 apprentices ever advanced to the next level. The odds must have been considerably worse for initiates. It was a 5-century gamble against terrible odds. In the meantime, they were basically indentured. Nicolau opened the box on a small table. The Umbra seal must endorse your intention, or you shall be turned away. Winter nodded. I was fairly certain he gritted his teeth. That seal of approval thing wasn't going to be as easy as a hand stamp at SeaWorld. Without warning, the apprentice pressed a gold coin against Winter's forehead. Winter staggered back. The smell of burnt skin immediately filled my nostrils. Smoke burst from Winter's mouth, nostrils and ears. His body convulsed as the coin burned through layers of skin on his forehead and ravaged his very energy core. With a grunt, Winter fell to his knees. The letter U run through with a silver dagger blazed in the center of his forehead. The apprentice returned the coin to the red box. The Umbra seal recognizes the master warrior of the shadow arts. The order is pleased to welcome you home. Did Nicolau just call him a master? Winter sucked in his breath. The pleasure is mine. The seal on his forehead began to faint away till it was all but gone. Nicolau bowed so low, his head almost hit the floor. When he spoke, his voice reverberated with a new reverence and admiration. The High Master of the Umbra Order will receive you now. He led us up a dizzying marble staircase that wound around and around like a coiled snake. The apprentice stopped in front of a half-open door made entirely with opaque glass. "This leads to the companions' quarters," he said. I leaned in to examine the fine patterns on the stained glass. Nicolau pushed the door open wide, and both men stared at me. Oh, I must be the companion. Apparently, the High Master wasn't eager to welcome a mist rider. The feeling was mutual, actually, and I was ready to kick back after hours of disorientating travel through time and space. The exhaustion was real. When I stepped inside, the door closed. A single lantern illuminated the room, casting a long, irregular shadow on the carpet. A woman stepped into the light, startling me. She moved assuredly with the elegance of a tightrope walker. Her aura flared about her hair like a golden halo. My etheric core tingled as it sensed sparks of shadow energy in her. She bowed. "My name is Arsha. I have the honor to assist you." I hesitated. This was all too strange, and I didn't know who to trust. Arsha smiled. "You don't have to speak your name." Is she a mind reader? "I know who you are," she said. So much for protecting my order name. "Have we met?" "You are a lunar witch." Ah, that. The High Master had not yet informed the order of my true identity. "Arsha, I'm sorry for the attitude," I said. "This whole day has been a shock to my system. It's been a lot." She walked the room's perimeter, snapping her fingers to light big purple candles held by U-shaped candle holders attached to the walls. "Entirely unnecessary to apologize. We have no ill will toward your kind. Umbra is a place of acceptance and self-discovery." Is she serious? She walked to the center of the room. Her long blonde hair bathed in candlelight looked golden. Her features were delicate with a thin nose, brown sugar eyes, and a full mouth. The thin, almost see-through fabric of the dark green gown she had on revealed a thin waist and toned musculature. She could have been in her late 20s, but of course, she might have sat at court in ancient Samaria for all I knew. "I was unsure there were female shadows," I said. Her pleasant expression deepened. "I am one of a handful of women who have risen to the level of initiate. There are 2 of us here currently." "And your dreams are to be shadows, even though it has for millennia been an all-boys club? That is an oversimplification. Few women have chosen to take the Umbra Oath, but that's not because they were not allowed to try. Perhaps because the odds are stacked against them. The Order maintains a rigorous, strict initiation process. Shadows are held to the highest standards. A select few can ever meet that standard. That doesn't sound like a place of acceptance. Arsha took a step forward. To one who is steadfast and dedicated, the opportunity to test oneself against high standards is a gift. Hey, I'm a fan. I'm rooting for you, I said. I mean, the shadows I hang out with are in dire need of a woman's touch. You go, girl. Yes, I will go, she said. But before I leave, is there any assistance you might need? Anything you might require? I didn't have the energy to explain I wasn't asking her to go. I was terrible company when I was tired anyway. I could use a shower and some chill time. Arsha nodded. Yes, let me show you to your quarters. Chapter 5. The sound of marching feet pounding like a drum woke me. I didn't remember falling asleep after crawling under the blankets with my hair still wet from the shower and my copy of the abridged 9th Almanac in hand, which meant I must have literally passed out. I sat up on the bed, beating back a sudden dizziness. I blinked a few times to clear the last haziness of sleep from my eyes. The objects in the room began to take shape. The sparse furniture and vaulted ceilings created a spacious, almost isolated vibe. The Umbra insignia that had been branded onto Winter's forehead hours earlier was engraved onto a cream-colored wall. The windows were dark. It was still night. A fire burned in the brick fireplace. A yellow gown, similar to the one Arsha had worn except for the color, lay at the feet of the bed. I grabbed the bed pole and rose to my feet. The floor and the walls were made of some kind of polished stone. Nothing felt real. I went through everything in my head. What day was it? Sunday? Or maybe Monday? How long had I slept? I couldn't be certain. The only certainty was that I was having a Friday night out with Elsa and Yoren, and then, boom, I was here, waking up in the veiled kingdom of the Umbra Order, the phantom sect who forged the immortal shadows. It dawned on me that I might actually be a prisoner in this forbidden palace, with no means of getting out. My core of energy tingled. My magic had boundless potential, and someday, with patience and practice, I'd be able to tap into it all. I should never forget that. Now was not the time to be skittish. No one was going to victimize me without risking getting a taste of my zapping power. A knock on the door spun me around. Please let it be Winter. My spine buzzed as the door slid open. Nicolau filled up the doorframe, his face as lifeless as ever. The High Master will see you now. I expected to be greeted by a sovereign dressed in red and gold, perched on a throne, possibly with a jagged crown on his head. At the very least, I expected him to be on an elevated platform, or some other exalted place separated from lesser beings. Instead, the High Master of the Umbra Order was in a silk bathrobe, barefoot, next to a long rectangular table, the heavy legs of which looked like tree trunks, studying an enormous map and holding a pencil. Everything feels peculiar in this place. He finally acknowledged us and straightened his spine, turning his face in our direction. He was tall and built like the legs of the table, stout. His large head was completely shaven, but the stubble on his chin and cheeks was at least 2 weeks' growth. His skin was a rich bronze, his lips a crimson red. The bathrobe opened up into a V on his chest to reveal sculpted pecs. His calves were enormous, even for a man with such solid frame. His eyes were his most striking feature, the color of burned caramel, oozing vast knowledge of all things past and all things to come. When he latched them onto mine, they skidded beyond the surface of who I was, sparking assurance and alarm in equal measures, telling me they knew my thoughts, my fears, my deepest needs. In my gut, I knew there was no hiding from those eyes. Nicolau bowed. Chief Magistrate Winter's companion is here for an audience with the High Master of the Umbra Order and Preceptor of Shadows. The master waved his hand to dismiss him. He waited until we were alone to speak. Formality can be a comfort and a crutch. He turned to me. No need to remember all that jargon. Simply call me Shadow Master. It took tremendous restraint not to scoff. After all, he was one of the most feared immortals ever to have been. No doubt he could have crushed Cerber under his foot like a cockroach if ever they had crossed paths. He might even have given Horror himself a run for his money. Don't be intimidated. Remember who you are, Luna. You wished to see me, I said. He motioned 2 rustic wicker chairs. Please, have a seat. I did as he advised. The Shadow Master bent over the table again, circling a spot on the map with his pencil. Magistrate Winter desires that we offer you shelter, he said, still captivated by the map. He won't, however, detail what event has given rise to this need. He lifted his head from the map. His eyes were both gentle and smoldering. I thought, perhaps you would. Welcome to the minefield. Proceed with caution. I have full faith in the magistrate to make the right calls, I said, doing my best to sound respectful. The Shadow Master smiled. Ah, I see you are quite his apt pupil. I am not his at all, but okay. I am a woman of this century. My thoughts are my own. He bent his face. Yes, and I am a man of every century, I suppose. Yet my thoughts hum through my head with the voices of 1,000 teachers. Okay, that was smooth. Although you may be brand new, he said, the blood coursing through your veins is most ancient. Do you know why that is? It's just blood, I said, a simple delivery system transporting oxygen, nutrients, waste. Damn it, Winter. What did you tell him exactly? Indeed. But at a cellular level, there is a universe of coding, and because one or both of your genitors are ancient, there are original powers embedded in your infinite cells. Only with such powers can a Mist Rider come into being. I'll take your word for it. It is not my word, he said. It is simply fact that Mist Riders are direct descendants of the first generation of the Eternal Man. All I could do was stare at him, trying to process. He read my surprise. Your people never told you. Ah, I see it now, yes. You need guidance. Young lady, it could be said that Mist Riders are the keepers of us all, even our Mother Earth. You know nothing of my people. He raised his hand. We are about to have company. And how did he know that? The door swung open. A tall, slender, middle-aged man strode into the room, followed by a younger man dressed in a gray robe like Nicolau. The apprentice stopped cold in his tracks when the Shadow Master stepped forward, annoyance written all over his face. The Shadow Master flicked his wrist. Well, speak if you have to. The apprentice bowed and cleared his throat. Lord Darius, Persian King of Kings and leader of the 10,000 Immortals, requests a hearing. My heart leapt. For a moment, I thought I must be hallucinating. Electric surges pulsed through my body like a live wire. Could this really be Darius standing in front of me in the flesh, in the now, right here? In the deep down, no one spoke of the Shadow Master. There were no lessons dedicated to him, no songs, no stories, no fables that involved him. He was a mystery of the night, a subterranean power best not remembered. For all his authority, the Shadow Master was merely that, a shadow, an afterthought among the magic kind. On the other hand, everyone had grown up hearing tales of Darius the Undestroyable, the legendary demigod, third Persian King of Kings, and first Lord of the Black Demon Hounds. He had fought alongside ghastly witch-hunting immortal councils, but he had also defended the magic world in times of existential crisis. When he vanished from the face of the earth almost 2,000 years ago, his legend only grew. Yet, here he was, observing me with gentle, almost paternal eyes. He wore a simple brown habit with a hood, much like Capuchin friars, and brown sandals. He had a wide face with a straight, long nose and a playful grin on his lips. His short hair was dark with a touch of gray. Thick sideburns traced his cheeks all the way down to his jawline. Darius glanced at the Shadow Master. He spoke with a thick accent I couldn't quite place. "I hope you will forgive the intrusion. I was unaware you were with such fair company." The Shadow Master folded the map on the table. "Now you are aware." The two men held a casual impoliteness for each other that made it obvious they went back a long way. Darius smiled as his gaze landed on me. "And who might this freshly plucked flower be?" "It matters not," the Shadow Master said. "Please respect form upon any future visit, and let my pupils walk in before you to announce your arrival." Darius walked over and took my hand. I was dumbfounded. I wasn't sure if I should stand or curtsy, or avoid his eyes. "None are allowed inside the Shadow Master's private quarters," he said, "if not of great importance." "Screw it." I looked him in the eye. "Are you the one that makes all the rules for everybody? That must be exhausting." When Darius lifted my hand near his lips, I pulled it away. "No thanks," I said. A mischievous spark lit up his eyes. "They call me Darius. Have you heard tell of me?" Like since forever, yeah. 100 questions crowded my head. Like, had Darius stepped down from his position of power willingly? Was he a shadow warrior? Had he approved of chaos succeeding him as lord of the demon hounds? Was him showing up today a coincidence, or had the Shadow Master clued him in about everything? About me? "Forgive my archaic manners," Darius went on. "Your etheric field is of a most peculiar nature, persistent yet elusive. Your bearing is that of a witch. I wonder, what class of witchcraft do you practice?" Here we go. Word games with Immortals. Was he fishing, or was he telling me he knew the reason for my visit? The Shadow Master tapped Darius's shoulder. "Let's not dally in drawing-room gossip. Of greater concern is the nature of your visit, Darius." I saw my chance and bounced to my feet. "I'll excuse myself." The Shadow Master fixed 2 impatient eyes on me, a vein ticking on his temple. Had I offended somehow, or spoke out of turn? How the hell was I supposed to know the stodgy etiquette of the Umbra Order? "You are dismissed," he said, same way he'd order a puppy out. I hurried for the door, relief flooding through me. For some reason, I turned awkwardly and bowed before stepping out. Outside, I hesitated, not sure if I should go left or right. I had met 2 legends today. I was still processing. Behind me, I heard hearty laughter coming from the room. Odd, considering how estranged the Shadow Master and Darius appeared only a moment before. I deflated when Nicolau approached. "Come," he said casually. "I guess I don't warrant the formal butler vibe. That's fair." "Where are we going?" I said as I followed behind him. "It shall be revealed upon arrival." Okay, that was less than polite, but I was pleased to witness a little sass in Nicolau without his keepers looming around. He pushed through a revolving door that led to a shorter hallway. "This building confuses me," I said. "How many levels are there?" "3 that are available to you. This is level 2. "Thanks for nothing. By my guesstimate, there were 20 or more levels above ground, and maybe as many levels underground. I wondered, were such monumental fortresses of antiquity ever built without throwing in a dungeon or 2 for good measure? Nicolau stopped to open a door, then left without so much as a glance. Inside, Winter sat at a round table with enormous trays of food and an ornate red clay teapot steaming in front of him. A sudden breeze whistled through the branches of a giant purple tree just outside the window. The leaves of the tree were as big as oven mitts, It reminded me of the ancient trees in the enchanted Serenity Valley. I longed to surge forward and wrap my arms around Winter, but good sense prevailed. Walls have ears in palaces. I plopped down on the opposite chair and wet my lips at the smorgasbord on the table. "You must be famished," Winter said. "There are Provençal flatbreads and pastries, Greek goat cheese, Iberian cured meats, Moroccan cherries." Before he finished, I stuffed a white nougat into my mouth. I was ravenous, and it surprised me that I hadn't realized it earlier. "Is it safe to talk?" I said, with my mouth full. Winter nodded. "I control the autokinetic energy in the room." "I met the Shadow Master," I said, still chewing. Wow, I don't even know where to start. He was definitely trying to launch a full-on interrogation. But then, mind blower, freaking Darius just shows up. I mean like Darius. Winter creased his forehead. "Darius? He's here? Are you listening? Yeah, he's here." That's too much of a coincidence. I thought the same thing. "It might be nothing," he said. "It's not nothing." He poured tea into a gold-rimmed cup. "What it is or is not will be known soon enough," he said as he set the cup carefully in front of me. "Okay, so your Shadow Master claims you never told him why I need his protection." Winter's face darkened. "I didn't have to tell him. He's perfectly capable of putting two and two together. He knows about Horror's escape. That was him testing you, Luna. I'm confident you passed." "Oh, men and their tests. Over it. The yellow sun-kissed gown suits you, even goes with the unkempt waves of your hairstyle." It was not a hairstyle. I had gone to bed with wet hair. I had no clue what I even looked like. Good thing men are idiots. "You like this dress? What a surprise. The fabric is so thin it barely hides anything." "Gee, I wonder what male shadow designer came up with the idea." He bit on an apple and chuckled. "Umbra is a spiritual sanctuary. There is no place for desires of the flesh. Such basic instincts are plucked from the mind. When one takes the apprentice oath, thoughts of that nature become dormant." "Really? I think I know you too well for that line, buddy." "Sounds like you don't know me at all," Winter said. Why do those words hurt? "Okay, so you're monks. This place is a monastery." He shook his head. "We don't take vows of celibacy, if that's your insinuation. The spiritual transference happens organically as one transcends to a state of lessened body awareness during initiation. To become a shadow requires weightlessness of both mind and body. You can't control the one without the other. Shadow eyes have no interest in seeing beyond clothing." I shook my head. "Then why have your eyes been undressing me since I walked through the door?" Now he laughed. "I've done no such thing. That is your projection, Luna. And if I had done that, I am no longer compelled by laws of initiation trials and rites of passage. My training was over long ago." "Come on, you're telling me someone like Chaos gave up all the hanky-panky for centuries to transcend or whatever? No way I'm buying that." "Chaos is no ordinary immortal." "And what is he exactly?" "That's a question for Chaos. Yeah, I know. How many times have you told me?" He leaned in to tuck some renegade strands behind my ears, brushing his fingers against my cheek for a split second. Adrenaline rushed through my veins, making my heart pump harder. If he kissed me now, I'd kiss him back with abandon, without a second thought. "I would never want to be a shadow," I said. "Good. I would never want to see your spirit broken." "It would help me get stronger faster, though." "You have your own path. Have the courage to follow it." I fell into his eyes, unsure what to do or say. The moment was crushed by a loud bell sounding off. "Damn, what now?" "That's nothing. They have bells here," he said, distracted. "Listen, Luna, I'm going to be gone for a day, possibly 2, try to collect more information on the disappearance of the crystal shield from the vortex." A silent alarm bell went off in my head. You'll be back, right? You're not going to leave me alone in this mausoleum for long, surrounded by all these neutered stoics. Of course, I will, he said with a soft smile. And you're perfectly capable of fending for yourself. He took my hands and held them in his own. What we think we become, Luna, don't be imprisoned by doubt. I don't know how long I remained in the spot, staring at the door after he had gone. Would everyone walk away from me forever, to live their human lives, to die their human deaths, to fight their immortal battles? He told me the words of Buddha, what we think we become. And there I was already having become Buddha himself, sitting alone, watching the world and all its temptations racing by without me. Chapter 6. Arsha unsheathed the training sword, a plain, thin blade with a leather grip. At breakfast, she invited me to join her in the training chamber, a vast hall with pale tiled walls and roped-in rings, where apprentices sparred for hours every day. Do you possess skills with a sword? She asked. I shook my head. I need to utilize my magic to get any use out of it. That was mostly true, though I had improved with a blade in my hand. My magic helped me work with the sword, connecting it to me on a telepathic level, as if it were an extension of my body. I could inflict harm with a sword, but it was far from my preferred method of fighting, not by a long shot. Arsha slashed effortlessly with quick flicks of her wrist. Will you show me your magic? I'm not sure what you mean. Reshaping energy to wield as a weapon is the hardest part of my training. It drains my core completely. I'd like to see how it's done properly. It had never occurred to me that converting energy was something that could be trained. In the deep down, you either had it in you, or you didn't. These walls, she went on, they're lined with energy absorbers. You can safely create energy fields and hurl them around to play. They can do no real damage here. I touched the wall closest to me with one finger. The tile gave in as far as I pressed my finger and then bounced right back into shape when I withdrew it. Arsha walked to a window and opened it. A light wind whistled through, invigorating my senses. I inhaled the familiar elemental energy eagerly. How do you use the elements to produce electromagnetic and kinetic forces? She said. I looked at her. You don't understand. Lunar witches don't learn how to use the elements. We are the elements. Our magic runs through our veins like blood. It's written in our genetic code. We just know what to do, naturally. Slight disappointment laced her features. I'd still like to see it. I suppose it couldn't hurt. I rubbed my hands together and called an energy stream to my palms. An orange blaze glowed in my right hand, growing larger as it fizzled and buzzed. I shook my hand to produce a fireball, then hurled it against the wall. The blaze hit the target hard. The tiles I struck stretched inwards like a bubblegum bubble to absorb the impact, then closed in around the fireball, quickly extinguishing it. Wow, those are some badass enchanted tiles. Do you have to rub your hands? Arsha said. Rub my hands. You rubbed them together before you created the fireball. Ah, I said. Actually, that's just a habit, something I do and probably shouldn't. It's proof I've no formal training or practical advice. Yes, she said, for you, it's like breathing. A lunar witch, said a deep, thundering voice. An enigma no more. I spun around. Darius stood by the door. I was used to supercharged immortal physiques, but Darius was so thin he looked almost frail. I knew better than to be fooled by his appearance. Underneath that harmless exterior, I could feel a tremendous power simmering. I had no doubt he could cut through an entire army of immortals. Lord Darius, Arsha said, I was unaware you were on the premises. Darius smiled a benevolent smile. It is but a short visit, I'm afraid. I requested no formal announcement be made. He turned his attention to me. Formality is like a chain around your neck. I much prefer to travel incognito like you, young witch. like a shadow of the moon. Arsha bowed slightly. An honor to be among the few to see you. Darius bowed back. The honor is mine, apprentice Arsha. Arsha's eyes widened. You know of me? Darius nodded. The teachers are enthused of your potential. His voice soothed like a melody. Did he really care, or was he hyper-adaptable to any situation? Call me a cynic, but my money was on the latter. We have to go with the times, Darius went on. Umbra has been set in its ways for too long, rigidly remaining on the sidelines of progress. You are not just a capable initiate. The future is yours, Arsha. Every magic is unique, as is every destiny. Arsha was speechless. Darius must have been more than legendary to the Umbra apprentices and initiates. He must have been a mythic god come to life. If ever you need a training mate, Darius said, I could use the practice. He didn't wait for Arsha's response. He extended an arm to me. Walk with me. I wouldn't say my initial impression of Darius was wrong. He had already hinted that he knew I was hiding a secret with his whole incognito-like you comment. He could sense my unique essence. I held his interest, and that was never a good thing when dealing with ancient immortals. I stared at his arm. I really would have rather not taken it, but I did anyway to escape the awkwardness of the moment. We walked down a staircase and exited through a utility door into a garden with tall, perfectly trimmed hedges that snaked around in some sort of geometrical maze pattern. We strolled down a narrow path between two hedgerows. You were kind to Arsha, I said, realizing with some delay he might interpret my remark as overly inquisitive. It costs nothing to be kind, he said. Isn't that what any grandmother would say? The young initiate is capable, ambitious even, but she will most certainly fail in the end. Why? Because she's a woman? He shook his head. Because, when the time comes for the ultimate shadow test, she'll be unable to complete it. She will walk away. She is, and will forever be, bound to her code of honor, which will prevent her from going through with the final challenge. And maybe that's a good thing. You had no trouble completing it. He stopped walking. Amusement danced in his eyes. You've got me all wrong. I'm not a shadow warrior. I'm a friend of the order, nothing more, and if I'm being honest, I would have also failed to complete the final challenge. Darius the Undestroyable didn't think he could have graduated shadow school. What barbarous carnage were they asked to do? Chop off the heads of an entire village? Go full Hannibal Lecter cannibal mode? Launch infants into stars? Hack off their own appendages? Wait for them to grow back only to do it over and over again? I wasn't buying his whole vibe. He had an angle, and I was determined to discover his endgame. Taking on Darius would be the most dangerous game, a fool's errand, but hey, I was bored. You miss it? My question confused him. For millennia, immortals and deep-down dwellers looked upon you like a god. The army of 10,000 immortals, your pack of black demon hounds, you left it all behind, you walked away. Ah, that. Only very dim men cling to such things. I'm already permanent. Why would I waste that abundance of time on a permanent vocation? The answer, I wouldn't. That kind of thing hollows a person out like a husk tossed upon a pile of refuse. Legends are not built with timber or brick. They're built with words, and words slip away as easily as sand through open fingers. If he was a bullshit artist, he was Van Gogh. So, Darius needed to get his groove back. He looked tired suddenly. Something like that. At this point, all I wanted to do was provoke him. And the demon hounds? Did you have to put them down? He grimaced. You ask quite peculiar questions. And, for some reason, you keep answering them. I've nothing to hide. The hounds yet live. They are protected by a new lord and master. Aha, now we're getting somewhere. I hope you chose well, I said pointedly. Darius rubbed his face. I didn't choose. That call came from above. Damn it, horror. You gave the demon hounds to chaos? I poked the wrong hornet's nest. Need a change of course. Pronto. Darius grinned. You've fallen silent. Has your interest in me waned so quickly? Are you not curious whether I can or cannot shoot lasers out of my eyes? Or perhaps you'd like to know if I have ever washed a load of laundry or made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Really? Oh, yeah. I've done laundry and had a whole peanut butter and jelly sandwich phase, which I'm in no way proud of. And the eye lasers? He smiled happily. I'm afraid I do not know you well enough to answer such a question. Strange immortal. What about the Capuchin friar habit? You don't strike me as a hermit. He sighed. There is no one way to explain immortality. Living forever has pitfalls, but it can also supply the wildest of freedoms, the freedom of not having to choose a life. Indeed, being immortal means we can be all the things at once. That's a great gift, to experience every possible mortal reality. You're like a collector, I said, of selves. Darius reached out and clipped a stray twig off the hedge. Does this question game go two ways? Oh shit, I should have thought of that. I'm the world's most boring witch. That used to be true, actually, and it was glorious. Yes, well, there is one burning question. You are the first mortal to have traveled through the shadow portals. The fact that you are alive is a complete mystery, but what's truly astonishing is that the High Master allowed it. I know nothing about that. I had a shadow escort. I suggest you ask him what tricks he pulled to get me here. Ah, right, Master Winter. You know of him? We've run into each other over the centuries a time or two, he said, but seriously, everyone knows about Winter. And, of course, that does explain how you traveled the portals in one piece. He could have shielded you and a small town of people. It's all plausible, and yes, he has sway with the Order, being the High Master's right hand for a time. They must have forged a certain understanding, but it's still highly unorthodox, if I might say so. I've zero context for what you're saying. Ask the locals. Darius grinned. I intend to, and I expect unsatisfactory answers. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm called elsewhere. You can't get no satisfaction? I feel that. I'd bet everything Graham and I owned that the Persian King of Kings knew exactly how and why I came to find myself at the mercy of the Shadow Master. A deafening thunder cut across the sky. The hedges around me shook. The ground trembled as if a mountain was rising from below. An abundance of crude energy crushed down on the garden, knocking me on my ass. Darius offered me his hand and pulled me to my feet. I covered both of my ringing ears. What the hell is this? Darius looked irritated. We have company. Chapter 7. The hallways never seemed to end. We turned, climbed up and down stairs, but always ended up in a long, silent hallway. I kept a safe distance from Darius. Honestly, I couldn't tell if he knew or cared I was still following. Darius finally stopped in front of a heavy door and pushed it open. I took a few quick steps to get through the door before it closed. The grand hall was perfectly round with brown brick walls. We were inside one of the 12 towers. A fortified wrought iron gate led to an exterior cloister. 3 rows of armored shadow initiates were lined in front of that door, holding swords with golden hilts and wide, glowing blades. The Shadow Master burst into the hall, dressed in leather armor, black pants, and a crimson cloak that oozed of shadow essence, a 240-pound tank of muscle and attitude. A shadow warrior came after him, somewhat shorter, but equally brawny and menacing. I lost sight of Darius. Certain I wasn't supposed to be in the tower, I cowered behind a pillar. The gate boomed like it was lifted off its hinges. The Shadow Master's face remained as expressive as a tilted boulder. "All scouts are out," the Shadow Warrior beside him said. "Soon enough, he will be found and encircled in a ring of eternal fire wards." The Shadow Master grunted, then barked out an order. "Open the door." Silence swept over the room. The Shadow Warriors were stunned. "We can hold him," his companion said. "Hold him? Fucking hold him? Really? And then what?" Nobody said anything. The Shadow Master huffed. "He cracks wards as old as time like nuts. His power has grown exponentially since his banishment, Mohan. He demolished the fucking eastern bulwark and corroded the defensive force field, and you want to fucking hold him? If we combined our forces to stop him, we'd take half the fortress down before he surrendered. Now do as I command, open the fucking door and let him enter." I tried to lick my lips, but even my tongue was dry. Who or what was outside that gate? I thought this fortress was impenetrable. Who could break the shadow wards like they were hard candy and threaten the shadows within the very walls of Umbra? Who other than Horror himself? Was the Shadow Master about to break his word and give me up to save his people? Everything in me screamed to run, but my feet stayed glued to the floor, my curiosity getting the better of me. The Shadow Initiates took a few steps back, then turned and lined up along the walls, leaving the door unguarded. Mohan carved a virtual circle in the air with his hands. Flames sparked around the circle like a wreath on fire. As the circle spun, the flames grew and burst out against the door. The door slid open without a single creak. A familiar etheric essence washed over me like a warm bath. A tall man strode in, walking with long, leisurely strides. His essence felt primitive and virile. His dark hair reached his shoulders, and he had on the gothic attire to match, black boots and a black trench coat. You've got to be kidding me. A surge of relief rushed through me. I'd never been happier to see my big brother's impish grin. The Shadow Warriors encircled Chaos, their fiery blades poised. Chaos spread open his arms. Is that how you greet an old friend? The residing lord of the Black Demon Hounds was in the house. How would Darius feel? Why did I even care? The real question was, why had Chaos completely lost his mind and entered the Umbra domain? The Shadow Master raised a finger. The initiates stood down. What failed reasoning has carried you to where you are not welcome, Emrod? Emrod? Chaos's Umbra name. Yikes, poor guy. You have been banished in perpetuum, Mohan said. The Umbra seal no longer recognizes your signature. Chaos rolled his eyes. Speaking Latin, Mohan? Always clinging to the old ways, brother. It's sad how you limit yourself. The Umbra seal didn't want any of this heat. I crushed all such hindrances along my path home. Mongrel, your insolence will not be tolerated, Mohan barked. Chaos chuckled. Do you even listen to yourself? Was that a threat? A promise? An attempt at sounding capable? Enough, the Shadow Master said. It's clear you've used forbidden magic to break through our wards. That's reckless, even for you. Chaos shrugged. Would you insult the very person who traveled here at great inconvenience to warn you? A fact is not an insult, the Shadow Master said, becoming curious. Speak your truth, Emrod, if you know how. Frustration curled Chaos's lips. You'll need more than my words. You'll need my assistance. The Shadow Master chewed on that. The Order seeks no such thing from a banished shadow. Witness as your world changes. Chaos reached into his trench coat and produced an artifact, a glistening dagger made of crystal. A collective sigh bounced off the tower walls. The Shadow Master turned to an apprentice. Open the Great Hall. The apprentice bowed and ran off. I tried to stay calm and hold my breath. I wanted to leap out of my skin and confront Chaos, but I feared the consequences. Chaos clicked his boot heels together and took a step forward to follow the Shadow Master. His head snapped left like a cat to spy the pillar I was hiding behind. There was maybe a sliver of my eye exposed, but he busted me cold and winked at me. A bolt of ice-cold guilt cut through my lungs. The bullshitter knew I was there the whole time. Arsha materialized next to me. "This is not a place for you," she said. "Please come with me now, Luna." Arsha sat by the door. Did she really think she could block my way if I wanted to leave the room? That would be a rude awakening for her. I slid the enchanted Nordic sword Winter had given me out of its sheath. The blade was smooth and quiet. Winter was nowhere near the fortress. "What binds you with him?" Arsha said. I stared at her. "Him?" "Emrod. He who names himself Chaos. I saw him wink at you." I nodded. "We've crossed paths. Chaos and Winter love to take jabs at each other in any way possible. For centuries, I'm assuming. Unfortunately, I sometimes receive the spill over of their silly rivalry." "Emrod is all bad. He's a danger to those who get close to him." "Well, he is called Chaos. Luckily, he has a soft spot for me and my mother, especially my mother." "I can handle Chaos," I said. "Okay, Arsha, it's my turn. Why did you choose to become a shadow? You're an immortal. Surely there are more fulfilling choices available to you." She took a moment to choose the right words. "I am my father's only child. Shadows pay little attention to their children, but he ignored convention and spent time with me. He cared. From my first memories, I was in awe of the tremendous powers he could wield. His magic dazzled me. I want that power." Points for honesty, I guess. 3 short knocks, and Arsha shot up. "Enter," she said. Nikolaus stepped in. "I'm here to retrieve the guest." "Where are you taking her?" Arsha said. "Into the Great Hall." Arsha brimmed with trepidation. She moved closer to him. "For what purpose?" "Good luck getting an answer from that dude." "Not my concern," Nikolaus said without so much as a blink. "They have requested her presence. That is all." I returned the sword to its sheath and followed Mr. Charming out. The great hall contained an enormous rectangular table, 2 majestic chandeliers, bookshelves spanning its entire length, and 3 exits. Always know your exits. I learned that from Jason Bourne. Cool air blew from sources unknown. I was aware of no electrical supply or outlets, or any cords whatsoever within or without the fortress. It all ran on an inexhaustible supply of shadow magic. The Shadow Master sat at the head of the table with Mohan by his side. I figured the grim shadow warrior was his lord's current right hand. 12 more shadows sat at the table, 5 warriors and 8 initiates. Darius had made his way to the great hall as well, sitting quietly on a chair near one of the exits, set apart from the rest. Chaos paced the hall, muttering to himself. He stopped and brightened when his eyes landed on me. "Hey there, Moon Kitten." This dude. It might have been smart to conceal the fact we knew each other, but when in Rome, be dumb, I guess. "Hello, Chaos," I said casually. "I see you still pride yourself on your lack of manners." He laughed in that giddy way of his. "I love how you get me, Buttercup. Manners are for neutered pups and decaying kingdoms." I thought Mohan's head would explode. "Your mind is a sewer of decay, banished one. You're just a nest of vile parasites. You're a coward who kissed the ass of a more powerful being, nothing more. When horror finds you, he will rip open your gut and take a steaming piss inside before he strips you bare of flesh and whatever magic you stole from him. He's for sure been working on that." Chaos faked a slow yawn. The master slammed his fist on the table. "The witch is here as requested, Emrod. Now divulge the information promised, or forever fuck off." Chaos wanted me here. What game was he playing at? "There you are, Master," Chaos said. showing your true spirit. If looks could kill, chaos would be a doornail. Chaos could barely contain his glee. Hate not the messenger, O my liege. Your faithful Emrod has merely returned to warn of great hardships ahead. Horror is on the loose, and his crystal shield snatched. How the old bastard managed to bypass eternal wards and the electromagnetic neutralizers that restricted his power remains a mystery. If I were to venture a guess, it would be that the Necros have teamed up with Dusturnus, and they have likely enlisted one, maybe two Eternals into their dastardly plot. The Master hunched forward with a sigh. We're fully aware. Chaos took the dagger out again and held it high with both hands for everyone to see. Behold the dagger of time. The weapon in his hands was exquisite. At first sight, it looked like it had been made from rock crystal, perfectly clear and intricately crafted with attention to the detail, fit to an ivory handle studded with red rubies. The Master's growing irritation contorted his features. This dagger was forged from the tears of the Horae. How do you come to possess it? Let's say I liberated it from Horror's secret stash. The fool had bonded the dagger to the crystal shield. One can locate the other. Of course, the Shadow Master said. You've had access to Horror's hidden armory the whole time. Chaos shook his head. You make it sound like I had a key. No. I had to read aloud half the power spells Horror had etched on the gate in his own blood. My skull nearly exploded from energy overload. It was a single visit. Horror's blood language. Supposedly, no one could read it but him. Mohan leaned in. Every time you use a shred of Horror's powers, you risk getting fried to a crisp. And yet you, the coward, had the gall to use his ancient blood language? Why would you do that? Why risk everything? Chaos grinned, but it wasn't joyous. Because risk was necessary. What new side of Chaos is this? Mohan stood. Red-hot sparks flared in his eyes. Prove that your intentions are noble, Fallen One. Hand over the crystal dagger. Chaos placed a hand on his heart. Oh, if only it were that easy. But even you surely know I would never hand over a dagger that kills Eternals. I had in my possession Horror's golden dagger that could kill Immortals, which I used to kill Cerber, but the one held by Chaos could apparently slay Eternals. Horror was a plague to all, including his own kind. Chaos sneered. An opportunity has arisen for us all. I'll keep the dagger, as I'm obviously the only one who can properly wield it. You play nice, and I help you find the crystal shield. In return, you show your thanks by reviving my shadow signature. Everybody wins. Now the Shadow Master stood. You would need to take the Umbra Oath that you will surrender the crystal shield to the Order when found. Happily, on the condition you bind yourself with the same oath that the Order will destroy the shield. Okay, I call bullshit, Mohan cut in. Now that's modern vernacular. Chaos motioned me with a tilt of his head. Valid concern, Brother Mohan. That's precisely why I brought proof. Huh? Me? What in the hell's he on about? Every shadow in the hall fixed their hard eyes on me. Not long ago, I gave this senseless witch some of my blood to save her from a certain death. Her magic core is saturated with my essence. A connective path will forever be forged between us. She'll know if I speak the truth. That would be depressing if it were true. Chaos gave me a pointed look. Ah, I get it. He wants me to lie. The Shadow Master flared his nostrils. Darius studied me intensely. All the mirth from our earlier conversation vanished. So be it, the Shadow Master said. Show us. I felt paralyzed in place. What do I do? Chaos closed the distance between us and took my hand. He closed his eyes and rocked back and forth. Like an arrow strike, a connective path linked us, opening a searing stream of energy that pulled me to him. A wave of my magic poured out and collided with Chaos's essence. The burden of 1,000 shadows smothered my core, almost blinding me. I shut down completely to focus on the vibrations pooling in my blood. Chaos squeezed my hand. His heart pulsed in mine. His breath filled my lungs. Then, as certain as sunlight, I knew Chaos was lying. I didn't know the precise lie or the purpose of the lie, but there was no doubt. He lied. Chaos released my hand. A fire extinguished in me. I gasped. My eyes opened. Everything ached. There was complete silence in the hall. My hands glowed with a purple translucence. I looked to the Shadow Master. I felt truth. I paced my room convinced I was about to self-combust. The Shadow Master had fixed his penetrating gaze on me before I left the Great Hall. He was telling me that he trusted me, that Mist Riders upheld an unbreakable code of honor. Damn you, Chaos! He had cornered me. He made me lie to Shadow Warriors inside their own fortress, and I had to do it with a straight face. Not to mention, I was convinced Darius saw right through me. His relentless, single-minded stare unnerved me until I was excused. In that moment, when a connective path was established between Chaos and me, Darius had been able to hijack the energy and inhale my etheric essence. There was no doubt he now knew for sure I was a Mist Rider. Mystery solved. Thanks, Chaos. What a pest. Is this what it's like having a brother? Even so, the fact was, to my eternal chagrin, I trusted Chaos more than I trusted any of the rest of these ancient beings. Maybe I even cared a little. And where the fuck was Winter? He's forever MIA when I need him most. Footsteps stopped outside my door, followed by a knock. It wasn't the slow, surgical knocking of apprentice Nicolau. It was the knocking of a desperate man about to break the door in two. Who is it? Your favorite shadow. In your dreams, I said as I opened the door. Chaos barged in, his black boots muddy, a bottle of red wine in hand. He made a face of distaste. No, I think I am. Your frosty fanboy has his charms, but he's also had a petrified stick lodged so far up his rectum for centuries. I know you know what I mean. He loudly gulped down his wine like he had just crossed an entire desert. Why are you drinking so much? You can't even get drunk. Aha, there's a lesson to be taught, wee witch. I control my entire body and can slow my metabolism just enough to catch a buzz. I'll teach you someday when I give a shit. Self-medication comes in quite handy for the tortured soul's sentenced to eternity. Great, but you're not getting off that easy. You lied to the Shadow Master, and you forced me to lie too. There was a glint of pride in his eyes. Oh, Bunny Rabbit is pissed. Wow, I mean, he's not even a little sorry. You said a whole of a lot of stuff. What exactly was the lie? He giggled. The dagger is fake. That took the cake. Oh my God, dude, you mean to tell me you have nothing? He gulped down some more wine. Yep, nada, niente, nichts. He leaned forward to whisper, that's why I can't let them have it. Chaos laughed to himself and drank. So, you used forbidden horror magic to break in for no reason? When does this stop being dumb? Be kind, Sugar Pop. I came to get you out. When I sensed you were inside the Umbra lair, I thought it was one of your high-risk plans to get my attention. I was touched. You missed me, I thought. But I'm beginning to sense you truly believe those stodgy cultists can protect you. Well, they can't, Baby Rider. Nor would they, the self-obsessed ninnies. You know what? I think you are the one seeking protection from them. How about that? I think you're terrified. The old boss is back and he plans to settle all scores. This is your excuse, getting your freaking Umbra signature back or whatever. You need the safety of numbers. He spun a finger over his ear. I know you're using real words, but all I hear is blah, blah, blah. I fixed him with my most maniacal smirk. How exactly did you say you found me again? He tapped my forehead. Hello, third eye vision, remember? Give it up already. I know the truth. I know how you get into my head, and it's got nothing to do with the nifty trick you stole from horror. Chaos snorted. Where is our common pain in the ass, anyway? Stop playing your games. You can't blather your way out of this one. I know you're my half-brother. The astonishment on his mug was priceless. He glared, dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but found no language. I found his bewilderment to be the little buzz I needed, my self-medication. That bloody dimwit son of a whore, colossal numb fuck. I covered my ears. His string of profanity was next level. He swiped my hands off my ears, his face so close to mine I could smell alcohol on his breath. What did that immortal waste bucket tell you? You're overreacting. It's not even a big deal. Sooner or later, I would have found out. He stopped short of tapping my forehead again. You found nothing. You know nothing. What did the shit stain say? The truth. You should be glad he did. Now I get it. I understand everything I couldn't understand. It's finally making a little sense. I'll even go as far as to say I'm willing to help you, brother. He slapped his thighs and laughed, his eyes glowing with spite. He had that old insane vibe again. Help me? The witch who cannot fathom the basics of her own potential, the witch who trusts her life to some of the most power-hungry fuckers in the world is going to help me? Oh, that's rich. Your tedious fuckboy has been lying to you since first you laid eyes on him, and he will continue doing it, and you'll gobble it all down because you're a fucking believer who would trust a lamppost if it asked nicely. He trudged to the door. Okay, that does it. Did you love her? He froze in his tracks, his right hand balled up into a fist. Do you love her still? My mother? Finally he turned. His face was both vicious and defeated. Delusion, corruption, they are the candies for the weak. What? Who is she, Chaos? Where is she? Don't you think I deserve to know? It's my mother? Why would she give me up? Was she protecting me? From what? Somebody tried to kill me when I was 4, did you know that? The only reason I'm standing here is because my adoptive mother gave up her life for me. Did my biological mother flee to protect herself? I've been patient with you, Luna, but don't try my patience any further. Who's our father? Chaos roared like a wounded lion. He grabbed my chin. You are to never speak this nonsense to anyone ever again. Never. Do you understand? My heart hammered so hard I felt cold and dizzy. Okay, I said, then licked my dry lips. I understand. As long as you admit we're siblings, I'll agree. He released my chin and took a deep breath. Done. Chapter 8. I leaned over the white marble balustrade of the balcony to gaze upon a band of initiates training in a partially obscured courtyard below. My head throbbed. A vice-like pinch blurred my vision, no doubt triggered by sleep deprivation and stress. After Chaos left, my brain wouldn't stop racing. That was rather disingenuous of you, to insinuate you didn't know the identity of the current lord of the Black Hounds. I turned around to find Darius staring at me with a disapproving grin. Did the stealthy bastard just materialize on the balcony? I don't know what you're talking about. So, you're sticking to that feeble approach, he said, disappointed. That tactic will prove unproductive, Luna. He stood by my side to watch the training below. The initiates were working on their fencing skills, infusing their blades with magic for defense purposes only. Ever wonder why immortals all appear to be different ages, he said. Actually, I have, but never got around to asking. It's a personal choice. Each immortal can decide when to halt the physical signs of aging. That's interesting. So, you decided on mid-40s? He nodded. 42. It's quite advantageous. A man can appear respectable and self-assured while still projecting youth and virility. Huh. Winter must have stopped at his hottest age. It is also not permanent, Darius said. If one wishes, they can restart the aging process to get a little older. The skill must be developed with training and patience, and usually under the guidance of a mentor. And can the aging be reversed? Can one look younger if they desire? Possible, but quite difficult to turn back cellular aging. Not everyone is capable of that trick, and even then, it should happen only once. That's your journey. You must find out for yourself what feels like you. None of this has ever felt like me. He nodded. It will. I assume Winter has appointed himself as your mentor. He'll guide you through your questions and feelings. I had no idea how to respond, so I said nothing. Only men can lose interest in their own small talk. Tell me, Luna, do you remember our discussion about the final trial shadows have to face, and why so many fail? I felt myself floating away as I watched the initiates below starting to practice aggressive magic. Darius kept talking. I think they all know, but they practice willful denial of what that ultimate test requires. They will not accept it until they have gone through it themselves. People lie to themselves. They eat bad food, make bad choices, betray rational thought, and they act like they did not know the consequences. This is no different. The initiates blind themselves until the moment of truth. I do not blind myself. I know what is being asked, and I think deep down you know too, because you want to see things as they are. Where is he going with this? Feel it, he said. It's already there. You know that to become a shadow warrior and be granted all access to the dark powers, an initiate must kill someone they love. I yearned to slap him across the face, but I couldn't, you see. I had already left my body. Who they choose to target is as fascinating as whether they decide to go through with it or not. Interestingly, mothers are rarely chosen, probably because they are either loved too much or not at all. Point being, to be a shadow, you have to be ruthless when needed, heartless, with monomaniacal focus, so when the call comes to face demons or gods, you don't falter. I glared at him. Are you done? I can tell you're curious who Winter killed. Yes, just ask him. He's not here, and even if he was, that's ancient history. He furrowed his brow. Winter's back. I thought he'd have... No matter. I can take you to him now if you want. I really wanted to punch him. I knew in my gut Winter would seek me out upon his return before anyone else. Ah, the magistrate is your blind spot, Darius said. I truly hope he earned your trust. I think I'll be going. I'm on your side, Luna. If there's anything you need, anything I can do for you, just say the words and I'll make it happen. All right, end world hunger for a start. He grinned. You know that's not what I meant. I obviously can't do that for you, but I would if I could. Such an altruist. Okay, how about an easy one, just to end this conversation, I said. Take me to Winter, please, as you suggested. We went down several flights of stairs. I stopped counting after the 12th flight, certain we had gone deep underground. The ceilings got lower as we reached the bottom levels, and the walls were bare, humid, made with thick cinder blocks. There are elevators everywhere, I said. Why didn't we just take one? Elevators can't take us to where we're going. Of course, yet another mystery. I started to doubt the wisdom of following Darius into the bowels of the fortress. We came to a stop. Darius pointed at the wall. Winter's in there. Where? There's no door. It's a portal, Darius said. I can't get a non-shadow through it, but I can do the best next thing. He formed a perfect sphere of translucent energy in his hands. He blew out slowly, his breath enveloping the sphere like a thin veil. Inside the sphere, I saw Winter's face, and then the Shadow Master's face next to him. A long time ago, you brought Emerald to me, the Shadow Master said. Despite my reservations, he worked his way through initiation faster than anyone before or after him. I'm afraid he is out of our reach now. Emerald has his own objectives, Winter said, and they are not misaligned with ours. Their voices were muffled and amplified as if speaking into a bullhorn. And your protege, the Shadow Master said. You're fully aware she cannot be allowed to return to her human life. Winter hesitated. She is getting closer to understanding her legacy. And if she does not, if she can't unlock her mist core, no amount of protection will be enough. The faces inside the sphere faded like dispersing smoke. The sphere burst like a soap bubble with a loud pop. Darius absorbed the sphere energy back into his palms. We've been found, but I don't think our shadow friends know who was listening. I gave him a wary glance. How do I know this wasn't just you feeding me bullshit? Maybe that was all Darius theater, completely fabricated. We can agree Winter is quite candid. If you ask him, he'll confirm everything you've heard. I'm tired, and I'd like to go back to my room. Darius led the way up. Anger and doubt warred inside me. I sensed chaos before we reached my room. I didn't know if Darius could also smell his shadow essence, hyper-virile musk, and dark etheric field. I stopped. Lord Darius, I was too quick to judge. I'm grateful you took time to explain those dark truths to me. I know you didn't have to. He raised his eyebrows. Maybe in time you will believe what you just said. Most immortals do not value honesty. Their vast experience compels them to manipulate language and charm younger beings. But not you. I'm older. I've been in the company of mist riders, felt the touch of their powers deep in my essence, felt their magic soothing my every worry. They are too centered in their core to be manipulated. I bowed my head slightly to hide my pursed lips. Darius knew everything about me, and he obviously felt no need for any decorum between us. When he left, I hurried through my door and slammed it behind me. Chaos lay sprawled on the queen bed like a nesting vulture. I glared at him. Dude, boots on the covers? You have no clue, do you? He sat up and brushed back his long, black hair. We are surrounded by enemies, Pumpkin. The slightest slip-up and they'll come for our throats. He said that last part in a whisper. Right. His mouth turned into a hard line. The biggest impediment of all is that smarmy bastard, Darius. Stay away from him. Listen, he comes looking for me, not the other way around. He growled. And that should tell you all you need to know. What? You're telling me he intends to surrender me to horror? No. He'll work his way into your confidence. He'll make you trust him. To manipulate me, like you did. Don't be daft. No. He'll reveal deep secrets about this and that, mist riders, shadows, what have you. Then, he'll be a Samaritan and help you unlock your power, sharpen your instincts, and so on. His method never changes. Then he'll use me for his own purposes? Wrong again. For fuck's sake, try not to be so obvious. Give listening a try, eh? He'll show you what you can be, and he'll corrupt you with dreams of absolute power so the two of you can rule the world together. Wait, this is a déjà vu. This is exactly what you wanted from me. That was completely different. Because you're my brother? He slapped his forehead. Damn it, you can't get a thing right. Because no one's better than me to rule the world. I tried to stifle a laugh. I failed. His eyes sparked. Vibrating magic swam around him like an electric eel. I'm sorry, I said, hiding my grin behind my hand. It's not funny, duckling. Darius is 5,000 years old and then some. He reads people as easily as taking a breath. He'll make you doubt him just so you can feel bad about it later. He has every trick. He'll push every button. He lightly tapped a finger on the top of my head. He's a fucking demigod. Shadow warriors can't kill fucking demigods. Nobody can. A demigod, I repeated. You think immortals are unstable. You wouldn't survive a minute inside a demigod's head. Their train of thought is so wild, you'd pass out in seconds. Their objectives, their desires, their plans and aspirations, none of them make sense by human standards. I'm not human. If anything happens to me, trust no one, especially not Darius. Go to the Shadow Master, explain your connection to me, and order him to take you to my demon hounds. My mutts will serve you thereafter." "Order the Shadow Master?" He looked about. "I don't need an echo. You heard what I said." A knock on the door startled me. My senses were being lulled more and more every day in this place. "Hide," I whispered. "Do your blue smoke thing. I don't want Arsha or Nicolau finding you in my room." Chaos sneered. "Enter, golden boy!" Winter stepped in and closed the door. My heartbeat accelerated. My head reeled. I had nothing and everything to say to him. Had he really discussed my private business with his mentor behind my back? Had he killed someone he loved just to become a shadow and grow his power? And if he had it been worth it? Nope, won't do it. I wouldn't let Darius fuck with my head. I'd deal with all this, if ever, long after the horror show was over. And if myself or the world was destroyed by then, none of it even mattered. I walked into Winter's arms, and he clamped a bear hug around me. It felt good to feel a familiar warmth, like we mattered to each other. Chaos coughed. "Oi, I just ate. You two will turn my stomach." I glanced at him. "This is my room." "So it is," Chaos said. "For the record, I'd rather you trust this gobshite. That's how lowly I think of Darius." "What's this about, Darius?" Winter said. "Nothing," I said. "Nothing always means something," he replied. "Lighten up, Boy Scout," Chaos said. "Darius has been sniffing around her purified air. There's no smell he can't trace, old chum. We both know by now the mystery is no longer mysterious to his creepy sniffer. Our American girl here is clueless as ever and cozying up to the godly D-bag. Your turn to try to talk some sense into her hollow noggin." "Okay," I said. "I'd almost forgotten how offensive you could be." "It means he likes you," Winter said. "Then he must love you," I joked. Wait, what? Might they actually like each other?" Things became awkward. I decided to give them a break. "Right, so Darius knows I'm a mistwriter. That's facts. He claimed he's on my side and went as far as to say if I wanted anything, he'd make it happen." Chaos chortled. "I rest my case." He turned to Winter. "What brain fog led to you bringing her fucking here?" What options did I have? This was the only place that could cloak her essence and bar horror from entering. Any place where she would not have been served up on a big old Mist-Rider platter to that Mad Hatter Darius would have been a step up. Winter took in a sharp breath. He looked drained all of a sudden. "Let me worry about Darius. He has issues all his own. Some ominous entity has been opposing him, and he has been unable to identify it." Chaos's eyes blistered with rage. "And you led him and his ominous entity right straight to our Mist-Rider?" I stepped between them and stared up at Chaos. "You've overstayed your welcome, and I'd like to speak with Winter, alone. I'll let you two doves coo to your heart's content." On his way out, he leaned in to whisper in my ear. A little birdie told me the Umbra Dome can cloak the loudest reverberations. Oh boy, Chaos winked and mercifully left us. Chapter 9. "I'm taking a trip to the basic world," the Shadow Master explained, buttoning his cufflinks. He had summoned us shortly after Chaos left my room. I mulled over the words I had overheard inside Darius's sphere. She cannot be allowed to return to her human life. I had no idea if that conversation had taken place or if it was an illusion Darius had crafted, but I didn't want to bring it up with Winter yet. I refused to be a pawn in Darius's or anyone else's plan. I would take my time and judge for myself. The Shadow Master had an all-black Metro vibe going with his tight black shirt and suit ensemble, accented by a powder blue waistcoat and a satiny handkerchief in his blazer pocket. He was dressed hot guy formal for a night out on the town. I didn't realize I was staring until his stern gaze busted me. That's embarrassing. Out of the blue, the Shadow Master kneeled down onto one knee. He took my right hand and kept his gaze fixed on the floor as if part of a ceremony. The unexpected moment threw me. I looked to Winter for an explanation. He tilted his head and raised his shoulders slightly. I just had to go with it. "Daughter of the Dawn," the Master said, "I have been unforgivably aloof. I have not paid you the highest respect. My actions seem most regrettable, but my intentions were to shield your identity. Believe this, chosen child. I shall remain your humble servant from this day forward. There is no deed I will not attempt, no fight I will not win, no mountain I will not bring down to assure your protection and to clear a path to your destiny." What's actually happening right now? Apparently all these ancient dudes were all about doing my bidding. "Okay, I hear you and I am, grateful to you and the Order," I managed to say. "Horror will not break through these walls. As long as you stay here by our side, inside the dome, you will be under the protection of the Order." "Chaos got through," I said out of the side of my mouth. The Master stood. His hard stare was impossible to hold. He did, because I allowed it. How easily I could have ended him, but that didn't suit my wishes. He arched a brow. "Nor would it have suited your wishes." In those cold eyes, I saw the truth finally. The Master knew of my connection to chaos, and he knew I had lied to him. He allowed the whole chaos charade as a courtesy to me. He turned to Winter. He crossed one arm over his chest in allegiance. "I've had the Umbra seal recalibrated to answer to you only." Winter followed suit. "The fortress will be sealed and guarded in your absence." "Boys and their clubs." The Shadow Master bowed. "Strength and safety, friends." He grasped a black coat off a hook on the wall and left us. Winter rubbed his forehead. "There are matters to which I must attend. Are you good here?" I grabbed his arm with both hands. "There's danger lurking in the shadows of the fortress. We need to talk." "Luna, what danger?" "I don't think we're safe here. I feel it deep down in my core. Is it an instinct? Or have you actually seen something?" I exhaled heavily and shook my right hand. There's a pit in my stomach, a buzzing energy that won't fucking go away. Listen, it's hard to explain. I feel imprisoned. If I wanted to leave, no way your master would allow it. Zero chance. These very walls would prevent me, block my way somehow. Help me understand. Why would you want to leave? I don't know, but it should be my choice. He placed his big hands gently on my shoulders. As long as I'm breathing, you will always have a choice. I want to trust you, I said. More than anything, actually. Then do. Tell me anything. We'll discuss it and go from there. If you tell me you have a gut feeling, I believe you. All I know is we need to talk, I said. Go, do your stuff. Are you sure? He said. His sincerity was sexy. I'll make this as quick as possible, and we'll meet up in your room at dusk. I'll bring dinner. Finally, something we can agree on, a dinner date. Darkness spread across the valley in streaks like a spider web. I stepped out of the bathtub and wrapped myself in a bathrobe as soft as cotton candy. I tried to relax by rolling my shoulders in circles and rolling my head around my neck. The shower hadn't relaxed me like I thought it would. I pulled the plug to empty the tub, then dried myself off while various incoherent thoughts infested my mind. I didn't want to wear an umbra gown that night. I decided to go through my suitcase to see if I could come up with an outfit that would serve the purpose I had in mind. Nothing. Jeans, t-shirts, sweaters, a pair of slippers, and, hold on, my fingers touched something delicate and soft beneath 3 pairs of socks. I pulled out a sleeveless white cotton nightie with a blue ribbon on the neckline and unfolded it. It wasn't overly revealing, but it would hug my curves nicely. Oh my God, who even am I? I furiously piled everything back into the suitcase in one messy heap. How stupid would I look if Winter realized I'd been preparing myself for him? Like, was I seriously considering seducing him, right there, in that icy mausoleum? Damn you, Chaos, putting such ideas in my head. I quickly dressed in the Umbra gown and grabbed my hairbrush. What Chaos had said was probably true. The force field around the Umbra Valley was powerful enough to contain, or at least limit, magic reverberations inside the dome, including the energy fusion that sleeping with Winter would produce, effectively shielding us from horror. But what about all the apprentices and initiates in the fortress? Wouldn't they know? Sex was literally banished from Umbra. Winter would never violate the unwritten law of spirituality. All I'd managed to do was make a fool of myself. I settled down on the bed and folded my legs underneath me. It was getting darker. Winter should arrive any moment. I wished I knew the exact time, but the Shadow Lads had an aversion to clocks and watches, or any form of technology, really. Everything here was magic-infused. I glanced at the book on the nightstand, a tattered, old-time print of Milton's Paradise Lost. The reality of my dreadful aloneness spilled into my blood, dimming every dream I dared to remember. Every lost thing tugged at me with bony fingers. My eyes closed to imagine a time to come when all that I once was could live again, and the sweet comforts of anonymity would return. Strange images fluttered into my head. Horned rabbits and green unicorns and gigantic boar ghosts dancing. A battle raged in the distance, blended into the horizon. I couldn't see clearly, but I heard the roaring of two armies colliding and the hollow clanging of swords. A woman stepped out of the battle and walked straight towards me, slowly at first, then accelerating. She was old and frail, her face a network of wrinkles and ancient worries. Penelope. Danger is heading your way, daughter of time. You must flee. Ah, yes, the one who cannot be killed comes for you. No, I killed him. I killed Cerber. The winds of war are blowing, los vientos eternos. They will devour all on their path to get to you. Your savage brother cannot delay them. Your shadow lover cannot stop them. Only you. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. You are a dream. Despierta, mi hija. Your destiny is calling. Penelope shook me urgently, like she was trying to break me. You have to go, now. No, Winter will be here soon. You have been betrayed. You are a nightmare, nothing more. Wake up, Luna. I killed him. I killed the man who cannot be killed. We have to get you out, now. My eyes opened, my lungs constricted as I struggled to breathe. Darius was there bending over me. Dusterness and his convoy of eternal warriors just breached the first portal. His voice was laced with purpose and command. No, you're a phantom, I said, failing to understand. Luna, you dozed off. Get up. There's no time to waste. Dusterness cannot find you here, inside the Umbra stronghold. Chapter 10. Darius shoved me into a small elevator with a sign that read laundry transport. I balled my hands into fists to stop them from shaking. I didn't know what triggered me more, Dusterness crashing the party or the unnerving vividness of that dream with Penelope. You're mistaken, I said. Darius glanced at me with confusion. Do I strike you as someone who operates on assumptions? Well, no. He struck me as someone who never lost control. He could be lying, though. I decided to drop it. I didn't feel stupid enough or brave enough to accuse him. Are we going up or down? Sideways, he said. Like crabs. He smiled. This capsule travels across the fortress to collect laundry from all designated stations before ejecting itself into the washer's shed outside the main building. I stumbled when the capsule came to a sudden halt. The door opened with a screech. We walked out into a spacious room, illuminated by a single torch. Folded gowns and towels filled the shelves that lined the walls. 3 wooden washtubs in the middle of the room suggested they still did their laundry manually here. A loud fan circled overhead. Winter stepped out from behind a giant mound of dirty towels. His manner was calm, but behind his eyes, I sensed a storm brewing. "Is it true?" I said. He didn't say anything, which told me everything. I punched the tower of towels, and it came tumbling down. The Shadow Master assured me I'd be safe in this dreary mausoleum. You all talk endlessly about how no one but a shadow can breach the energy fields and wards. Dusturnus and his convoy can try, but per all of your promises, he cannot be allowed in. Darius stepped next to Winter. "The thing is, he's been invited." I stared at him. "Somebody, tell me he's joking." "He's not," Winter said. "They will glide through the portals. They will pass through the force field unhindered by wards. They will be granted entrance at the gate and approval by the seal." "Isn't that how you shadows get in? What, is Dusturnus a friend of the Order now?" There was more than a hint of suspicion in my voice. "Forgive me if I am interrupting." Arsha stood in the doorway, unsure if she should enter. "I invited Arsha to join us," Winter said. "She is steadfast in all her oaths. She can be trusted without reservation." Apparently, the circle of people I should trust with my deepest, most intimate secrets kept getting bigger and bigger. At this point, why don't we just pin everything on a bulletin board so everyone is kept up to date? Does it really matter? Dusturnus knows. The Eternals know. I'm definitely giving this hideout 1.5 stars on Yelp. Winter furrowed his brow. "Let's stay focused." "Sure," I said. "If only I knew what to focus on." "Dusturnus carries the Umbra signature," Darius said, trying to explain. That did ring a bell. I remembered Chaos saying he wanted his signature back. What the hell is the Umbra signature? Winter rolled up his sleeve. The tanned skin on his forearm glowed with an iridescent silver. An invisible tattoo needle inked the infinity symbol on his arm in deep purple hues. I stared at the 3 Immortals. The infinity tattoo is the signature that lets shadows enter Shadowland. Winter nodded. A simplification, but yes. How's it possible Dusturnus has it? Was he like a shadow dropout? Darius rubbed his chin. "Ah, I get it now. You make jokes when you're frustrated. He, of course, was not a dropout. There is a single being who can award the signature tattoo to an outsider." The light dawned, finally. That bastard. After all his grandiose pledges to keep me safe and guide my destiny or whatever, he ran straight to the 7th Council in Dusturnus. That whole trip to the basic world thing was a fucking smokescreen. Winter's face bent into an uncomfortable grimace. "Caution, Luna. Rash conclusions are products of a very limited scope." Said the one who limits my scope. "Go ahead, Winter. Keep drinking the wise Master Kool-Aid. As for me, I need to get out of this mousetrap pronto. How long until the Unfun Brigade arrives?" "This is their first time traveling the shadow portals, so they will not move fast," Darius said. "Maybe another 35 minutes." All 3 held the grim expressions of death row guards. I sighed, drained. There has to be a second path out of here, a secret portal, or some contingency. Every branch of the Deep Down has at least 5 hidden escape routes for every possible situation like this one. "There's one other way," Winter said, unenthused. "Another portal?" "Nightwood," Darius said. "Nightwood? Okay, let's do it. I'm an Oregon girl. I love the forest." Arsha swiped her hand across a virtual screen. A transparent hologram of a vast forest sprang to life. The tall trees were densely packed together, their dark, gigantic roots exposed, their branches sparse to barren. It looked like a scene from a Gothic novel, complete with a howling wind trickling through the creaky branches in the pale moonlight. Nightwood is filled with detestable fiends and ancient monsters waiting to set upon any soul who wanders into the woods, Arsha warned. Even shadows take precautions before venturing onto the forbidden path. I never expected it to be easy, but geez. You have survived worse, I am sure, Darius said. I glared at him. I've survived nothing. What do you know? Winter took my hand. Nightwood's not an option. Even if you managed to pass through it, Dusterness would sense you and he'd change course to find you. Nothing in Shadowland is off limits to him now. Can't you cancel his signature? You know, change the locks, revoke his shadow pass? The master put you in charge, big guy. There's protocol. A signature once awarded can only be taken back upon approval of the Shadow Council's 9 elders. Even if I cloaked your essence, I might fool Dusterness for a while, but not the eternal warriors who accompany him. No one escapes their senses once they've locked in on an etheric essence. I felt deflated, weary. So why did you bring me here? Is the plan to keep me hidden in the washroom? There is another option, Darius said. Great, because so far the options blow. You may not find this to be any better, he said. It's a complicated ritual, rarely done. I can strip you of your mist essence completely. I'm not talking about cloaking, but complete, albeit temporary removal. Not even the most skilled diviners could tell you and a basic apart. I looked to Winter. Is that possible? It is, Winter said. If done successfully, you would be able to escape through Nightwood and take shelter in the basic world. Not your place or anywhere near friends or family, of course, but any other place in the world would do for a while. Then, what are we waiting for? He turned to Darius. Have you ever performed the ritual? On 2 occasions, and long ago it was performed on me. On any other day, I would be eager to know why Darius the Undestroyable had wanted to be stripped of his essence. Not today. Winter looked at me with concern. There are risks, even a small chance you could alter or even lose your etheric essence permanently. That's not a risk, that's a bonus. Or you might lose your ability to heal, he continued unhappily. That means any virus, any injury could kill you. Damn, he's sexy when he's vulnerable. I get all that, I said. Darius, are you fully confident you can pull this off without a hitch? Master Winter mentioned the risks, and risks they are for most who practice the reverse essence ritual, but I am not most practitioners. Demigod mic drop. Do it, I said. Winter's expression hardened into an indecipherable mask. Let's be honest, there are worse risks if I fall into the hands of the Grand Magistrate of the 7th Council, I said. Winter, we both know that. We have 25 minutes, Arsha said. Darius flipped over a big wicker laundry basket and had me sit on it. The transformation will be temporary and can be reversed by you. Try to relax as much as you can, he said. Your mist core will resist, but you have to find a way to trust me and let things happen. We have little time. He walked behind me and placed his hands on my temples. My heart immediately quickened. Winter's steely eyes watched every move. Close your eyes, Darius said. I took in a deep breath and complied. Darius spoke under his breath. His words were not English or any other modern language I could recognize. They no doubt belonged to an ancient magic language, although which of the 5, I couldn't tell. His words were powerful, taking root and stripping me of my sense of physicality as Darius kept chanting. I lost sensation in my limbs and face. Concentrated swirls of creation energy breezed through me, interacting with the genetic markers of 1,000 generations of humanity. Then a bolt of hot energy struck me, piercing my core, scattering my native energy out into a spectral of singular particles of golden dust. I lost sight of everything. I no longer am. The tangible world became unmoored. All that I might have been turned hazy and floated away. The faces, the places, the aspirations. Past impulses flashed in my mind's eye. My first kiss, much-loved books, movies watched over and over, the clover honey jar Graham kept in the cupboard above the fridge, the sweater my mother knitted that summer at Sunset Beach when I learned to swim. All the embedded bits of me ran in circles until every last memory was flushed from my head. This is Luna's altered eternity. Power began to gather in my core, pulling back the electric waves that had been spilling out. Darius warned me about this. The brain fog dispersed. The tips of my fingers tingled. Stop, stupid core. I must let it happen. Listen to me. My body writhed about on the wicker basket. I felt hands strong as steel holding me down. Darius chanted louder, faster, saturated with power, his words beating on me like a hammer on an anvil, pulverizing my essence. A single word entered my mind, stunning me to stillness. Marduk. Darius spoke the magic language of the Babylonian god Marduk, the eternal language of creation itself. I let go. The hands pinning me down loosened. I became bodiless again. I slipped out of existence like a hand from a glove. Space and time joined me in ceasing to be. I was, and I was not. I became a phantom, watching a phantom in 1,000 broken mirrors of the non-world. Rise, commanded the voice. I did. When I opened my eyes, I was contained by Winter's arms. Did it work? My mouth felt like it was filled with old cobwebs. I don't know, Winter said. What day is it today? Trying to, Winter frowned. Does this mean I've lost my mind? Depends, he said with a gleam in his eyes. Did you know what the day before yesterday was? Huh? Oh, you're messing with me? Of course, he already knew I'd lost track of time in Umbra. Arsha pushed Winter away. All shadow men believe they are funny. Not just shadow men, I added. Luna, the ritual worked, she said. I'm sorry, but we have to prepare you now for the journey. We have 23 minutes. You're telling me the whole ritual took 2 minutes? Darius's eyes turned warm. For us, for you, it was an eternity. 1,000 eternities, I said, pensively. You need to be warned, Darius said. Stripping you of your essence did not strip you of your power. It's still all there, hidden underneath layers of protection. If you choose to resurrect it, your etheric essence will return uncloaked, and they will find you. It's possible to access your elemental magic without triggering the mist core, but I would advise against it. The main concern we have is that while your immortal essence is dormant, you will not have access to accelerated cellular regeneration. You mean I am mortal? Not entirely. You won't die from a virus, but yes, you can be killed by human weapons or car crashes. That type of thing. Arsha threw a long brown cape with a hood around my shoulders. You need to prepare yourself for the journey ahead. She's right, Winter said. Arsha holds the keys to the stables. You will need a horse to navigate Nightwood. And that's why he invited her. Arsha took off. Any chance her loyalties lie with the Shadow Master and she'll return with a bunch of other Shadow loyalists to arrest me? Winter shook his head. Rest your fears, Arsha is solid. Initiate Arsha's heart is pure and true, Darius said. She's still in awe that you exist. She would readily forfeit her life before betraying you. A tall man strolled through the door. He walked with the gait of someone who knew he could kick anyone's ass with little effort. He wore a long, dark cape, similar to the cape Arsha had given me. The hood hung low, concealing his brow. I caught a glimpse of his youthful face and playful gray eyes. This is Carter, my longtime squire, Darius said. He was a shadow apprentice not that long ago and has traveled by my side for nearly 2 centuries. He is principled and honest to a fault. I transferred his oath of allegiance to you. Carter will guide you out of Nightwood and make certain you arrive at your destination safely. He will remain by your side as long as his services are needed. He is your squire now." "Squire? What century is this?" "Lord Darius, I appreciate the offer, but I don't need a squire. A squire/spy, no doubt. You can't survive Nightwood on your own. You need a strong hand who has made the journey before." I gestured Winter. "I believe the magistrate will do." "The magistrate needs to stay well clear of you," Darius said. "Luna," Winter said, "I cannot leave here. The Shadow Master has bonded me to the seal. The energy holding the force field in place would destabilize, and so would the portals. I need to be here when Dusturnus arrives as well. I am the only one capable of stalling him." My heart deflated. The Shadow Master had planned all of this. I knew it. He had effectively indentured Winter to the Order so he wouldn't be able to travel with me. My chest became a boiling cauldron of rage. And Chaos? I suppose he can't go either. "Chaos is gone," Darius said. "With the crystal dagger, I presume." "That should teach me a lesson. Trust Chaos at your own risk." "Well, fine, whatever. I don't want a stranger traveling with me. I mean, if we come upon monsters with gigantic fangs, I don't want to have to worry about saving his ass on top of mine." I looked at Carter. "No offense." Carter grinned but said nothing. "I assure you, my squire can handle himself." Arsha rushed in. "Dusturnus is at the second portal. I have her outside." "Her?" We stepped out into the cool night. 2 horses waited under a shed. Carter walked to the first horse and took the reins. "I guess now is a good time to mention I can't ride a horse." Winter smiled, a warm smile that felt like spring. "This mare you can ride." Arsha whistled. The horse trotted her way over to us. My lungs filled with awe. The majestic animal whinnied. She was impressively tall, all white except for a brown stripe down the middle of her face. Her big eyes were an electric blue, her mane a metallic silver, her thick calves covered in long silver hair. A golden aura flared about her. She had no bridle, reins, or saddle because she didn't need any, and no one would dare touch her anyway. "We don't know her name," Arsha said. "We dared not give her one. She came to us centuries ago after she tired of searching for a rider and decided to retire at the Umbra Meadows." Winter squeezed my hand. "Understand, Luna, she is not your mist horse and she only has remnants of mist magic left, but she will let you ride her." It was said that mist horses would only tolerate a mist rider's touch. What if she rejects me? "She's right here," Arsha said. "Go to her." I took a final step and reached out. My fingers tingled, my ears buzzed. Music filled my head, ancient melodies, voices strange yet familiar calling my name from the deserts and high plains, from the forests and jungles. The multitudes called out to me from the ages of man, through triumphant births and devastating losses, through all the sorrows and all the joys. My knees buckled. The mist mare walked right to my hand and rubbed her face against my palm, sniffing me out. A warm sensation took over my expanding heart. It felt as if the animal was born anew, and I felt as if I had become a new mother. Next to me, Arsha's eyes became wet with tears. "It's true. The era of the Mist Riders is reborn." "It's time," Darius said. "Dusturnus's hounds are already losing your scent. They'll become frenzied to get here fast to investigate." The mare kneeled in front of me. I grabbed onto her silver mane and climbed on her back. I reached down to feel her ribcage. Her heart pounded, deep and rhythmic. Our adrenaline surged as one. Darius stepped to us. "By the time you reach your destination, your mist essence will have vanished completely. Stay out of sight and you will be safe." Winter's longing eyes found mine. "Mist Rider, ride," he said. And with that, the mist horse took off like a rocket. The passing landscape melted into a blur, and all I could do was hang on for dear life. Chapter 11. Learning to ride a horse was way far down on my bucket list, but as it turned out, riding a mist horse took 0 learning. For me, It was like instinct. Once we hit stride, my legs fused to the horse and we glided so smoothly through mist clouds it felt weightless, like flying. Carter's horse galloped behind us at a furious pace. I kept glancing back, worried we might lose them. What use was a shadow guide if my horse was always leading? In my gut, I felt the mare knew where to go, even if I didn't, but I had no way of telling her to slow down. The mist horse was in charge, not the mist rider. My body was knocked back painfully as the mare collided with a force field. She battled forward a foot at a time as if walking through thick mud. Fog rose from the ground, surrounding us completely. "Fear not," Carter said. "We have entered the portal to Nightwood." He had somehow caught up despite us not being able to see an inch beyond our noses. The fog became heavy like steam, and the horses struggled mightily against the dense portal energy. "All portals in Shadowland are entwined," Carter said. "You might see things." "Things?" I'm guessing not bunny rabbits and rainbows. The mare's heartbeat accelerated. She neighed and snorted loudly. Mist flew from her nostrils. I somehow knew to inhale it, and I did, hungrily, feeling its magic rush into my lungs and expand them. The fog opened up just enough for us to see a flash of movement ahead. The blur soon came into shape. An immortal posse on horses galloped toward us. They were distorted and moved in slow motion as if projected in the mist from a different portal, somehow interlaced with our portal. At the head, a bearded man with silver streaks in his dark hair rode a big black and white steed, a long red cape trailing behind him. Dusturnus. Who else? 6 eternal warriors followed on horseback in a V formation. They were clad in polished silver armor and Corinthian-style helmets that covered their faces and were topped by red feathers. Behind them, 2 enormous black horses drew an open wagon carrying a bronze cage big enough to hold a dozen prisoners. The procession rode past us in the haze. The cage wagon came so close I thought I could reach out and touch it. In my heart, I knew the main material used to build the cage was bonchek. A tiny sliver of that stuff punctured my skin in the sacred vault and blocked my ability to regenerate. I almost died as a result. This cage was hundreds of pounds of bonchek, an amount that could neutralize an entire supernatural village. On top of that, the cage had been infused with restraining magic meant to cut all access to energy sources. A force field hovered around the cage for good measure. There would be no escape from that contraption. This was no cage, it was a stripped-down version of an exile vortex. I felt a knotting deep in my stomach, like I was already trapped. That cage was meant for me. "Can they see us?" I said, my voice weary. "No one can see a mist horse or her rider when traveling through enchanted lands," Carter said. "Surely you know that." "In theory, yes. But I had just seen fucking Dusturnus on his way to Umbra to put me into a cage, so forgive me for making sure. I can admit it was good that Carter was there. Without him, who knows how I would have reacted to the Grand Magistrate and his hell wagon. For whatever sinister reason, Darius didn't want me in the hands of the 7th Council or Horror. I realized it might all be a setup, but at that moment it worked for me. The ground started to shake, the disturbance intensifying every few seconds until reaching seismic levels, and we were shot out of the portal like cannonballs. We tumbled violently onto the hard ground of the creepiest forest I had ever seen, and that included scary movies and dreams. Nightwood. Pale, sickly clouds swirled overhead. The air smelled of rotten eggs and pungent mildew. Enormous web-like veils hung from otherwise barren branches and oscillated in the wind like they were alive. The only sound was horse hooves clumping into the wet gray soil. We followed the muddy path that wound through towering bony trees in complete silence. About 50 feet ahead, several huge trunks were stacked on top of each other, blocking our way. Carter held his hand up and mouthed, "Ambush." A few cut logs on the ground, and he concluded it was an ambush. Set by whom exactly? but at least he remained cool as a cucumber about it. The mist mare came to a sudden halt. She shook her head and stomped her feet in the mud, then reared up on her hind legs, throwing me off her back. I rolled on the rough forest floor. Mud soiled my cape and face. The mist mare darted off into the trees and vanished. Carter dismounted and slapped his horse's rump, sending it off after the mare. What if they want the horses? They don't. It's us two-legged beasts that interest them. Now what? I said, climbing to my feet. Carter drew his sword. Horses can't fight this battle. Only enchanted blades can slice the hides of what's coming. A sudden chill ran up my spine. From the sheath on my back, I withdrew Winter's sword. My skin buzzed. My mouth tasted like copper and blood. A blood-curdling scream filled up the quiet. The cobwebs shuddered. A dull sound of metal scraping against wood came from above. An avalanche of hairy creatures the size of raccoons raced down the trees all around us. They walked on 6 spindly legs, attached to a cephalothorax. They each had 4 bulging eyes on conically shaped faces that stared viciously at us. Fangs protruded from their frothy mouths. Holy fuck, those really were cobwebs on the trees. Where had these giant 6-legged spiders been hiding? Arachnophobia was real, and I suffered from it. I'd rather have 100 snakes thrown at me than these horrific, tarantula-like monsters. Why am I not in Lapland with Yorin and Elsa? I swung the Nordic sword. The magic blade glowed purple with anger. A moment before, it had been heavy as fuck, made to serve a big, stout man, but now, in battle, it felt light as a feather in my hand. The 6-legged beasts from hell surrounded us, rocking back and forth, clicking their jaws. Their front legs ended in spiky talons, sharp like hatchets. One of them spat out a viscous, foul jelly onto a tree. The trunk where the spit landed disintegrated instantly, falling as wood chips to the ground. Note to self, never let them strip your Mist Rider essence right before you have to cross Nightwood. Carter spun his sword in circles. Those are intimidation tactics. Only a few of the hairy bastards can spit that shit. Don't get spat on. I worked that one out for myself. He darted forward, changed his mind, and swirled back to me. Also, don't let them impale you with those talons. Check. Carter charged the creatures. I swung my sword to warm up. I wouldn't draw from my energy core unless absolutely necessary. 2 of the hairy spider rats charged me. I waited until they were both inches away, slid to the left, and swung my blade through the neck of one of the critters. The head rolled to the ground, but the body kept running for another 10 strides before it went down. The second mutant spider opened its mouth and yowled, then darted up a tree like a squirrel. That's right. Mean girl with big sword is not playing. Let the other uglies know, and we can all go about our days. Carter ran past. He did his own thing, moving nonstop, dancing to a tune only he could hear, and he jumped a lot to land his strikes from above. The creatures started coming, one after another. I spun my blade, cutting and slicing at anything in my path, wildly, pretending I was in control. Sweat trickled down my face. A few creatures scurried away, but the rest kept coming at us with a frenzied focus. My sword alternated between slashing, bludgeoning, and working like a baseball bat to slap spit back at the creatures, melting limbs and faces in the process. I smoothed out my moves, becoming more precise. I learned fast, as if I had decades of fighting experience under my belt. In reality, the sword had the experience, and I was along for the ride. My hand held it, but the sword was doing the guiding. Perhaps I should have been more grateful to Winter for such a handy gift. The last of the creatures who were trying to flank me gave up and bolted for the cover of trees after one more head rolled among the pile of others on the ground. I wiped the sweat off my brow and searched for Carter. I found him fighting on a mound of rocks and debris, his hood pulled back, revealing a blonde head of thick curls. He held his ground against 2 of the spider rats that spun like dervishes, creating the illusion of a blurry wall around him, A third beast blindsided him from behind. I held my breath. I didn't even see that thing coming. Carter lost his footing and began falling. He spun around and raised his sword to block the flurry of talons trying to cut through his flesh. A fourth hungry spider rat charged from the side, its talons aiming for Carter's neck. The sword flew from my hand, glided through the air at a dizzying speed, and chopped off the creature's legs. Carter sprang to his feet and got to work, slashing through the guts of the remaining creatures with furious thrusts of his sword. The 3 giant spiders collapsed, their legs jerking violently until Carter ended their misery with one ferocious final blow. I dropped to my knees, trying to catch my breath. I had done it. I'd fought without using my mist core. There were no words to express my gratitude to Winter for the Nordic sword. Carter lay on his back, his knees bent. His wet and messy blonde hair looked like a sticky halo around his head. "You good?" "More or less," I said, "just superficial cuts and bruising." But I felt every one of them, no supercharged healing power for me anymore. Carter would heal fast as lightning, but it would take me a few aching days. "You saved my head," he said. "I'll not forget it." "Dude, forget it," I said. "I got a kick-ass sword, and besides, you might have survived anyway and regrown your body like in those immortal stories." "Those are ancient stories," he said. "I've heard them too. I've also heard of immortals living without bodies, spending eternity as talking heads. All things considered, I advise keeping your head on your shoulders." I did my best not to laugh. "Sound advice." Carter sprang to his feet. The mist horse materialized next to me out of thin air. Soon after, Carter's horse came galloping along. "How about we go?" Carter said. "Something tells me there are more of those heinous spider mutants." He marched to the trunks that blocked the path and pushed. "I don't want to veer from the intended path," he said with gritted teeth. "These woods are full of foul entities we don't want to wake up." He rolled over one of those trunks, then another. Whoa! Carter possessed colossal strength. I should have helped with the others, but he made quick work of it, rolling them next to each other like a ship-sized raft of logs. When we mounted the horses, they trotted over the gigantic trunks and kept moving through the horrors of Nightwood. After what seemed like hours of terrorful expectation, we came to a new portal. "This is our way out," Carter said. Not a moment too soon. The portal sucked us into a frenzied whirlpool and tossed us out in what seemed like seconds. We found ourselves facing quite a different manner of fortress. Modern, built with solid cement and painted charcoal gray, giving it the impression of grime and soot, it rose 10 levels above the ground with 4 distinct towers. From a distance, it might have looked like a massive rock formation more than it did a building. "You've got to be kidding me. I knew this place quite well, actually, the Pack compound." Carter and I dismounted. The mist horse neighed and trotted off to become one with the horizon. Chapter 12. The heavy portcullis groaned as it slid up to reveal a fortified iron gate. I stood in awe. How the hell did we get from Switzerland to San Diego? Carter shrugged. Lord Darius recalibrated the portal. His powers are unmatched and quite breathtaking. You think? I do, but thoughts will fall short of understanding Lord Darius. Oh, God. We have a fanboy here, but yeah, I get it. Carter's admiration of Darius managed to convince me this destination was intentional. Darius had chosen, of all places, to send me to the fortress of the local pack that housed over 200 shapeshifters, including the arrogant, hot-headed, infuriatingly confident higher alpha, Cyrus McDonnell. In what world did that make any sense? Whatever, I said. I'm not going in. Too many howlers. Carter's face hardened. I took an oath to serve and protect you. I cannot do either if I let you walk away from this stronghold. The second gate opened. A woman walked to us. I had seen her before. Native American with slick dark hair that reached her waist and dressed in black leather. She was one of Cyrus's personal guards. I'm Ayana, she said. "We're glad you made it. The higher alpha eagerly awaits you." "I'm sure he does." "Gross." We followed Ayana inside the shapeshifter fortress. We crossed an atrium with a tinted glass ceiling and entered an open lobby. No one was there, but I knew we were being watched by dozens of eyes. If I struck Ayana now with some elemental energy, I'd be shut down on the spot. Ayana keyed in something on an iPad sitting on a desk, then gestured toward a door. We crossed into a hall and stopped at an elevator. "Your rooms are on the 5th floor," she said. "Enjoy your stay." The Grand Howler Hotel. Great. The elevator was no doubt both a courtesy and a not-so-subtle troll of all of us other softer beings. Shapeshifters were hungry for physicality and a good adrenaline rush, and they'd never turn down running up a few flights of stairs. The 5th-floor hallway resembled that of a swanky hotel, elevator music sounding off through hidden speakers, consoles with gold-rimmed mirrors, and crystal vases brimming with tropical flowers, lush carpeting, abstract paintings, and several doors in a row lining both sides of the hallway. "This is your door," Ayana said, reappearing out of nowhere to hand me a key. She turned to Carter. "Your accommodation is right across the hall." Carter glanced down the hallway, his gray eyes completely focused. "Who else stays on this floor?" "You are the sole guests in this wing. I am here to attend you and will be staying just down there, 6th door on the right. If you need anything at all, just speak my name, Ayana, and I will hear you." Carter rubbed his chin. "You have wired the rooms?" "Of course not. The average shifter has a hearing range 5 times that of a regular human," Ayana said. "Werewolves twice that, but I am discreet and will listen only for my name." "Right. I guess I'll try not to mutter any anti-shifter rhetoric in my room, or any other embarrassing personal activity." Carter bared his teeth in an awkward grin. "That's fascinating. I might test that theory sooner than you think." "Whatever you need, don't hesitate." "You're saying, whatever my needs, they will be met? What's happening right now? Is Carter flirting?" She stared at him with unnerving certainty, then turned to me. "The higher alpha will be with you shortly." She bowed slightly and walked away. Yay, good times. I was about to be graced with an ego more massive than Mount Kilimanjaro. I looked to Carter and whispered, "Dude, control yourself." "I like a bit of fun," he said. "It's the 21st century, bro," I said. "Correct yourself." Carter watched as I turned the key and pushed the door open. "I will settle in and then sit guard outside your door." "What?" "No need. No shapeshifter can take me on," I muttered under my breath. Lord knew how many ears were listening. "Shapeshifters are the least of your concerns." "Do I look like I need a babysitter? You saw me fight." He spread his arms wide open. "I have one job to do, Luna. One. Don't take that away from me." I sighed. "Fine," I said, then disappeared into my room. The room was immaculate, but too big and impersonal. This was built to impress with zero subtlety. I doubted anyone had ever slept in this room. I removed my filthy cape. There were all kinds of dried gunk on it. Blood, mud, creature guts, I presumed. 2 long turs ran across the back, and several smaller ones along the sleeves. Close calls. My jeans and t-shirt were in better shape, though hardly unblemished with evidence of the onslaught. They were heavily stained. I'd have to ask Ayana for a change of clothes. I balled up the cape and dumped it in a hamper in the bathroom. I inspected my face in the mirror. A swelling bruise was forming under my left eye, and there was a gnarly cut on my lip. I washed away caked blood from my face and hands. No major injuries underneath, only a few cuts. The face I stared at in the mirror wasn't the same face that looked back at me from mirrors a year ago. My features had sharper edges. My eyes had lost their gentle curiosity and hopefulness. These were suspicious eyes, ones that sought conspiracies and betrayals everywhere. Eyes not to be fucked with. Several questions kept nagging. How did Darius know I was familiar with members of the San Diego Pack? How did he notify Cyrus of our impending arrival? More importantly, why would he send me back to San Diego? Seemed like a place horror would look. Did Winter have any part in this? Winter had warned me not that long ago that Cyrus would like nothing more than to use my magic to expand his territory. And here I was, handed to him like a nicely wrapped parcel. No way was this Winter's idea. No way! I opened the door to find Carter already standing outside, snappily dressed in black jeans, a burgundy button-down shirt, and a black leather vest. His face was clean and spotless, not a single trace of the fight left on him. I studied that face. He was so pretty he was almost feminine, despite his square jaw and bulging physique. "You clean up nicely," I said. "Where'd you get the clean clothes?" He shrugged. "Easy, just say, Ayana." "Ayana came to your room after the way you talked to her? Well, did you get some?" I whispered that last part. He looked almost offended. "I'll have you know, sex with me would last longer than 5 minutes. I have a generous nature." He raised his voice to make sure you know who heard him. I covered my ears. "Oh, that's too much information." "You did ask," he said. "No, I didn't." Carter composed himself. "So, what do you need?" "To talk, somewhere private. I know a place, just down the hall, and to the left there's a terrace. It has an iron door which should serve as a sound buffer." I followed as he moved quickly. "Must you always run from me?" A familiar voice thundered. I turned back to find Cyrus standing outside my door. "I don't know. Must you always, like back in the deep down, follow me about like a sad puppy? Oh wait, would kitten be more appropriate?" He laughed in all his smug glory, tall, muscular, somehow elegant in workout clothes. "Ha, I see your sense of humor hasn't improved, but no matter. As your gracious host, I will allow my guests some leeway." Carter raised an eyebrow at me as if to say, "What are you doing?" "I'm taking down this pup's ego a notch, that's what I'm doing." "Master Cyrus," Carter said in an ass-kissing tone, "we are truly grateful for your hospitality." Cyrus furrowed his brow. "Every time I see you, girl, there's yet another immortal by your side." "And is that a problem?" "A simple observation. Why would, pray tell, so many powerful warriors rush to the aid of such a low-level witch? Will the curiosities never end?" His sarcasm was as subtle as a sledgehammer. What did the bastard actually know? I gulped back a few unsavory responses. "You would have to ask them. I'm just a girl from Oregon." Cyrus gave me the once-over. I knew what he saw: grime, bloodstains, and bruises on a tired face. He could probably read every stain pattern like one of those forensic specialists on TV. "You look haggard," he said. I faked a smile. "Thank you for your honesty." Cyrus stiffened, becoming serious. "How about we go inside? You must have questions." None anyone would answer. Ever. Carter hurried down the hall to open my room door. Cyrus waited for me to enter and then followed. He stopped and blocked the doorway. "I must insist," Carter said, trying to enter. "Carter stays, or I'll melt your fortress to the ground," I said. Cyrus showed me his teeth, literally. "Such temper, Miss Collinsworth. You'd think I'm the one who came to you for help." "Hey, I'm more surprised than anyone to be here. I never asked for any help. Not from you, not from Carter here, or anyone. Why am I here, Cyrus, and why did you agree to have me?" Cyrus stepped aside to let Carter in. "We received dispatch from Lord Darius requesting we provide refuge for you and to keep it on the down low." He stressed key words in that sentence that left me with little doubt Darius's dispatch had told Cyrus all he needed to know. Cyrus had rightly surmised I possessed powers beyond those of a lunar witch, and he wouldn't stop digging until his curiosity was satisfied. It was a lucky break I had all that bruising from fighting the mutant spider rats of Nightwood, 'cause at least that would trick Cyrus into thinking I was immortal. Cyrus flared his nostrils as he combed back his hair with his fingers. Suddenly, I questioned whether being under his roof was much better than being locked in that cage Dusturnus had made just for me. I fixed my gaze on Cyrus. You know, Darius? I'm honoring an agreement made before my time as Pack Alpha, Cyrus explained. Darius has history with my predecessor. A knock on the door. Ayana walked in carrying a bag. I've brought you some fresh attire, she said. She laid a big Macy's bag on the bed. Hope I guessed your size right. Wow, she's already been to Macy's? Thank you, Ayana, I said, and thank you, Cyrus, for the refuge. Of course, he said. We can talk more at dinner. When they all left the room, I took the bag into the bathroom, checked for hidden cameras, and then took a very necessary shower. I washed away dirt and blood, but the memories of Nightwood weren't going to wash away anytime soon. Every time I closed my eyes, horrific images flashed. In the bag, I found underwear, socks, 2 t-shirts, 1 sweater, and 1 pair of black jeans. I quickly got dressed and stepped out of the bathroom. Cyrus was standing near the front door, leaning against the wall. I glared at him. That's creepy even for you. Relax. Your watchdog let me in. He's on the opposite side of this door. I'll need to have a word with him, I said, using a towel to dry my hair. Cyrus scrutinized my appearance from head to toe. Your bearing is more confident than I remember, your shoulders set higher, your arms more defined. You finally listened to Uncle Cyrus and spent some time at a gym. Prick. My fitness regime is none of your business. Cyrus opened the door. Thought you could use a friendly face. Emmett walked into the room. Smiling, good-natured Emmett. I'd never been happier to see anyone. Hey, little troublemaker, he said. I turned to Cyrus. Thank you. It's nothing, he said and left. I grabbed a hairbrush to untangle my wet hair. You think I'm crazy? Emmett sat on the love seat. Yeah, that's really the only option in this upside-down world. I mean, you're staying at the Pack Keep. Wow. I plopped down on the bed. Fucking bizarre. Cyrus is adamant about keeping you safe. He told you that? He told the whole pack. We had to sit through a 1-hour lecture about how everyone should be polite and assist you and stay out of your way and give you space like you're the fucking queen. I am probably the one person in there who didn't think you two had hooked up. I laughed. Not in this lifetime. Come to think of it, not in any lifetime. I hope you heard that out there, Cyrus. My reaction pleased Emmett. They can't hear. I sent them both away. Sophie, you know you have a friend in me. If you need anything or just to vent, I'm here. I'll never pry. That almost choked me up. That helps. Just your words. He grinned. Don't take this wrong, because you always look good, but you kind of look like you lost a boxing match. Is there someone who needs their ass kicked? I checked my bruised face. Not sure those creatures even had an ass. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but you have long ago ceased to surprise me. I'm sure those creatures look worse than you. Emmett, this isn't about me, really. An eternal named horror has escaped banishment. He's more powerful than any mind can conceive. No one knows what he plans to do. Emmett took my hand. I've heard. I don't know how any of this involves you, but I hope you'll stay out of trouble just this once. I have to say, I'm happy we'll both be living here. Not me, Emmett said. I have my own place in town. I stared at him with blinking puppy eyes. He chuckled. Sure, yeah, since you're here, I'll stick around for a while. Now get some rest, and don't dream about those creatures. They were fucking giant spiders, dude. Fuck. Yeah, I agreed. Those nightmares are happening. I hugged him tight and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you. Carter peeked in after Emmett walked out. Everything all right in here? I decided to give him a break and not chew him out for letting Cyrus in my room when I was showering. Yes, everything's fine. I eyed the bed. Hello, gorgeous. Never in my life had I craved a long nap more. I curled up on top of the comforter. The room began spinning. Penelope's voice echoed in my ears. Oye, mi hija. The man who cannot be killed yet lives. Ven, querida, come to me. You have to find me before it's too late. Chapter 13. Carter turned up the music to make sure no one could hear us talk. I thought his head would explode. We've been through this, Luna. I can't let you go. I glared at him. Get out of my way or I will hurt you. Carter flashed me a toothy grin. No, you won't. You sure you want to take that bet? He nodded. 100%. Then you're dumber than I thought. Listen, I get it. You're bored, but going out in town alone in the middle of the night is reckless. Oh, really? You think I'm bored? Wow, what gave me away? We've been locked up in this goddamn Howler hotel for 2 whole days. Cyrus is gone. We have no idea what's going on out in the real world, and I have these... What? You'll think I'm losing it. Try me. I have these premonitions, voices in my head talking directly to me. What do they say? Carter said. They tell me I should be somewhere, and it's not here. A grave look overtook him. Where do they want you to be? Not entirely sure. That's what I have to find out. His eyebrows came together. You're right. You are losing it. All right, I said. I'm willing to meet you in the middle. You mean you'll stay put until we hear from Lord Darius? How is that meeting in the middle? That's meeting completely on your side and doing exactly what you want. It's what the magistrate would advise. Oh, that's nice. Using the winter card again. It was his standard reply every time I suggested anything. What would the magistrate say? What would the magistrate do? Is that how the magistrate would wipe his butt? I felt like punching him every time. There was a small pause before Carter spoke again. Okay, let's hear it. What's your idea of meeting in the middle? I am willing to let you come along. He looked at the floor and closed his eyes. That would make me an accomplice. You want me to share the blame. Is that your plan? That's totally my plan. You're my squire, I said, trying not to grin. That means you have to do as directed, or else I'll make you. How? You won't use magic. We both know it. I don't need my magic. I grasped the sword from my bed and fed my anger into the blade. A wave of golden sparks rolled from the hilt all the way to the tip of the blade. Carter rolled his eyes. Nice party trick. I lost patience with arguing. I had the losing argument anyway. Time to turn tables on him. You like Ayana, huh? I do. Then why did the tall badger girl who guards the entrance whisper to her friend when you winked at her? He shrugged. Why do you think? And she's a Wolverine. Okay, well, how is screwing Miss Wolverine an effective approach to getting Ayana to take you seriously? You know what? Never mind. It's really not my business. Only correct thing you've said all day. I huffed and blew a strand of hair off my face. Carter raised an eyebrow at me. You're not smooth. I know you're trying to distract me. You're not smooth. That's childish. His face hardened. Lord Darius has the wisdom of the ages. He knew no one would come looking for you here. The pack compound is like a mirage, situated within the basic world, but functioning outside of it. It's an autonomous, well-oiled machine that doesn't allow outsiders to enter. No one would believe they'd shelter a random witchling. I set the sword down. There's something that neither you nor Darius, in all his magnificence, know. The wolf shifter that came to see me, I dated him briefly last year. That's a connection right there for you. Carter's brows came together. And who knows of this? I shrugged. I don't know, random people, but a curious mind wouldn't have to look very hard to figure it out. And the wolf is here now? He is supposed to be, but I can't find him, and that worries me. It's admirable that you always run toward trouble, but sooner or later, Luna, it will be a fool's errand, Carter said with great sincerity. One day, someone will use your good nature against you. Maybe today. I didn't get a chance to process all that. There was a knock. A young shifter rushed in when Carter opened the door. He had a boyish face and couldn't have been more than 17. Forgive the interruption, Miss Collinsworth, but you are urgently needed at the gate. Ayana, accompanied by a stodgy-looking male shifter, crossed the front atrium to meet Carter and me. A woman at the gate claims you invited her, Ayana said. Cyrus instructed us to respect your wishes, but this is not what he had in mind. I'm a grown-ass woman. I don't need Cyrus or anyone else deciding who I can see or when. She shook her head, unsure what to do. My duty is to keep you safe and to conceal your presence inside the keep. And that's appreciated, but she's already here and obviously knows I'm here, so that ship has sailed. Also, me and this guy are completely capable of protecting ourselves. Do not fear. You will not fail your duty. We're good. Okay, so we have the same goal, Carter cut in. What does this woman at the gate look like? Ayana shrugged. That's the thing. I don't know. She's dressed in leather armor, and her face is covered with a creepy Halloween mask. Same for the man who's with her. It was obvious Ayana would want nothing more than to set a couple wolf shifters on the motley twosome at the gate and be done with it. Curiosity and restlessness both nagged at me. I will see them now. Ayana suppressed a growl. As you wish. She headed back for the gate, the male shifter in tow. Carter looked pissed. You haven't invited anyone, have you? No, but whoever they are, they know I'm here, and they'll need to be dealt with. And if Dosternus is behind it, these walls won't stop him. Might as well get on with it. Get ready to fight. I, in turn, was ready to wake up my mist magic and be myself. Enough is enough. Carter squeezed the grip of his sword and nodded. Whoever was at that gate, friend or foe, we were ready for them. Ayana returned with the masked visitors. The woman approached me. There was a familiar energy about her. She was tall and youthful, with perfect posture and long strides. She pulled off her mask, shook her head, and fixed her brown curls with her fingers. Kersey, I said, overjoyed. Hello there, sister, Kersey said. You never made good on your promise for those cakes. I smiled. And you never sent a single text. She grinned. I prefer in-person communication. I glanced at the guy standing behind her. And who's this? Damn, Collinsworth, the guy said. You're so self-absorbed you can't even recognize your best friend who saved your bony butt on repeat. That voice, could it be? Phaon? He pulled off the mask, already smirking. Use your own damn eyes. I hugged him so tight I almost sucked the life out of him. Am I hallucinating? I have to be. This can't be you. It can, and it is, he said, while giving me the once-over. Has your man been beating on you? 'Cause you looking like you've been working the street, and why you in here with all the beastie boys and girls? It's a long story, I assured him, with giant spiders, but I'm fine. Big-ass spiders? Nah, I'm out, he said. I need new friends. I laughed and hugged him again. Where can we talk? Kersey said. I know a place, Carter said. Kersey raised an eyebrow. And you are? That's Carter, my squire, I said. Kersey chewed on that. Uh-huh, an immortal squire, yeah, because that makes total sense. It does, sort of. Come on, I'll explain everything. Carter led the way to an open third-floor terrace overlooking a drained swimming pool. Orange tape around the pool suggested it was under repair. "Before we start," Kersey said, "I should confirm that Winter sent me." I exhaled, relieved. I was hoping he knew where I was. "Always. He wanted me to assure you he's watching out for you." "Has the Shadow Master returned? Is Winter free to leave?" Kersey shrugged. "Winter doesn't discuss Umbra matters with me, Luna. That shadow sect is completely off-limits to outsiders. Unless you are Dusternus." I leaned over the railing. "No one is supposed to know I'm here. That's the whole point. Are you sure you weren't followed?" Kersey stared at me as if I had lost my mind. "Did you just ask me if I was followed?" "All right, Little Miss Moonshine. Your brand is blowing things up. My brand is being stealth. I'm a phantom of the night. I swim the shadows unseen. Nobody follows the guard of the 7th Council seal and lives to talk about it. How soon you forget who cloaked you inside a halo of invisibility during the metamorphic night." Oops, touched a nerve. She also came to visit me in Stockholm, and Winter's watchers were none the wiser. She turned uber serious. "Phaon has an important message for you." She stopped and fixed Carter with an inquisitive look. "I've seen you before." Carter grinned. "I very much doubt that." "Oh? Why's that?" "If we had met, I'd have given up everything to remain in the service of such a stunning Valkyrie warrior." "Not again. Give it a rest, dude." I stepped between the two Immortals. "Pay no attention to Carter. I know he sounds obtuse, but he is trustworthy. He serves me with distinction." I stopped, realizing how that might have sounded. "I mean, not in the way he implied, or would like to serve you." "Shut up, Luna. Just shut up." "I missed your gift for making things awkward," Phaon said. "My duties and my charms stay in different lanes," Carter said, "but I excel at both with distinction." Kersey laughed. "I see. You know, Luna, no matter how old they might get or how prestigious their office, men will always remain boys." Phaon's message, I suddenly had a bad feeling about it. "So, Phaon, let's hear it. What's this message you have?" "It's from Miss Penelope." My heart stopped. I had held out hope my visions of Penelope were recurring nightmares, nothing more. Phaon's eyes locked in on mine. "The seer delivers a warning that there is one whom you care about in danger, but you must not render aid, or the man who cannot be killed will rise up and come for you." I felt light on my feet, but there were no chairs on the terrace. I leaned against the railing to steady myself. "Fun message." Carter touched my shoulder. "You okay, boss?" I nodded, a bit dizzy. "Any idea what it all means?" Kersey said. I was so tired of the people in my life getting hurt because of me. So sick of horror and Dusterness and Cerber and the entire fucking necromantic flash mob. Bits and pieces, but I can't be certain. "Phaon, can you arrange a meeting with Penelope?" "I'll get Gran on it," he said. "Good. If anyone could figure this shit out, it was Celia Trice." Kersey looked down and scrunched her face at me. "What?" "You were sent here to hide from Dusterness, but I think you'd be safer with us at the Society of Immortal Sisterhood and Order of Peace Fighters. We are nothing if not elusive, and this is not a time to be isolated. You need friends you can count on." "You think the sisters would have me?" "In a heartbeat. Our sole purpose is to help out a sister in need." Carter panicked. "I strongly object to any unauthorized change of venue. We must wait to hear directly from the magistrate before any big moves." Kersey sneered. She swiped her hand as if to rid herself of a fly. She pulled a phone out of a pocket and handed it to me. "Winter mentioned you were without a phone. My number is at the top of the contact list. Text me when you make up your mind and I'll come get you." "Thank you, Kersey. You're a true friend." She grinned. "Much more than a friend, a sister." I startled awake. I sat up and checked the phone. It was 3:06 a.m. I made up my mind. In the end, it was not a hard choice. Kersey's offer was too good to turn down, and the truth was, I'd trust the Valkyrie with my life. Cyrus and Darius, on the other hand, I didn't care if Carter had basically camped outside my door. I was not going to give him a merit badge or a loyalty ribbon. I was the fucking Mist Rider, and I would not be commanded by an immortal Boy Scout. Just on cue, he knocked. "What now?" I said, irritated. Carter peeked inside the room. "You know what?" I said. "I'm sick and tired of you checking up on me every 5 minutes as if I were a fucking toddler. Why don't you go to your room and lie down for an hour? Don't you ever sleep?" He frowned. "Are you done?" "No, hell no. I don't want you snooping outside my room anymore. It's creepy. Give me some privacy or I swear to Celine, I'm going to lose it, Carter." He just stared at me and sighed. "I'm not naive, you know," I went on. "I know your true function is to spy on me and report back to Darius." He shook his head. "Being wrong is not the best evidence for not being naive. My oath of loyalty was transferred to you. A man can serve two masters. First of all, you're not my master. My mission comes from my oath, not from you. Second, I will always be loyal to Lord Darius, but right now my loyalty to you supersedes all others. It is a pledge I made willingly." "And I'm supposed to take your word for it?" "Yes, because not being naive means you understand that pledging an oath to a Mist Rider is not a thing taken lightly. Now are you done?" I was speechless. "Yeah, I think I'm done. For now." "That's great. I'm looking forward to your next microaggression. You might want to powder your nose, Luna, because there's a visitor of great importance waiting to see you." Chapter 14. The door to the suite was left open a crack. Carter had left without a word, which was unusual and made me nervous. I peeked through the slight opening. The room was dimly lit with a low ceiling, a dining table and chairs, and a rustic hutch cabinet with glass doors. A man was sitting at the table, perfectly still among the shadows of 2 candles flickering in front of him. A loose string of Christmas lights hung above his hooded head. He stared at the wall, or maybe at nothing at all. I gripped my sword. It felt warm, like it had been out baking in the sun. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the suite. The man turned his head. The door closed shut behind me. The sword grip grew hotter in my hand like it had caught fire. I caught a glimpse of the blade that glowed through the sheath with an electric blue sheen at the same time the man pulled back the hood. My heart boomed in my ears. I closed the distance between us and fell into his arms. Winter held me firmly to his chest. "I hoped it would be you," I said, but Carter was so damn cryptic. "I asked for complete discretion," Winter said. "This is the only room that I was able to adequately cloak." "Did you see the Shadow Master? I was worried he would make you pay for my absence and try to imprison you or worse. I mean, I have no idea what anyone's capable of to get what they want." "Luna, sit." I took a seat next to him. Something in his tone told me nothing good was going to come out of his mouth. Indeed, I spoke with the High Master at length. He assured me he is not the one who let Dusturnus inside Umbra, and I believe him. There is no force on Earth that will stop him from getting to the bottom of that mystery. Whoever was responsible will live to regret it. That was all well and good, but the Shadow Master was Winter's blind spot. Vengeance, regret, those are man fantasies. I want real-world answers and then solutions. We want that too, Luna, especially the High Master. Does he know he sounds like a cult member? And what about Dusturnus? Did you get anything out of him? I would have loved to be a fly on the wall just to see his frustrated face when he realized his prized calf had escaped his clutches. Winter took a moment to choose his words carefully. I have no doubt that horror promised Dusturnus great power. Oh, buddy, I'm afraid that makes you the last to know. It was hard for Winter to accept that the grand magistrate of the council to which he had dedicated centuries was an unscrupulous, egotistical bastard whose only goal was to engorge himself on power and control. How about we change the subject? Does Darius know you're here? I don't answer to Darius or anyone else, he said. Not anymore. I am my own man now, following my own principles. I punched his shoulder. Look what happened when you let Darius control the situation. I'm patient zero at the Shifter Hotel and Asylum. He rubbed his shoulder. I trusted the Mist Horse to get you to safety, not Darius. Her instincts are impeccable. She would not leave you in the care of traitorous hosts. Yeah, well, a loyalist one day is a traitor the next. That's literally the origin story for every traitor ever. And the horse is long gone like I should be. Ever been watched for days by Cyrus McDonnell and his lackeys? Let's just say I'm not living my best life. Winter's eyes turned icy. Has he threatened you? Made your life hard? Has he made advances? I rolled my eyes. Relax, you idiot. Not every man on the planet is besotted with my charms. I think any man with sense would notice the allure of you, the beauty, the magic, the stubbornness, the fearlessness. The way he spoke gave me pause. I refrained from the usual snarky joke born from sexual frustration. He had a sincere sense of urgency, a desire to be understood in his ragged voice. Jonas, this is hardly the time. He moved closer, just an inch or two, but there was definitely a shift. Time is what we make it, he said with a voice deeper and more hoarse than usual. Every moment I'm not touching you is a wasted moment. My heartbeat took off like a rocket. Can we? He knew what I meant. You were stripped of your essence, but not your energy. We can't consummate. Ah, do you want to consummate? Can't believe I just said that. One more nudging of his body toward mine. It's all I want. Fuck. My curiosity sent shivers along my skin. I needed not to have shivers or curiosity. I had no doubt Winter had a truckload of experience he had yet to use on me. This time, every level of his game became more exhilarating than the last. Being this close to danger was kind of our thing. His strong hand landed on my shoulder so gently. I took a deep breath before I turned to face him. What do you want? All these words? Why now? It seems reckless. My eyes closed, breathless, as his hand caressed my neck. His other hand found a home on my knee. The barely moving tips of his fingers tickled me. My blood raced through my veins. I lost the ability to think. Still more fingertips found my cheek and ear, moving like a paintbrush drawing color to my surfaces. I want to hold you until the world ends, he whispered as his thumb gently touched my lower lip. Is that too much to ask? He'll get both wishes if he keeps this up. Winter moved his face next to mine. His hand held the back of my head. He knew I loved the way he kissed me, so he made me wait, making all my muscles ache until his lips found mine. I did not resist, nor could I. His tongue forced its way into my mouth, mingling with my eager tongue. I was defeated and needy. I threw my arms around his neck and ran my fingers through his thick, gorgeous hair. I kissed him back hastily, clumsily, desperately. His essence buzzed into my blood and bones. My lungs fought for more oxygen. Every part of my body was trying to get closer to him, to press firmly against him, to know his skin and muscles and manic pulse. Let the world end. This is a death of our choosing. Wait, what? A panic erupted deep inside me. We can't do this. In my heart, I knew Winter was losing control. I didn't know what happened when Shadows lost control. I had to be the one to stop us before I was overwhelmed by him, which was already happening. I pushed him away. He pulled his head back to look at me. I'd never seen his eyes look darker or hungrier. You said we couldn't do this. He took a long, deep breath. Yeah, but that's back when I gave a shit. Now I just want you. I need this more than my next breath. This is not like you. You're always in control. He closed his eyes. I'm in control for the first time. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, Luna. Those were unsettling sentiments coming from a shadow warrior. It finally dawned on me. Winter was overcompensating. He felt guilty. We fell silent. The flickering of the candles and the Christmas lights created a strange play of light and shadow. He reached over to play with the strand of my hair. Winter, I've had this feeling someone is trying to keep us apart. He nodded. I know what you mean. I feel it too. Kersey brought Faye on to visit, I said. He had a message from Penelope. What was the message? She seems to think that Cerber isn't dead. She also had a cryptic warning about not helping some friend in danger. It worries me, because so far she's always been spot on. Frustration erupted across his handsome features. Cerber is dead, I checked myself. There was no life force left in him. Okay, I believe you. But doesn't horror play by a whole different set of rules? He might have some special voodoo for a fellow necromancer. That would take a hell of a lot of power and likely reduce horror to a weakened condition, which would make him immediately vulnerable for recapture. It could take him days or weeks to be restored. Maybe it's not Cerber then. Maybe it's someone like Cerber. Whatever the case, Penelope is convinced he will come for me. Let him then. He will find me by your side. My immortal protector. That's sweet, but I like the way you're put together. I want to keep you just as you are, in one piece. You have little faith in me. I have too much faith in you. That's the problem. You would stick your neck out too far. I took his hands in mine. I didn't want him to leave. I wanted to ask him to spend the night next to me in my bed. A loud noise boomed inside my head, echoing off the walls. That terrible noise! Winter was at a loss. What noise? A cyclone of magic burst through me, shocking my core. Scalding heat surged through my veins, bending me over in excruciating pain. A white light pulsed before me, shaped like a crystal ball. Inside the throbbing orb, words written in black script splashed about a sea of blood. Tendrils of blue smoke crept out of the crystal ball. Raw power reverberated through the room, shaking its foundations. I tried to push back, but was immediately sucked into a black vortex. I stumbled. I bled from my nose and my ears, the blood pooling around my feet. I bit my own lip hard and tasted more blood spill onto my tongue. Blood. And more blood. Blood everywhere. An arm wrapped around me, strong, loving, supporting me, channeling some of his magic into me. The vortex became transparent, a winding path forming inside it, a connective path. A man's deep voice roared into my face. Sister, I am trapped. I felt his plea in my blood, like the explosion of 1,000 suns. Then, the power slid around me as the vortex dissipated. I plunged down to the floor, unable to move. Winter gathered me up into his muscular arms. I lifted my head. It's chaos. He's the one who's in danger, I mumbled, still tasting blood. Penelope's warning. Chapter 15. I couldn't stop shaking. For the first time, chaos had reached out to me telepathically from afar, opening up a two-way connective path between us. The bond was in every way more intense than the one he had rendered in the Umbra Fortress when he made me lie to the Shadow Master. I searched for traces of blood on me and found none. The bleeding had been an illusion. I tried to explain all that to Winter, but was afraid it spilled out of my mouth as incoherent rambling. Winter kissed my clammy forehead. It's okay, he said. I understand everything. Chaos unlocked the blood connection he forged with you when you were an infant. He let me experience his essence and see into his thoughts the way he has done with me. He's in danger, Winter. Wherever he is, he's not free. Winter lowered his gaze, hesitating to speak. You know something, I said. Come on, don't do that thing where you cleverly shape the truth to mislead. I'm too tired to do that. The truth is, Chaos never left Shadowland. He was forcibly removed and taken into custody. You knew, and yet you said nothing? Why? Because of what goes through your head right now. You have no idea. Chaos asked for my help, Winter. I'm not going to let him down. And what would you do exactly? I have people looking into it. I'm not going to sit idly around and let it play out. Trust me, Luna, I got this. I barely cared what he said. Who would abduct Chaos? I mean, who even has the power to even think they could? Turns out that Dusternus didn't come to the Umbra domain for you. I doubt he even knew you were there. I started putting things together. Darius. He said Chaos was gone. He was wrong, Winter said. Or he lied. Everything that slick bastard says is a lie. He didn't respond. You were there, Winter. Why didn't you stop Dusternus? He arrived at the gate by himself. The Eternal Warriors had found access to an old hidden portal that led them straight to the guest rooms. By the time I figured out what was happening, they were gone. Explain how they got Chaos in the cage. What magic subdued him? I can't imagine he'd go down without taking the whole fortress down as well. That's the million-dollar question, and I don't have the answer. You think Dusternus is delivering Chaos to horror? Most certainly. His lack of hesitation alarmed me. Horror will get his prize, and Dusternus will get his reward, I said. And for the rest of us, an age of nightmares will have begun. Chaos has a rap sheet a mile long. Sedition and treason are among the charges the Seventh Council has brought against him. Dusternus intends to hand him over to horror as a gesture of allegiance, and many will feel he's justified. Dusternus intends to preside over all immortal councils and dismantle the deep-down leadership to rule the magic world himself. Completely dreadful. And someone inside your little shadow sect gave him the keys to his success. Yeah, I can't deny it. One of my own did this. I slapped my thigh. There's no argument then. To get answers, we have to start with your council. He shook his head. That's suicide. I can't allow it. I wasn't asking for permission, Jonas. You can come with me or not. The person who has committed suicide is the traitorous scum who messed with my brother and therefore me. It will prove a very bad career move, shadow or no shadow. I'm going to get answers, and I'm going to find Chaos. Luna, be reasonable. Tell me to be reasonable again, and I'll walk straight into the Seventh Council Viper Nest and demand they free my brother. And risk starting a war? War seems to be inevitable. He sighed. I'm doing everything in my power to locate Chaos. I'm just asking you to take a few breaths. Give me a chance. I'll give you 12 hours, then I'm knocking over everything. Winter sneered. The little girl playing in the sand. She's grown up, and she's not playing. Winter got up. 12 hours. You gave me your word. Yes, I'll wait, but then we're on my time and all bets are off. And I'm not spending another fucking minute here. Kersey offered me more suitable lodgings with the Sisterhood, and I'm so there. Darius can go fuck himself. He smiled. Makes sense. I leave that to you. Thanks for leaving it to me, I said, spoken like a true chauvinist. You're in a bad mood, he said. Oh, you're the guy who tells women what mood they're in. You're really touching all the bases today. I didn't mean anything, Luna. Can we fry me later and concentrate on these bigger fishes for now? We can, I said, with a frustrated sigh. You call your shots. I'll call mine, Winter said. We'll go solo, but I need those 12 hours. I decided to ease up on him. The chief magistrate is going rogue. I'm actually kinda proud of you. Dusternus is the one who's gone rogue. Finally, he was starting to see the light. Those figureheads that had ruled his life for millennia were not infallible. In the end, they proved to be as self-serving as all authorities left in power too long. Sooner or later, everyone who stands in their path to more power will be targeted for annihilation. "I'll meet you at the sisterhood when I have something," he said. He hesitated to embrace me, so I rolled my eyes and gave the idiot a big, long hug. He took his chances and kissed me. My knees weakened. I was never really mad at him. "Promise me you're not going to disappear on me. Not this time." "I'll be by your side when it matters." I punched his ribs. "Promise, Jonas." "I promise, of course." Every time he left, it stunned my body. I trudged up to my room. Carter was nowhere to be found. Maybe I got through to him. I texted Kersey that I was ready and started packing. I only had a few possessions in the room, mainly the sword and some clothing. I had given Winter 12 hours to figure out the exact location where chaos was held, but my money was on the underground courts of the 7th Council. I knew the longer we waited, the higher the chances they'd move chaos to a more remote location harder to penetrate. Kersey texted back, "Meet at the small dog park behind the keep in 1 hour." I saw no reason to wait. I'd sneak out now that Carter was in dreamland and wait for Kersey at the park. The sun wouldn't come out for another hour or so, but I'd use some moon energy to throw a cloaking spell around me. I was done with hiding. It was time I took control and took a walk. I gathered my things and opened the door. Cyrus stood outside, his hulky figure blocking my way. "Going somewhere?" he said. I composed myself. "You'll be glad to know you no longer have to provide refuge, though I really appreciate the hospitality." I eyed an opening to get around him, but he repositioned himself just enough to block my advance. "Unsavory beasts have been circling the keep," he said. "Every now and again they howl. We tried to chase them off, but they always return. The curious thing is, they seem fixated on your window." I stared at him. "Beasts? What type of beasts?" "Have a look for yourself." I stepped back inside the room. Cyrus followed me to the window, passing me just in time to slide it open. I was on the 5th floor, and it was still quite dark. Yet, what I saw not 20 feet outside the keep was clear. The beasts were demon hounds. They sensed me and moved toward my window in great numbers. Their drooling snouts wailed out moaning laments. Their lord had sent them to me. The hounds could smell his blood inside my veins. I turned to my host and gave him a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about, Cyrus. They're mine. I'll be taking them with me." Cyrus arched an eyebrow. "They are yours? These are demon hounds." "Yeah, they are. I'm aware." He grinned. "What strange abomination are you, Collinsworth?" I laughed. "I bet you say that to all the girls. As much as I would love to stay and be wowed by your charm, there's somewhere I need to be." "You need to be here," he said. "You can't just go frolicking off with a pack of demon hounds. If they don't chew on your pretty little eye sockets, they will lead you into some enchanted grove that is a gateway straight to where you don't want to be." "Listen, Cyrus, that almost sounded like you cared, which frankly I wasn't prepared for. But right now, I need you to get out of my way." He eyed my sword. "You carry a medieval blade." "It's a replica," I said too quick. "Lying is definitely not one of your powers," he said. "Listen, whatever you are, I know you were only recently born on this earth, Sophie. That means you're prone to foolish impulses. Those hounds look hungry for blood." "Not my blood, you misplaced uncle. I'm no longer your concern. Darius will never understand why I let you walk out in the middle of the night into the middle of a hungry pack of demon hounds. Good thing Darius isn't my daddy. Sophie, there's just no way." "Oh, you idiot. I realize the position you are in, I do, but I give 0 fucks whatsoever right now, so don't make me hurt you." Cyrus fixed 2 simmering eyes on me. His lips curved into a mocking grin. Red sparks flared inside his irises. I was ready for him to shift into a black panther and attack me. Carter burst into the room. He eyed Cyrus suspiciously. "I have to ask you to step away from my charge." Cyrus scoffed. "Your charge is about to take off behind your back." God damn it, Cyrus. I was this close to sneaking out. "I fail to see how this is any of your business," Carter said. "Take that, Alpha Kitty." "Maybe you should take your assignment more seriously," Cyrus said. "Ah, dude, I'm right here, and I'm not an assignment. I'm a witch who can manipulate huge electromagnetic and kinetic forces, and you really, really don't want to get on my bad side. Now, if you don't mind, I need to speak with my friend, Carter." Cyrus considered me for a good while before he turned to Carter. "Talk some sense into your friend. Important people care for her well-being. Don't let it all be for nothing." I resisted slamming the door behind his back. Inhaling, I accessed my energy core to seal the room so no one could hear us talk. Carter started pacing the room. "Look," I said, "we both know what you're going to say, so let's skip that whole drama. It will just piss me off. I need to tell you that your noble lord's intentions aren't so noble." He lied to me. "I'm gone, Carter. Kersey will be here soon, and there's no force on this planet that will stop me from leaving with her. If Darius unloads on you, tell him the truth. This was all me. Tell him I broke my promise and used mist magic on you, or I seduced a shifter to help me sneak out, or whatever makes you look good." Carter unsheathed his sword, and I still suck at debate. "I was being dramatic, man. I'm not gonna fight you." He offered me the sword and went down on one knee. Are you, asking me to behead you?" "I'm asking you to cut off my bond to Lord Darius. My allegiance is to you only. Please, Luna, take the sword." I did. The sword was a light gladius with a soft grip. I'd seen Carter use it. His technique was a sight to behold. "What do you want me to do?" "Cut the bond." "So, this is happening." Instinctively, I touched the edge of the blade to his shoulder. The sword buzzed, tingling in my hand. "You have to draw blood," Carter said. "Don't worry. I'll heal." "Carter, dude, I'm really not worth all this." "A mist rider is always worthy. I choose you, Luna. It's an easy choice." I nicked the side of his neck. A ribbon of crimson licked at the blade, painting it red. "With my blood, my bond is transferred," Carter said with great reverence. "My oath is to you, daughter of the mist, for all time to come." I licked my lips. "I accept your oath and ask that you be a friend first and that you should live by your own free will. With that, your oath to Darius is no more." I pulled him to his feet and returned his sword to him. "Good," he said, completely having second thoughts. "Cyrus, no doubt, has run to Darius," I said. "We likely will have to fight our way out." "Some fun," Carter said, manic grin on his face. We packed, prepared, and made our way to the gate unimpeded. Cyrus lifted his head at the gate to watch us approach. 10 eager shifters licked their lips behind him. "If you walk your millennial butt out that door," he said, "I can no longer protect you, reckless witch." I raised my blade. It shimmered an angry purple. "Understood." Cyrus flared his nostrils. "A witch with an Immortals sword. Is it any wonder my blood senses trouble?" We stared at each other, neither willing to look away. A shifter walked to Cyrus. "My alpha, the demon dogs are gathering." Immediately, the demon hounds began howling. It was a soul-scraping cacophony of high-pitched wailing that made our eardrums ache. Claws scratched at wood and metal and pavement. The hounds crashed into the gates like battering rams, startling us all. "Tell them to stand down," Cyrus said through gritted teeth. "I will not. Let me pass." Another crash at the gates caused rage to boil in his eyes. He reviewed all his options in his head. It didn't take long. He had none. He stepped aside, and his guards did likewise. They wanted us gone, even more than they wanted to fight us. I stepped next to him. No promise from Darius is what it seems. That old bastard is a master of manipulation. Don't trust him. Okay, maybe I'm being a wee bit of a worrywart, Carter said. But are we sure we want to go through that gate, now, before dawn, with the hungry fiends of hell frenzied for flesh? Brace yourself, big guy, I said. The demon hounds are with us. I'll tell you a secret. I have no idea if they'll understand a thing I say. Carter didn't miss a beat. It would be good if they didn't eat us, though, right? If they understood that little nuance, we'd be off to a good start. Yeah, but I'm not even sure of that. He shook his head. Seems I signed up for a shit job then. We laughed gleefully, looking completely insane to the shifters. Ayana ran up to watch us go, her eyes fixed on Carter. The heavy gate slid open. 2 demon hounds squeezed themselves through as soon as they could, barking angrily, their long snouts drooling. Sit down, I ordered them. The beasts complied, sitting back on their hind legs and staring at me, unblinking. They were bigger than Irish wolfhounds, and their dark hides were more grime and filth than they were fur. We stepped outside. The hounds went crazy when they saw me, howling, rolling on the ground and running in circles. There were a few dozen of them. Carter whistled loudly. The hounds ignored him. I raised one arm. All right, that's enough. The death doggies froze. I'm free now. Good work, my little demons. Go back to your camp or wherever. I'll call you when I need you. The demon hounds stared at me, almost sadly, then dispersed and vanished into blue smoke. That was rad, Carter said. Did that really happen? Or did we just eat a bunch of mushrooms? A single little hound walked to me, whimpering, tongue hanging. I sighed. All right, pup, you can stay, but only if you obey. The ugly pup responded with a single, happy bark. Chapter 16. The Sisterhood was housed above a coffeehouse bookstore owned and run by its members. It was a cute 3-story colonial style, blue and orange building with white awnings, overlooking Breakwater Way Beach. We sat on the second-floor balcony, admiring the crashing surf. Kirsty brought a big ceramic coffee pot and poured the hot liquid into white espresso cups. The sun had begun its ascension in the cloudless June sky, mixing its yellows and oranges into the ocean blue. I took a sip of the coffee. It's delicious. I've an unfair advantage, Kirsty said. I've been brewing coffee since the 18th century. I smiled. And the cakes. In the oven, she said with a wink. The sisters definitely have good taste, I said. How did you come up with the idea for the shop? Not sure. Boredom, probably. It's been so long since we started at this. We have several of these shops around the world. And do you run all of them yourselves? No, that would be hard. We hire staff to do most of the work while we plot out how to achieve world peace and support women in need. I pushed my hair behind my ear, acting like a movie star. Well, I do come highly recommended and with coffee shop experience. Kirsty grinned. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, work the shop, whatever, but I think you have bigger challenges ahead. I rolled my eyes. Don't remind me. Kirsty's expression changed. Luna, what are you planning to do with that thing? You mean the demon pup? Yeah, that. Would it be okay if it stays in the backyard for now? Sure, but I mean, we don't even know what it is exactly, what it eats, how long it will howl. It's not really a dog, Luna. I know. The pup will stay with me until I free Chaos, which I'm planning on making happen soon. Winter has 6 more hours to produce his intel, or I'm going in. She squinted. Have you really thought this through? I fully realize there's more to you than meets the eye, but you're no match for dusterness. I didn't know what to tell her. From her perspective, I was a lunar witch set on destroying herself by confronting the Seventh Council to free a shadow warrior from captivity. She must have thought I was dumb or suicidal. "It's not that I don't see it," Kersey went on. "You're not your average witch. Winter has never explained your whole story, nor have I asked, but I've known him long enough to know you're the secret he holds deepest." Kersey had been there for me time and again, putting herself at risk. Trusting her with the truth was the least I could do to thank her. It would demonstrate the level of trust I had in her, and it would be invaluable to have a woman I could confide in who could really understand. "Kersey, I don't want to do this anymore," I said. "I'll tell you everything." She leaned forward ever so slightly. "I'm not a lunar witch. They chose that for me because that's what my kind does. I only found this out last year myself, and it came as a complete shock. I was, and maybe still am, in denial. I've struggled to accept it. Okay, as your friend, now you have me worried." I took a long sip to work up the courage. "I'm a mist rider." Kersey leaned back, unable to form an expression. "Winter watched me my whole life." She looked innocent for the first time. "I suspected something big," she said, marveling. "But this, I can't even quite believe it." "That was my take exactly," I said. "And don't think I've taken on any new wisdom or sense of purpose because I'm still fucking clueless." "But you are capable. I've seen it with my own eyes," she said. "We all believe in you, and you need to start believing because you're fierce." "Ah, you're sweet. But I hope now you can see why I can't just sit idly by and allow dusterness to surrender chaos to horror." Kersey nodded. "Okay, but would chaos do the same for you? Would he risk everything to save you?" "He has done that already, and even if he hadn't, on principle alone, I can't let dusterness win." "No, you can't. And I'm with you. Count me in." "I guess it's my turn to wonder," I said. "Is it that easy for you to go against your own council and its grand magistrate?" "You have no idea," she said, enthused. "It's way past time someone took on that power-hungry asshole." "Look at you with your claws out," I said, "and your eyes are mesmerizing when they spark up silver like that." "Violence is my boyfriend," she said with a wink. Kersey grabbed my forearm, and I did the same, our hands locked around our arms. "Whenever you need me, Mist Rider, say the word and I'll be there. When you live as long as I have, purpose is the rarest gift. I welcome this." Tears welled in my eyes. "And I welcome a true sister." "Fair, Valkyrie," Carter said from the sidewalk below. "That smell is driving me crazy. Any chance I can have a spot of coffee?" We leaned over the balcony railing. Carter stood there, using one arm to shield his eyes from the sun, surfboard tucked under his other arm. His blonde hair glistened with seawater and salt. "There's a pot in the kitchen, surfer boy," Kersey said. "Help yourself." Carter touched his chest, then blew a kiss to Kersey. "I hate to blow up his game," I said. "But as a friend, I must urge caution with Carter. He pretty much makes a pass at anything that breathes. And it's not subtle. He lavishes attention and compliments and acts love-struck. The funny thing is, in the moment, he believes it. He's kind of sincere." Kersey chuckled. "Are you advising me on matters of the heart?" "I'm just saying, he comes on a little strong." I felt ridiculous. Kersey had over 1,000 years of experience. "I'm touched that you're looking out for me. But I've outgrown men. These days, I am drawn exclusively to much lovelier companions." My phone buzzed. "It's Winter," I said. "I can't believe he actually sent a text. He says he's in the tunnels. Do you know what that means?" "There's a network of underground tunnels built by the troglodytes many moons ago. One of the tunnels leads straight to the coffeehouse's cellar." I followed Kersey down the stairs to an arched entryway that opened up to a large cellar. Bottles of wine, brandy, and sherry, cheese rolls, and sacks of flour sat on metal shelves that lined the walls. Kirsty pushed a heavy wooden table out of the way and rolled up the carpet underneath. A small trapdoor stared at us. Kirsty grabbed a key from a wall hook and unlocked the trapdoor. Seconds later, Winter climbed out of the narrow hole. He reached back and helped Arsha out. He wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me in for a quick kiss on my lips. Okay, I guess we're going public with our, whatever it is. Good to see you too, I said. So, talk to us. His blue eyes beamed. Your instincts were on target. Chaos is being held in the detention cells of the 7th Council Magistrate Courts. That's great, I said. Thank God Dusturnus lacks imagination. I have to move fast before he throws out a red carpet for horror. Winter crossed his arms. Your plan is to go in alone? I shrugged. I'll need an escort to get me there. Kirsty has offered. From now on, we ride together, Kirsty said. My sword is her sword. As is mine, Arsha said. Winter studied Kirsty's face. Luna's told you everything? Kirsty nodded. In her own time, yes. We had a moment. She started pacing and plotting. We'll get Herya involved. She'll gather the Valkyries. Winter shook his head. We can't go in guns blazing. They'll see us coming for miles. This needs to be a surgical strike. Just the 4 of us. I liked how his heavenly voice said us. What's our protocol? Arsha said. I'll distract Dusturnus while Kirsty leads you two to the cells. She knows the magistrate courts like the back of her hand. He looked to Kirsty. This isn't a thunder and might job. It needs to be quick and stealth. Done and done, Kirsty said. What if Dusturnus isn't fooled and senses a disturbance? Arsha said. Then it becomes a thunder and might job, and I'll be there to subdue him if it comes to that. I'll buy you enough time to complete the mission. Kirsty frowned. Winter, you are a true warrior and as powerful as any 3 Immortals. But Dusturnus cannot be overpowered easily, and he'll have guards nearby. You will be in the worst possible spot. Winter shrugged. It'll work. It has to. And I don't mind that spot. I eyed him with venom. Sacrifice yourself, and I'll make horror bring you back to life, just so I can kill you myself. Don't be a hero. I mean it. No time for sweet talk, darling. Kirsty took Arsha by the arm. Have you seen my place? She said. I have a charming guest room where you can freshen up after all that tunneling. The 2 immortal women hurried away to leave us alone. I looked up into Winter's eyes. Why do I want to punch you and kiss you at the same time all the time? Don't know, Winter said, but I'm into both, so go for it. Behave for a second. I'm trying to say something before I lose my nerve. The floor is yours. Everything I have is yours. Stop it. No flirting. I'm trying to think. I like it when you think. Jesus, man. So why are you making thinking impossible? I'll stop, he said. You won't. I won't. I know. I don't want you to. We moved closer. My hand fell into his hand. That's all I need, he said, staring at our hands. My life has gone to hell since I met you, I said. He laughed. The prick. Why are you laughing, you barbaric ass? What else can I do? Huh, this man. I don't know, just kiss me already. The corner of his mouth lifted. I could see that smile even after I closed my eyes, even after he lifted me off my feet. Chapter 17. The subterranean passages that led to the holding cells of the magistrate courts wound deeper and deeper below ground. The massive catacombs and caverns were mostly abandoned, remnants of a time when immortals gathered in greater numbers in fewer locations. Kirsty walked ahead and Arsha behind, leaving me in the middle. We were shielded by my light energy field. Kirsty knew where every security sensor was hidden and somehow disabled them briefly as we passed through each zone with that uncanny ability of Immortals to block technology. When we reached a gate protected by multiple barriers enhanced by complex wards, my pulse quickened. "Are we there?" I whispered. "Almost," Kirsty said. She swiped her palm across the gate. Energy flickered to her fingertips. The energy flowed smoothly to the gate, which slid silently open. We walked slowly through the gate, protected by my shield. We relaxed as we entered an empty cavern, but then 2 guards nonchalantly walked into the cavern. Everyone stopped and stared at each other in shock. Disbelief darkened their features. There must have been a bounty on my head. They reached for their swords. I reacted. Energy surged from my hand to blast the guards when they took their first steps to charge us. It knocked them back, and the transparent field encircled them in crisscrossing electromagnetic forces, trapping them inside. I dragged the field to me with them inside. The guards spun inside the cell of finely threaded energy I had crafted, glaring with hatred. They swore and growled, but not a sound escaped. "Wow," Arsha said. "How long can you keep them trapped like this?" "Long enough, I think." With the remaining energy on my fingers, I spun a lasso and tethered it to the nearest ley line. I didn't even know how I managed to locate one, but I hoped it would keep the force field fed for a while. "This way," Kirsty said, running to a smaller gate on the side. We entered a room illuminated with bright light. The white walls reflected the light, nearly blinding our stunned eyes. We had found the main control room of the magistrate court's surveillance systems. There were panels and embedded screens monitoring the network of tunnels, but no one was actually monitoring the monitors. Kirsty pressed a button. All monitors went black. A panel on the wall slid to the left, revealing a secret opening. We dashed down the hidden hallway to an elevator shaft leading to the lowest levels underground. "I've overridden the controls," Kirsty said. "We have about 10 minutes. The elevator door opened, and as soon as we stepped inside, it plunged rapidly even as the door was still closing. "This is the creepiest place," Arsha said, "and I live in Shadowland." Both Kirsty and I were amused, but only for an instant as we descended deeper and deeper into the bowels of the ancient court's dungeon. Sandwiched between the 2 immortal warriors, I felt like a child. The elevator started to slow gradually, before coming to a sudden halt at the bottom level, where the maximum security cells were located. The air down here was cooler. I took a deep breath. The door opened to total darkness. I thrust a beam of light ahead of us, then took the first step out into the humid, unlit tunnel. Kirsty triggered the lock on the elevator to block access from the higher levels. We treaded cautiously, keeping our eyes fixed on the sliding doors at the end of the hall that my light fell on. Those were the doors that led to the cells where chaos was likely kept. Kirsty keyed a code into a wall panel, and the doors slid open. 6 metal doors ran down the length of a narrow hallway beyond the sliding doors. Kirsty stopped in front of the first door, triggered the lock and kicked it open. A shivering cold blew out from the cell. We stepped inside the dim room. The floor was wet and sticky. 3 bodies were shackled to the back wall. I felt their ever-dying life forces aching inside them. They had been there a while, stripped of their immortal essence and left to rot in an agonizing eternity. They must be the renegade immortals Chaos had mentioned before. Their musculature had melted away to skin and bones. Instead of clothes, they wore deep lacerations, dark bruises, and burns all over their bodies. They didn't bother to lift their heads. They had long ago ceased to be social creatures. Frost covered their lips and eyebrows. The stench was almost unbearable. There was no sign of Chaos. "Next door, now," Kirsty said. I stayed put. "I want to free them." Kirsty touched my shoulder. "We have to stay focused." "This is inhuman," I said. "No one should suffer like this for eternity, no matter what they did." "I'm with you," Kirsty said, "but even if we freed them, they're in no condition to even walk. Maybe I could invigorate them with a shot of energy." "Then Dysternus would sense the reverberations and give us our own eternal cell, Kersey said. And we'd put Winter at risk, Arsha said. She was right. Winter was with Dysternus, trying to deflect any minor reverberations and disturbances before they reached the Grand Magistrate's sensitive receptors. If we caused a major disturbance, it would get through, and the two men would engage each other and draw more Immortals into the fight, and Winter would be lost. I nodded. Fine, but one day I'm coming back for them. We went through 4 more doors. The ghastly scenes in every room were soul-wrenching atrocities. It made my blood boil. It seemed logical from the start that chaos would be in the 6th cell, which was set off from the rest. I felt faint. The air down there, and the inhumanity, and the deathly smell, mixed with the fear that chaos had already been sacrificed to horror, overwhelmed me. I wanted the son of a bitch alive and well, and part of my life. I wanted him fighting by my side. I wanted him to lead me to my mother. I certainly didn't want him to suffer the way those other lost souls had. Kersey opened the door. The cell was dark with only 2 blue blaze rings sparking. I thrust some light, illuminating the space. The flame rings were energy shackles, binding Chaos's hands above his head. He stood on a steel platform floating over a pool of reeking sludge. He was shirtless, strange symbols carved into his powerful chest and arms. His eyes did not open. I doubted he could even hear us. "Chaos," I said. "I'm here. I came to free you." He opened his eyes. "My pumpkin, there you are. Damn good show, but unless you brought the Shadow Master, I'm afraid you've wasted a trip." "The Shadow Master? What? You never mentioned him?" He licked his lips. Talking took effort. "A message sent with my favorite mutt. By your face, I venture you've not seen it." The demon hound. Damn it! I'd found a message under his paw the night Chaos came to the Deep Down to save Phaon from the silver dust. Why didn't I think to look again now? "Well, time to improv," I said. "We're all you've got." "We?" Kersey stepped forward. "Hey, shitheel." Chaos gave us a half grin. "Ah, Killer Kersey, wench of doom." "We also have a shadow initiate," I said, pointing at Arsha. Chaos growled. "Ah, it's a girls' night out. Now turn your little behinds around and run while you still can." He was being honorable. I had seen everything now. "Stop trying to impress the initiate," I said. "Let me work. First, I have to seal the cell." I swirled some core energy into a tight shielding net that covered the walls and the ceiling. "Done?" I said. "No reverbs or disturbances will escape this cell." Chaos attempted to sneer, but he could only wince. "And how much energy did that cost you?" "A ton, but I'll never tell." I closed my eyes. I let the power rebuild within me until my electric field leapt out and attacked the force field around Chaos, creating a sizzling circuit. Elemental energy pulsated out of my hands, chewing at the threads of the translucent field. Chaos watched me, unimpressed and tired. I gradually increased the intensity of my assault. Arsha joined me, building up a steady current of electric energy alongside mine. We went at it for a while and accomplished nothing, not even a momentary breach in the field's surface. We had expended so much power, we were sweating in the cold with nothing to show for it. The force field swelled and hissed out a shockwave of energy that knocked me back onto my ass. Chaos shook his head. "Even if you cracked it, the magic language etched onto my skin wouldn't let you near me." I struggled to catch my breath. "Those symbols are magic script?" Chaos nodded. "Indeed, it's the ancient and wondrous language of the Eternals, Gumdrop. Even I don't understand it." Those symbols were more impenetrable than any ward. They could not be broken by elemental magic or supercharged fields. "Okay," I said. "If they want to be dicks about it, I'll just draw the leyline kinetic force and explode it into the force field and see what survives. That would mean the immortal guards I kept imprisoned inside an energy dome would break free and possibly alert every fucking one. Chaos's eyes shone. That's a daft idea, you nutter. If you release Earth energy inside a field of eternal magic, we'll all get skewered like kebabs. That was why he was left unguarded. Anyone attempting to free him would end up fried meat. Nice work, you fool. How the hell did you let yourself get captured? Your arrogance no doubt led to some bullshit that allowed them to neutralize you and then render you powerless before stuffing you in that Bonchek cage. Chaos coughed. A ribbon of blood dripped down his chin. I wish, wee kitten, that some grand debauchery had led to this. But alas, it was that sinister boar horror sharing the cheat code to strip my powers, the very ones he had bestowed upon me all those centuries ago. My fury raged. "This isn't over," I said. A tangle of blue energy glowed bright in my right hand. The hissing blazes leapt forward, divided into separate currents that struck the force field from different angles. The force field hissed, but it didn't crack. In fact, it got a bit denser, as if feeding off my magic. I bent over, panting. My stomach was an aching fire. "There must be a way," I said. "Nothing is beyond me." "I see madness runs in the family," Chaos said. "The only person who could make an impact is the Shadow Master. That is, if he was inclined to help and you find him before the sun rises." As if that were possible, the sunrise was 2 hours away, and we had wasted precious time. I locked my crazy eyes on him. "You may not have the Shadow Master, but you do have a Mist Rider." He chuckled through pain. "A Mist Rider with no horse? Yippee, open up my social calendar." His laughter caused him to start coughing. I glared at him. "I might not be able to break the ancient script that binds you, but I can sure as hell break the bastard who has created this hold." Kersey blocked my way. "I'm not letting you destroy yourself." Arsha went pale. "Luna, you can't face Dusterness." "Watch me." "I won't," Kersey said. "We're leaving. We'll find the Shadow Master." "Think of Winter," Arsha said. "Even if you survive, he may not." "Softy Frosty is here?" Chaos said. I fixed him with my most insane stare. "He's with Dusterness, trying to save your ass." I turned to Kersey and Arsha. "You two are lovely. I appreciate you both, but my mind is set. I've had enough of this guy toying with me." Kersey gripped her sword. "Fine, let's put our immortality to a test." "No. Stay with Chaos, both of you. If we all barge in, we'll provoke him. He wants me. I'll use that to my advantage." Kersey nodded reluctantly. "Take the elevator to the 10th level. You can't miss the entrance to the Grand Magistrate's quarters. It's sculpted ivory." "Got it. If I don't make it back, leave quietly." Kersey and Arsha hugged me. I felt love in their warmth. I wanted to survive this so I could get to know my new friends better. "I've only the one friendly witch," Chaos said. "Don't fuck that up." "Zip it, dude," I said. "You'll owe me big time." I sprinted to the elevator and pressed the 10th floor button. The seconds felt like hours as I took deep breaths to calm my pulse. The door opened. Everything was a blur until I spotted the sculpted ivory from a distance. A thin energy veil guarded the door. I dismantled it without breaking my stride and barged into a dimly lit hallway with a plush carpet. I kept moving until I found a study with orange lighting and wood-paneled walls decorated with gold-mounted statues of double-headed eagles. Winter popped up from his chair in utter shock. Dusternus fixed me with his usual lethal glare. I realized then that he had chosen to appear as if he was in his late 50s. He was built like a bull, but his features were refined. His eyes brimmed with intensity and a tinge of cruelty. "What is this impertinence?" Dusternus said. "Magistrate, does your protégé know nothing of protocol? Is she completely unbridled?" Winter shook his head. She has lapses. I'll deal with her. Good luck with that. I pointed at Dusturnus. I'm here for you. Dusturnus rose to his feet. Behind his composed exterior, I sensed hostile magic boiling to a fevered crescendo. You insolent child. Your insignificance is beyond my contempt. I have refrained from taking control of your destiny out of respect for the chief magistrate. That ends thus. The moment has come for you to be reined in. I rolled my eyes. God, do all supercharged psychos love the sound of their own bullshit? Cerber made the same mistake. If you had paid any attention, you'd know I've directed a huge mass of roaring leyline energy to gather right beneath your feet. A snap of my fingers, and you'll be sliced in half. Winter said nothing. If he was furious, he showed no signs of it. I chuckled. It'll be interesting to see if the Grand Magistrate can glue himself back together. Dusturnus looked at Winter. What? You think Winter will come to your aid? I smirked. If you attack me, he'll strike you down without hesitation. I locked onto the ley line and drew its electromagnetic energy to me. The ground under our feet shook. The ley line force shot upwards and coiled around the Grand Magistrate's legs, trapping them like steel vices. Dusturnus growled. His rage turned into a cyclone that swept the furniture off the floor. I bounded toward him with a blue flame in my hand and thrust Horror's golden dagger 0.5 millimeter from his throat. Dusturnus gasped. His eyes were fully murderous. He wanted nothing more than to crush my skull. Yes, this is the dagger I used to gut Cerber. I'm so glad I kept it. Think of the irony, killed by your master's own weapon. Dusturnus clenched his teeth and raised a forefinger. A wave of unbridled power crashed into me. By his sheer will, the Grand Magistrate invaded my blood cells, blocking my vital functions and shutting down my energy core. I called onto my mist magic and immediately pushed back his energy, taking control of it. I smiled. Neat trick. Now shut down the magic that binds chaos, or the next breath you take will be your last. Winter considered the Grand Magistrate's predicament. His demeanor changed. His shoulders tensed, his temple twitched, his eyes filled with a new determination. I felt what that meant in my bones. Dusturnus did too. Winter walked out of the room, leaving me to deal with Dusturnus. Coward! Dusturnus shouted at him. The great chief magistrate who once led glorious armies has become slave to a slave. I don't think he was listening, I said with a yawn. His eyebrows came together. You might win this day, witch, but your next enemy will be beyond you, beyond anything you can fathom. Yeah, Horror's a big meanie, I know. Good thing I only live for today. Now release chaos. Witches can't handle mega-kinetic forces, he said vacantly. Really? Huh. This witch does. I pressed the tip of the dagger to his throat. Blood spurted out, coloring his beard with crimson. I leaned to his ear. Next time, I'll finish the job. Dusturnus closed his eyes. His fury was palpable. His body shook violently. Pure, raw energy coursed through him as he chanted a string of incomprehensible spells. My blood roared in my ears. Chaos had opened up our connective path, his voice ringing inside my head. Sister, I'm free. I shut my eyes for a second. When I reopened them, I saw hate on the face of the Grand Magistrate. It was as if the golden dagger almost pulled my hand, so it could drive deeper into his flesh and end his miserable life here and now. I fought my own temptation and the lust of the blade and withdrew the dagger. I wasn't ready to be a cold-blooded killer. The Grand Magistrate slumped to the ground, holding his neck. I found Winter waiting for me outside, pale as a ghost. Relief reshaped his face when he saw me. Okay, I won't be able to control the ley line energy much longer, I said, scrunching my face. We should probably run. I focused internally to reach Chaos's mind. Bro, get out, now. Chapter 18. Chaos snored so loud the walls quivered from the third floor all the way down to the cellar. He had slumbered for 20 straight hours. We didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. He said he needed to regain access to the blue smoke as soon as possible, but he never explained why. Winter leaned against the brick cellar wall. He was pissed. He had barely said a word since arriving at the sisterhood's dwelling. I stayed out of his way to let him process what had taken place. At the same time, I wished he would just spell out his frustration, maybe yell at me so I could yell back and we could move on. Not knowing his mind always threw me off. Carter lay on an inflatable mattress, playing games on his phone. Kersey had given the staff the day off and had placed a closed until further notice sign on the door. I had no idea what was to happen next, but I knew we couldn't stay here much longer without putting a target on the back of the entire Society of Immortal Sisterhood. Arsha and Kersey carried 3 big pizza boxes down the stairs and set them on the table. Carter sprang to his feet and rubbed his hands. "Sustenance," he said, taking a seat at the table and opening the boxes. He made a face of disgust at the last box. "That's not fit for livestock." I pulled the box over and took a slice of pineapple and ham pizza. He arched an eyebrow. "Pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza." I took a bite. "Your loss. There's more for me, then." Arsha glanced at Winter. "Magistrate, won't you join us?" Winter pulled up a chair and sat across from me. I scrutinized his expression. He might have been calmer, but still irritated. He took a bite of a pepperoni slice, saying nothing. "That's it," I said. "Enough of the silent treatment. Out with it. Tell me what you're thinking, or—" Winter leaned forward. "What I'm thinking is open war is imminent." I shrugged. "And it's my fault, huh? Too bad. It couldn't be helped." "And now Dosternus wants your head," he said, stressing every syllable. "You can add that to the list. He probably wants my head as well." "Dude, Dosternus always wants heads," I said, getting pissed. "And I am happy it's my head he wants, and not anyone else's. Guess what? The old bastard can't have my head. It's staying right where it is, so chill already." I somehow hadn't noticed that everyone but us had left the table. They all leaned against the opposite wall, chomping on their pizza, enjoying the show. "You caught him off guard," Winter said. "That will never happen again. He never makes the same mistake twice." "It happened, Jonas. I'm tired of hiding. If you feel dragged into this, then I'm sorry. If I cost you your title of Chief Magistrate of the 7th, I'm sorry for that as well. I don't care about the 7th Council. I care about you. They've become a nefarious, self-mutilating organism, cutting deals with every devil they come across. I gave them 1,000 fucking years, and they honor that by plotting to kidnap my protege. It's not about them." Kersey clapped awkwardly while holding a slice of pizza. Winter glared at her before returning his attention to me. "Dosternus knows the secret I kept from him for 23 years. That makes all the difference. We can no longer sleep with both eyes closed. None of us." Kersey stepped forward to place her hand on his. I doubted her choices too, but I'm convinced Luna made the right call. With Horror and Dosternus working together, nobody's safe. We'll have to make a stand, Winter, sooner or later, and we need Chaos to have any chance. You know that. Immortals created Horror, and Immortals will be the ones to take him down. Chaos came jogging down the stairs, jumped over the last few steps and landed next to me. He looked a bit silly in tight khaki shorts and a t-shirt 2 sizes too small for him. He opened his arms. "What did I miss? Pizza?" "Oh, just Winter chewing me out." "Ah, he does have that tendency, our Boy Scout." Chaos reached out and grabbed a pizza slice. He folded it in half and shoved the whole slice into his mouth, gobbling it down. He wiped tomato sauce off his face with the back of his hand. "Yum, that hits the spot. Hope you are all done eating." His fingers grasped another slice. "Do you have to be so gross?" Kersey asked Chaos. "No," he said, "but I prefer it." Winter snatched away the pizza box from Chaos. You said you'd share important information after your nap. Well, let's hear it. Come on, Chaos protested. Don't be a party pooper. You of all people know what it's like to be coming out of restorative mode. I looked to Kersey. What's he talking about? Immortals slip into restorative mode after extreme energy depletion or other types of trauma. From the outside, it resembles deep sleep and, in extreme cases, a coma. When we come out of it, we need a lot of food to replenish our energy. I'm talking whole heaps of food. I once ate 85 sausage links rolled inside pancakes, Carter confirmed. In less than 20 minutes. I glared at Winter. Give him back the pizza. Winter slid the pizza box across the table with a grunt. Chaos grinned. Thank you, old chum. So, he said while chewing, in captivity, my powers were severely restricted. I managed to preserve a tiny amount of energy in my core, not enough for teleportation. He licked his fingers, then put more pizza in his mouth. I had to choose carefully how to use that energy because I only had enough for one trick. I chose telepathy. To communicate with me and the demon hounds, I said. Yes, but also to rummage through the magistrate courts with the third eye vision. I traveled inside every nook and cranny, including the Grand Magistrate's personal vault. Guess what wonder I spotted among his collection of battle trophies and fabled weapons? We all stared at him in anticipation. Chaos's eyes sparked. The crystal shield itself. A collective sigh rolled across the cellar. The crystal shield of time? Arsha said. The one and only, Shadow Lass, Chaos said. Winter sat very still. You're sure of this? It's there, boyo, ripe for the taking. That son of a bitch, Kersey said. Chaos shook the empty pizza box in his hand. I offered him the box with the pineapple pizza. He grimaced. This is rubbish. He proceeded to stuff his mouth. Dusterness was behind its disappearance from the exile vortex, Winter said, thinking out loud. You can almost see the slow gears of his mind chugging along, Chaos said gleefully while flicking pineapple off his pizza. We must retrieve it, Carter said, no matter the cost. Chaos grinned. That's why you need to feed me. Kersey ran upstairs. Moments later, she showed up with a roasted chicken on a platter and a tray full of pastries and cookies. I watched, stunned, as Chaos devoured the roast down to the bones and moved on to the pastry tray, the whole time grunting like an animal. He licked his fingers one by one. That's more like it. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. Blue smoke rose from the floor, enveloping his legs. He winked at me. No way. I reached for his arm, but it was too late. With a swirl, Chaos was gone. Is he gone? Arsha said. He might just be testing his strength, I said. Kersey frowned. He's more likely off to Bora Bora to wait out the storm. He'll be back, Winter said. How can you be sure, Magistrate? Carter said. There's nowhere for him to hide once Horror has the crystal shield. Maybe Dusterness has his own designs for the shield, Arsha suggested. He'd never risk awakening Horror's wrath, Kersey said. The shield is leverage to Dusterness, nothing more. He doesn't have the power to wield it. A whirlwind spun up from the ground. Chaos materialized within it. From behind his back, he produced the crystal shield. Wait, what? About 30 inches wide and 3 inches thick, with teardrop-shaped crystals joined together to form a grooved surface, the shield was a work of breathtaking beauty. Pinkish shades ran along the grooves that contoured the crystal tears, separating them. Looking closer, the pink shades were in fact tiny symbols of Horror's blood language etched on the shield, their crimson color diluted by the tears before they crystallized. Is this the actual shield? I said. Not another fake like the dagger? It's the real shield, Winter said. Chaos, set it down before it absorbs your essence. I bent down to examine the shield from up close. My face reflected off the surfaces of 100 crystals. "This artifact can absorb one's essence," I said. Winter nodded. "The shield doesn't like dense, potent energy packed inside small spaces like a human body, so it feeds on that energy." Chaos set down the shield. We all stepped back from the table in case the shield went into carnivorous mode. "You teleported into Dusternus's vault," I said. "They obviously know it was you, and what if they can trace your steps back to this cellar?" Chaos sneered. "Do you think I'm a fucking tenderfoot? My steps in the vault were erased as I took them, my essence wiped clean. I left no trace." "I can't believe it. We have the crystal shield." My gaze fell on Winter. "Not so mad at me now, are you?" His features remained rigid. "Why do you gloat even before the battle has been waged? And I don't get mad. I'm not a child." "I'm just saying, it's okay to be a little joyful. We have the shield. Horror doesn't." "He's happy," Kersey said. She set her hand on Winter's back. "Just too proud to admit it." "What do the pink symbols on the shield mean?" Arsha said. "They are the most cryptic symbols of his blood language. Only horror can read them," Winter said. Chaos shrugged. "What they mean matters not. What matters is that they can work like a transmitter, so horror senses where the shield is at all times. Pretty sure he'll recover the third eye vision soon, if he hasn't already, and hear the call of his blood script again." Carter rubbed his chin. "Having the shield here is like putting a big, fat GPS tracker on our backs." I stared at Chaos. "What's the plan then? We have no time to waste." "There's only one option. The shield must be destroyed," Winter cut in. "But first, we have to deactivate the blood script magic quickly before horror locks onto it." He glared at Chaos. "And by we, I mean you." Chaos shook his hands in front of his face. "Oh, no. I've only just got a bit of strength into me." "And you can sleep another 20 hours and get it back again afterwards," Winter said. "Now get busy deactivating that blood magic." Chaos clenched his teeth. "This is what you call an abusive relationship. You can all clearly see how he treats me. After this, we're not only even, brother, you'll owe me. Now everyone, step back." We moved to the back wall. Chaos raised his hands above the shield. He began chanting in a low voice. I recognized a few of the incantations he pronounced, but most of them were too complex and old for me to even separate the sounds. The chanting accelerated to a frantic pace, and the shield vibrated. Hot pink steam oozed out of the crystal tears and wrapped around Chaos's hands and arms. His skin turned translucent as the steam infiltrated his bloodstream. The blood started to boil in his veins. His breathing became manic, and sweat began to bubble up on his reddening face. Chaos stumbled. An inhuman rumble emanated from his chest. The shield vibrated faster and produced a high-pitched buzz. We all covered our ears to protect them from the sonic attack. Chaos fell on all fours, screaming in agony. The shield went suddenly quiet like it had been unplugged. The pink color on the shield faded, causing the blood symbols to take on a pale ochre shade. I ran to Chaos and put my arm under his arm to support him. Carter took his other arm. "Feeling okay, big guy?" I said. "You did it." Chaos turned to me, his eyes glazed over, and he passed out. 10 minutes went by. Winter and Arsha disappeared upstairs. Kersey slid a cushion under Chaos's head. We waited. A wail tore through the silence. The demon hound tumbled down the stairs, tangled up in his chain, dragging behind him the stake that Chaos had used to tie him down in the backyard before he began his restorative sleep. The hound saw us, came to a screeching halt, and growled, baring fangs big as thumbs. Carter and Kersey both reached for their swords. "I've seen these devils fight," Carter said. "It's not pretty." I took a deep breath and grabbed the hound's chain. The hound howled and eyed me with hostility, but stayed put. I led him to where Chaos was lying. The hound put a paw on his master's leg, then sat down next to Chaos. drool dripping from his fangs. "How long will he be like this?" I asked Kersey. "I have no experience or knowledge of an immortal absorbing horror's blood magic," Kersey said. "It's a miraculous feat. I would assume he's rather messed up and will need some time." "He was already weakened," I said. Kersey scrutinized my face. "You care for him, despite everything. It's complicated." Chaos giggled. The hound's ears rotated like satellite dishes. "Hey man, you okay?" Carter said. "To think those idiots thought they could let me inside their infested courts without consequences. Even as a prisoner, I'm worth 10 of them." Carter furrowed his brow. "Dude, sounds like you wanted to get caught." The hound lost it and pounced on Chaos, tongue hanging out. "Oi!" Chaos shouted. "Get back to where you belong, before I cut off your tail, you foul, wretched beast." The hound darted for the stairs as if his very life depended on it, slid into a chair, tore off a piece of carpet, and rocketed up the steps. Winter and Arsha narrowly avoided colliding with the hound as they came downstairs. Chaos sat up. "That fuck donkey dusterness," he said, punching every syllable, "was going to hand me over to that eternal cretin as he has other renegade immortals." That caught Winter's attention. "Dusterness is using immortals as bargaining chips." Chaos exhaled. "That's what I just said. Horror attempts to brainwash and repurpose them to build a new army alongside the necromancer fiends. If he fails, he kills them." "Okay, then it's settled. Back to plan A," I said. "We'll destroy the shield." Chaos eyed Winter. "Do you want to tell her, golden boy?" "Tell me what?" Winter sucked in his breath. "The shield cannot be destroyed by any means the 6 of us possess. If we tried to break it through blunt force or supernatural means, it would blow up. The blast would be on scale with a nuclear explosion. Millions of basics would die. The time rift that would be created would be catastrophic for the entire planet." "Oh, that's all? Well, you could have told me it was indestructible." "It's not indestructible," Chaos said. "There are ways to shatter it. We would need a great convergence of magic from hundreds of powerful supernaturals in a high-energy location, but it is theoretically possible." Carter stared at Winter. "Like Shadowland?" "Yes," Winter confirmed. "That would be an option if the High Master agreed to expose his domain to horror." "He'd better," I said. "He promised me there's nothing he wouldn't do in service to a Mistrider. Now's the time to make good on his promise." "I'll ask," Winter said, "but we might not like the answer." The 20 minutes after Winter left felt like an eternity. When Winter reappeared, my patience had run as thin as tracing paper. Winter frowned in that barely perceptible way of his that usually signaled impending catastrophe. "The High Master has confirmed that the Umbra Order does have the capacities necessary to contain the massive amount of magic needed to destroy the shield," he said. "However, for the time being, the Master advises against taking the shield to him. Dusterness and his eternal warriors have left an imprint in the fortress. Every shadow apprentice, initiate, and warrior currently on the premises has been employed to locate and remove it." "In plain English, please," I said. "While the imprint is intact, Dusterness would know if we brought the shield to the Order," Arsha said. "There's more," Winter said. "According to the High Master, if we make the slightest error in calibrating the magical force needed to destroy the shield will overload and shoot the cyclone of magic back at us." "We'd fry on the spot," Kersey said. "Well, I might survive," Chaos said gleefully. "To harness the energy and focus it correctly, we'd need to test it against the shield," Winter said. "To find the right balance could take days." "And that would give Dusterness or Horror the time to find us," I said. "We'll have to trick them then," Kersey said. "Make them think the shield is somewhere else." Winter grinned. "That's right, Kersey." He looked to me with affection for the first time since rescuing Chaos. "Do you know what that means?" "I think so," I said. We have to reactivate the shield. Chapter 19. Sitting on a stool behind the counter, I gazed at the rolling surf through the arched coffee shop windows, thinking about a time not long ago when I worked as a barista. Carter and Arsha played chess in the back. Kersey clanged away in the kitchen as if fighting cutlery. Winter still slept upstairs in one of the guest rooms after a restless night. And Chaos, I had no idea what Chaos was doing. My stomach was abuzz. We were on borrowed time. No matter how strong the wards that Winter and Chaos had set down around the coffee house, they would not protect us from horror's penetrating third eye if it came looking for us. I sipped my iced tea in a daze. A familiar face peeked through the window in the front door. Phaon, right on time, with Penelope Osvaldo by his side, just like his text promised. Happily, I deactivated the wards around the door to let them in and drew the blinds shut. Penelope was dressed in an orange anorak and a yellow straw hat. Her small eyes shone like two black gemstones. I smiled. "Miss Penelope, I'm really glad you've come." She sunk those inquisitive eyes into mine. I wish the news I am to deliver would be of a more joyous nature, mi chica linda." Penelope never sugar-coated anything. Phaon cleared his throat. "Miss Penelope, give our girl a minute to collect her wits before you throw down your prophecy bombs. She's been getting chased by Jurassic spiders and trapped in a shifter doggy hotel and who knows what else. Girl had herself a week. She fragile." The seer ignored him. She inhaled noisily a few times, as if trying to sniff out distinct scents. "I smell more than one shadow," she said. I wondered if she knew I'd spent time in Shadowland. After all, she had sent me a vision there. "That is correct." She shook her head. "One shadow is unwise. 2 shadows are folly." "Almost 3, actually," I said, smiling to Arsha. "I see," Penelope said. "I've come to a madhouse." I waved Carter over. "Phaon, you remember Carter," I said. "You mean the oversexed squire who'd love to serve our Valkyrie, but had the bad luck to serve your reckless butt instead?" Penelope's eyebrows came together. "Young man, language." Phaon became serious. "Apologies, Miss Penelope. Don't tell my gran." "I'm quite undersexed, actually," Carter confessed. Phaon closed his eyes, resisting a joke. "Sorry to hear that." "Carter, could you show Phaon around?" I said. "That means she wants me at the kiddie table again," Phaon said. "A seer's visions are private, you know that," I said. "Uh-huh, except when they're not and you need my help." Ugh, I needed Phaon to stay out of this for his own safety. How many times had I promised Celia that I'd keep him clear of danger? "You go on, boss," Carter said. "I'll keep Phaon entertained." The look in Carter's eyes gave me pause. Yep, he had a hint of that seductive grin on his face whether he realized or not. By now, I had started to believe I was the only person on Earth he wouldn't make a pass at. "Phaon, how's Joey?" I said, glaring at Carter. "Joey's Phaon's boyfriend." "Yeah, I'm aware," Carter said. "And there she is." "Miss Awkward," Phaon said out of the side of his mouth. "Joey's good. That boy has one mood." Penelope looked at us one by one. Am I here to experience the tedium of angsty? How does one say, jovencitos? See, younglings? Carter? A youngling? That was a good one. His adolescence happened centuries ago, though you'd never know by his frat boy energy. Maybe when Immortals chose an age, and Carter had chosen to look in his mid-20s, they also maintained that mindset in perpetuity. "No, so sorry, Miss Penelope," I said. "Do you mind going downstairs?" She gave me a stern look. "I live atop a hill, mi hija." I remembered her lovely little magic house in El Cajon. She had served me her special potion of tea that tasted different to each person. "True," I said. "Come this way." As soon as we stepped down onto the cellar floor, a hellish bellow grated our eardrums. The demon hound. What the hell is happening down here? As if on cue, Chaos woke on the mattress in the back of the cellar. Oi, quit hollering, or I will make you eat your own ass morsel by morsel. You, the seer sneered, pointing a finger at Chaos. Most villainous of shadows who dared invade my visions without permission. Chaos sprang to his feet. The wicked witch of San Diego, whose mind is a cesspool of doom and vile omens, fertile ground for the Cassandras and Medusas of the world to prosper, calls me villainous? Penelope bared her teeth and hissed. I'd never seen the aggressive side of her before. Enter my mind again, and I'll make sure you stay trapped in there with Cassandra and Medusa for eternity. Chaos laughed. How many years do you think you have left, hag? Chaos! I yelled at him. You're going to show respect to Miss Penelope, or I'll make sure it's you who eats your own ass morsel by morsel. Chaos pouted. She started it. As far as I'm concerned, Miss Penelope is always right and you're always wrong. Now get out of my face and take the death pup with you. The hound snarled and pawed the ground before it trotted up the stairs. Chaos gave me his most maniacal glare, then yawned and followed the hound up to the kitchen, no doubt. I'm sorry about that, I said. He's an acquired taste. I feared the seer had been so gravely offended she would leave. Penelope laughed instead, her shoulders shaking violently. What's so funny? I said, perplexed. The villainous wretch. I was able to intuit his Achilles heel. Care to share? It might come in handy. I, Mi'ihita, the shadow villain, loves a woman he can never have. It's made him most disagreeable. Yeah, I knew something about that. Please, Miss Penelope, have a seat. Can I get you anything? There's coffee, tea, mineral water. Sit down, child. We don't have much time. The seer took my hands. I sat across from her. The man who cannot be killed is coming for you, my brujita, and you will have to kill him. You will not want to do it, but you must. I swallowed a few times in a row. Cerber is dead. I killed him. Penelope sighed. I don't know what you speak of, child. Your enemy is breathing through darkness and through eternity, and he's coming for you. He must die by your hand only. No one can render you aid. My stomach fell out. Horror. She meant horror. I was supposed to kill the savage whose powers surpassed all the Eternals combined. The abominable one will try to lure you with promises and affections to walk by his side, she said. And you will be tempted, Luna. Oh, so tempted. He will call you a precious flower and the pupil of his eye. But you cannot believe his lies. The future is your responsibility and your strength. I'm sorry, Kirita, but someone close to you will be sacrificed, and it cannot be you. Only your hand can end his reign of terror. I struggled to swallow my own spit. Maybe it wasn't horror she was talking about. Maybe there was someone else who wanted me to join him, someone easier to defeat, a demigod maybe. Are you speaking of Lord Darius? I said. She got angry now, her eyebrows pushed together, her voice screechy like nails on a blackboard. If you don't soon accept your fate, a lot of people will die. The magical world will end. Humans will never be free again. Look in your heart. Your heart understands the truth your mind cannot. The truth in my heart spelled horror in every language known to man. There was no escape from that truth, no shortcuts, no exit ramps. I didn't know how to tell her. I had already ignored her warning and saved chaos. Thank you, Miss Penelope. I won't run from this. I will fulfill my destiny and do what's necessary. It is necessary to lure the abominable one now before he grows too strong for the mist, get him out in the open and end his life force. How do I do that? Her eyes became so sad. I do not know that, mi hija. Lo siento. Maybe I know that. Can you wait here a moment? I said. I'm going to fetch Winter. He has to be present for what I'm about to tell you. She nodded, then grabbed my hand as I got up. Remember me, Iha. You cannot fall in love with the shadow warrior. I lowered my eyes. Ah, I see now. It is already too late for that. But maybe there is still time to steal your heart and turn him away. Or maybe youth has sunk its talons too deep inside your spirit. That cannot be helped, my dear. No matter, do not listen to an old woman rambling. I will wait here for you both. I sprinted upstairs with my heart in tatters. I had no idea why Penelope's thoughts held so much weight with me, but they did. I found Winter with Arsha, sitting at the coffee shop counter. I took Winter's hand. Come with me. The seer is here. Winter arched an eyebrow. The notorious Penelope Osvaldo? I nodded. Arsha stood. Just Winter, I began to say, but then shrugged. Sure, Arsha, come along as well. We hurried down the stairs. Thankfully, Penelope didn't hiss at the two shadows when she saw them. I quickly explained to her how we had come to obtain Horror's crystal shield, and that we had plans to destroy it. The seer shook her head. You must do no such thing, she said. Use it for bait for the Nigromantes, who feed Horror their energy while feeding off his magic in return. You have to stop the power exchange before they restore him completely. Destroy them before he destroys you. Winter flared his nostrils. You're saying we should use the shield as a bait to lure Horror's necromantic army right to us? Exacto. And don't forget to win, for only if you destroy the army of the dead can you destroy the shield. We're of the same mind, Winter said. It is heartening to have the validation of an esteemed seer. We just have to destroy the army of the dead? Arsha said. But there's only 6 of us. I will journey to Orpheus, Penelope said. We will mobilize the magic world. You will have aid in your unlikely endeavor. I'll secure the distraction you need to have a chance, but you must hurry. Winter bowed. We are forever grateful, Penelope. The destroyer is coming, and he's bigger than all of us, Penelope said. Oye, mi hija, daughter of the moon, you spoke the name of the Persian king of kings. If he approaches you, flee. His deceit runs deeper than you can know. Way ahead of you there. Winter offered Penelope his arm to help her up the stairs. I wasn't sure she would take it, but she did with a blush. Arsha fixed me with 2 smoldering brown eyes. Do you really believe her, Luna? Has Lord Darius deceived us? He betrayed my trust, Arsha. He lied about chaos and sent me to Cyrus. There's a connection there, I can feel it. They both have ancient Persian names, Arsha said. So do you. It's probably random. Only time can tell what destinies await. I squeezed her shoulder. We will face our destiny together. Upstairs, I found Penelope sitting at a table with Winter. Phaon waited by the door, ready to go. How bad was it? Phaon said. I shrugged as I walked to him. Maximum bad, worse than horrible, but somehow about what I expected. Life be that way sometimes. All the sometimes, apparently, I said. He stiffened, the humor left his face. You're going after Horror? I may not have a choice. Phaon, promise me you'll check on Graham. You know I will, Sophie. But why you? We all know you're not afraid, but why does it have to be you every time? You have people who care about you, who loved you when you were just awkward, Sophie, trying not to be late for class, and none of us want you to lose your head. I leaned in to whisper in his ear. I'm a mist rider, Phaon, and if you tell anyone, I'll neuter you. The shock on his face was too much. Yeah, right. Where's your horse? I mean, your man's probably hung like one, but shut your mouth. You're messing with me, Collinsworth. I'm not messing with you, Trice, but I love you too. Uh-huh. Okay, sure. My best friend's a mist rider. I expected that type of thing to happen when I chose San Diego State. They need to put that in the brochure. Relax, dude. I'm still just Sophie. I still love Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and Ryan Gosling. I'm still a dork. Yeah, he said suspiciously. You are still a major dork? I don't think there's any magic for that. I punched his shoulder so happily. Penelope made her way to us. I could tell Phaon wanted to stay and talk about this, but the seer wrapped her arm around his. Time to go, young diviner. An urgent trip to the deep down is in order. I lingered at the door to watch them walk away. An unsettling thought took hold of me. When Penelope said someone close to me would be sacrificed, I immediately thought of my immortal companions. What if I was wrong? What if the sacrificial lamb was not immortal? What if it was Phaon or Lily or even Graham? The world better hope not. Chapter 20. The anticipation was overwhelming. 2 days had passed since Winter and Chaos left for the South Equinoctial Observatory, one of the 3 main portals to the Eternal Halls located on the very tip of the Tierra del Fuego archipelago. Their mission was to hide the crystal shield after reactivating the blood symbols. The signal would most likely reach Horror, so he'd send his faithful necromantic army in search of it. The sands were slipping through the world's hourglass. Time and space would never be the same if we failed. Chaos had chosen the South Equinoctial Observatory because of its proximity to a direct portal to Shadowland, which guaranteed he'd be able to teleport easily to snatch the shield from under the necromancers' noses once they got close. An army of renegade immortals and wielders of magic from the deep down would fight the necromancers while we destroyed the shield in Shadowland. If things had gone according to plan, Winter and Chaos should be back by morning. I couldn't help but worry that something had gone wrong, that Horror had anticipated this exact scenario and had now sensed them traveling along the Pacific coastline and descended upon them himself. If all that happened, they could already have been captured, brainwashed, and tortured like the other imprisoned immortals. Or maybe it was worse. Maybe we made a mistake in trusting Chaos, and he had led Winter straight to Horror as a trade-off. None of those worries were likely or even logical, but that's what happens when I lose my mind and don't have the patience to sleep or even hold a regular conversation with those around me. I kept training with the sword, hoping it would give me a sign that Winter was drawing near. I lay on my back in the middle of the cellar, the sword next to me, and tasted the sweat on my upper lip. I stared up at the ceiling and didn't budge when footsteps approached. Carter leaned over me, probably curious if I was still alive. "Do you ever sleep?" he said. "It's 2 a.m. I found you lying in this spot at around this time last night." I jumped to my feet and let out a sigh. Sleep is overrated. No, sleep is not overrated. Even gods sleep, Luna. You should know, you're like a sex god, aren't you? He arched an eyebrow. Where are you going with this? Maybe you're a descendant of Pan, or Cupid, or Venus. You're definitely pansexual. Maybe you're a rabbit. He sighed. A rabbit? You see, you need sleep, and I don't think a term for what I am has yet been coined. Okay, let me coin it then, no problem. No, I know. You're Carter-sexual, that's it. That's not it, Carter said. That's so not it. Come on, Carter, it'll stay between us. What are you? He considered my words, trying to decide how much to reveal. In ancient Greece, they called one of my ancestors Hermaphroditus, a child of Aphrodite and Hermes. I'm not saying it's got anything to do with me, and you're trying to change subjects again. No, I'm not, I said. I'm honestly curious. It's well documented you're a lousy liar. And who the fuck documented that exactly? It's equally well documented you have a fierce and fair nature, he said. You also have the heart of a famed warrior who will always have your back. I stuck my tongue out and touched my chest with both hands. Oh, Carter, I didn't know you had such feelings for me. I'm touched. He grinned. I do have a feeling. A really good feeling, he said. We're going to be fine, Luna. And what you're doing there is not remotely appealing. I knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to ease my mind. I didn't have the heart to tell him that we were not even close to being fine, even if we managed to destroy the shield. Kirsty leapt down the stairs. "Luna, you have to come with me," she said, "right now." I followed without hesitation as we climbed down the trapdoor and plodded through the dark tunnel. We reached a thick wooden door. Kirsty took a key out and unlocked it. We entered a humid cavern with one electric lamp hanging from the ceiling above a table with 4 chairs. Winter sat on one of the chairs while Chaos leaned against the wall. "It's done," Winter said. I nodded. "Why don't you come upstairs?" "A precaution," he said. "We don't want to draw attention to the sisterhood." Chaos clicked his teeth. "We found a tracer along the way. We pulverized it, but there's sure to be more." "Okay," I said. "What do we do now?" "We wait," Chaos said. "We ready our minds." Winter smiled. "We could use a night out on the town." He turned to Kirsty. "Do you have anything appropriate for Luna to wear?" The evening found me scrambling through the tunnels in a long yellow chiffon dress, hair pinned up in a loose bun, a pair of crystal drop earrings, and Kirsty's light, bergamot perfume, my hand in Winter's hand. He had arrived back at the cellar on time after stopping by his condo, looking absolutely dashing in a dark blue suit and light gray shirt. His blonde hair was styled into a spiky low fade, and his tanned face looked so fresh. We finally came upon an exit and surfaced near a bike trail. The moon was in its 3rd quarter, brimming with silver light. I held on to Winter's arm to slip on the yellow stiletto heels I'd carried through the tunnel. "This is ridiculous," I said. "Our lives are in imminent danger, and we're dressed like we're going to the opera." His lips parted in a devilish smile. "Welcome to my world, Luna May," he said, reoffering his arm. "Dancing with danger is my way of life." I wrapped my arm around his as he led me to a black Audi sedan. Wow, this car is actually in mint condition. He must keep this one in the garage for special occasions. Popping out of the car at Cucina Urbana, Winter handed the keys to the valet and then led me by the hand through the doors. We entered a captivating rustic restaurant lit by vintage light bulbs hanging from mixed material ceilings. Over our private table, a dimly lit chandelier draped in lavender ribbons almost brought tears to my eyes. It was so beautiful. The hostess seated us. A bottle of cooled wine waited for us on the table. "What do you think?" Winter said, pouring the white wine into my glass. "I would have been happy at Olive Garden, you know. I love the breadsticks, but this is spectacular." "I'll keep it in mind next time," he said. "I have to warn you, Immortals are not big on breadsticks. All those empty carbs." "Your lot suck," I teased. "No argument," he said, and then raised his glass. "To a quiet evening before the coming storm." "Cheers," I said, taking a sip of the wine. That's crisp." "I thought you'd like it." "I do. It's almost creamy. How do you choose wine for a person?" "Well, good question," he said with a gentle smile. "I have always noticed you like understated things. This is an understated wine." "I'll take that as a compliment, especially since you're buying." "It's a compliment, of course," he said, before taking a sip. I watched as he set his glass down. "You're not understated, Jonas." "For my time, I was," he said. "This is a different time." I glanced at him. "You know what I fear? I fear one day your wings will get clipped and you will lose that certainty about you. But maybe that will be good for you." "That's what you do? You worry about others to keep from worrying about yourself?" A hint of hostility stirred in my belly. I stared at him for a while, saying nothing. I replayed what we just said to each other. We had managed to judge and condescend each other, but I decided that was us. It was kind of our thing. "Jonas Sandell," I said. Have I told you I prefer your basic name? Is that right, Luna May? I didn't answer. I lived in this electric moment between us. The future and the past seemed unnecessary. To linger in his eyes in the here and now, that's all I wanted from this night, this tender enchantment. Shall we order? Winter finally said. Have you ever seen horror? I said. What's he like? Would his hate for chaos extend to me when he finds out I'm not only a mist rider, but also biologically connected to chaos? Will he... He took my hand, interrupting me. Luna, is that really how you want tonight to be? Questions about horror, or dusterness, or chaos? No, not at all. Quite the opposite. Jonas, no, I said. I just get nervous energy sometimes. Let's make tonight about us. You're right. In that case, for one night only, he said, you can ask anything you want about me. That's cool, but one night only? He must think this could be the last time we ever have a night like this. I decided to tuck the shock of that into the back of my mind. I gulped down some more wine and started to feel a little buzz. Thanks, Chaos. A waiter showed up carrying rosemary potato focaccia bread with sun-dried tomato pesto. I'm Roberto. Welcome to Cucina Urbana. Thank you, I said, not knowing how to respond. Roberto nodded and left us with that bread, which after waiting for 2 full seconds I bit into and holy shit. This isn't the Olive Garden, I said, after already taking a second bite. No, he said with a chuckle, and those are not breadsticks. I shook my head but couldn't talk. My mouth was so full. He looked a little put off by my appetite, but I didn't care. If he wanted the sweet stuff at the end, he'd have to accept the whole awkward package. I managed to swallow enough heavenly bread to speak. I wish. His eyes reflected candlelight. What do you wish, little squirrel? Fine, I'll eat slower. I wish I could see Lily. I miss her. He set his glass down, folded his napkin, and left $200 bills on the table. Does he even own a credit card? Let's go, he said. I'm taking this bread. He grinned. Wrap it in a napkin. Outside, we waited for the valet to bring the car. The night had become chilly. I rubbed my sleeveless arms to warm them up. Winter's left arm wrapped around my shoulders, pulling me closer to his incredible body heat and broad chest. Is this better? Yeah, the best ever. I nodded, resting my head against him to hear his heartbeat. No 2 moments are alike, he said. He was right. We only had this moment now. Moments never return. They are built for hours, days, years, and then they arrive, burn once, and waft away into the recesses of our aching souls. How many such memories lived inside the tortured soul of this 3,000-year-old man? The valet brought the car, and Winter drove straight to Sycamore Street. He parked across the street from Lucia's house. Lily usually spent her Thursday evenings with her mother. It was their girls' night out. With some luck, we'd catch them coming or going. We waited inside the dark car. Later, I can take you to your apartment. I'm sure you've missed it. I stared at him. Is that wise? Dusterness and horror must have sensed the shield's signal by now. Their attention will be directed to the South Equinoctial Observatory. They'll be focused on getting the shield back. They know that's the whole game. Do you really think they'll use it to alter time? No, I think they'll use that threat as leverage. They want to rule the world because they despise everyone who can feel things they cannot. The door to Lucia's house opened. Lily and Lucia walked out, giggling. Their muffled voices reached me through the open car window, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. An Uber pulled over and they got in. Lucia's not driving, I said. There will be drinking tonight. Are you okay? Winter said in a soft tone. Yeah. I don't have the right to be jealous. I mean, they look happy and healthy. That's all that matters to me. They look fabulous, Winter said. And you have a heart as big as the moon, little Luna May." When his hand found mine, I could feel his touch everywhere. When we entered my apartment, it felt like a dream. There was a ringing in my ears, and I could barely keep my eyes open. It had been a long time since I felt this worn out and craving sleep. Maybe it was the wine. Winter led me to bed and lifted the covers for me to slide under. When I lay down, my muscles collapsed. It felt so comforting to be in my own bed. "What time is it?" I asked softly. "Sleep time," he said, lifting my dress off over my head. "I need to know," I said. "I feel disoriented." "That's because you're beyond exhausted. It's 1 a.m. "It's early. I thought it was later than that," I said, although my words didn't even make sense to me. He kissed my temple tenderly. "I should probably shower and remove the makeup," I said. "You'll shower when you wake up," he said, tucking me in. "Will you stay?" He hesitated. "Yes, I can stay." He stripped down to his boxer briefs and climbed into bed with me. He kissed my lips gently, putting his strong arms around me. "You need to rest," he said. "When was the last time you slept?" "You mean like through the night? Many moons ago, Chief." "Silly girl. I can't believe you can still speak. Go to sleep, protector of the world. That's an order." "Will you hold me?" "Until you wake up, I promise. I won't move an inch." I closed my eyes, falling into a sweet coma that numbed my senses. In my haze, a thought formed. I hadn't told Winter that Penelope said I had to be the one to kill Horror. That had always been her vision. I had misinterpreted it and thought I was destined to kill Cerber. His eyes were closed already, his breathing slow and steady. I decided not to tell him, not tonight. "Rest, my lost boy. You've earned it." "Did you suffer after Helen and the baby died?" I said groggily. "Yes," he said. "In darkness, I suffered. In daylight, I suffered even more." "I'm here," I whispered, my eyelids heavy. "You have me now." He said nothing, just held me tighter. Winter slept peacefully on top of the blanket. I was not sure how much I'd slept, but I felt well rested and refreshed. The sun burned bright through the blinds. A vague feeling of nostalgia arose in me. There was something I needed to remember. I didn't want to wake up Winter. Instead, I let my eyes rest on his handsome face and then on his nearly naked and powerful body as it was splayed out on the blankets. I watched him sleep with a smile on his lips as his chest rose and fell rhythmically. I placed my hand on his strong abdominal muscles and then let it climb to his thick chest. The smoothness of his skin against the hardness of his muscles felt incredibly inviting, like he was made to be touched. I decided I would tiptoe to the kitchen to get some coffee going and let him sleep a while longer when he grabbed my arm. "I didn't mean to wake you," I said, with a guilty smile on my face. "Yes, you did," he said, pulling me down next to him. "What's the time?" I shrugged. "Not sure. Late morning, I think." "How long have you been awake?" "Maybe half an hour." "Half an hour," he said, sitting up. "You should have woken me." "You looked so calm." He planted a kiss on my lips and traced a finger along my nose. His phone buzzed. He hesitated to pick it up, then did. All joy escaped him. "An army of eternal warriors and necromancers has assembled near the South Equinoxial Observatory." And our moment ended. Chapter 21. The darkest of nights, the fiercest of fights, the clanging of swords, the cursing of old words. Those verses from my tattered copy of the magic manual of elemental spells and potions kept repeating in my head in an endless loop as we trudged through the portal to Nightwood. The mist mare had waited for me at the portal, responding to my call through our psychic connection. 9 horses galloped through the portal. Herya, strong, tall, blonde, and fearsome, once upon a time considered to be a Germanic goddess for war and devastation, had come along with two more of the Valkyrie sisters, Air and Ulrun. At the very tip of the Tierra del Fuego archipelago, an army of renegade immortals, mage warriors and sorcerers from the deep down, 12 Valkyries of the Sisterhood, and hundreds of black demon hounds lined up along the mountainous passes that led to the cave where the shield was kept. They were all waiting for Horror's army to pass through. When our forces surrounded the necromantic army, seers and diviners would send a telepathic message to Chaos to teleport from Shadowland and snatch the Shield of Time, leaving the necromancers trapped until the shield was destroyed. Our horses shot out of the portal and into Nightwood, galloping at a frenzied pace. The forest looked different in the enchanted semi-darkness of midnight, the dark trees humming, their exposed roots jiggling. Glowing eyes watched us through the trees, tracking our progress through the night, not daring to attack our battle-tested fellowship. Chaos's horse reared up on its back legs and stopped. It took a colossal effort for the mist mare to come to a halt. Her hooves skidded on the soil for 20 feet. "The sternness is closing in on the shield," Chaos barked out. "Unbeknownst to him, my hounds have him surrounded. Time for some fun." "We're not in Shadowland yet," Herja said. "Is there enough energy in Nightwood for you to teleport over such a long distance?" "It's now or never," Chaos said. He opened his arms and closed his eyes. "Brother," Winter shouted, "make haste and return to us." Chaos laughed and vanished within a cloud of blue smoke. Our horses galloped, the hidden eyes of Nightwood multiplied, obscured behind massive trees. Hungry beasts ran in time with us, snorting, shrieking, hissing, and waiting for any chance to pounce. The mist horse whinnied, her pulse accelerating to a manic state, mist emanating from her nostrils. Horses burst through the tree line, big and strong. I recognized their riders, eternal warriors, their silver armor shining bright, reflecting the moonlight like mirrors. Had they come to help us or prevent us from reaching Shadowland? We came to an open field. In the distance, more riders galloped in our direction, blocking our way forward. The riders stopped. Their commander rode out in front of them. His face was covered by a visored bassinet helmet. "Surrender, and your lives shall be spared," he yelled out. "Resist, and every one of you shall perish." "We don't want to surrender," Carter yelled back. "Why don't you surrender? That works better." The man continued. "You thought you could fool the great master of time. That maggot Chaos has led you into a trap. Horror will kill him and then use the teleporting path the mongrel has opened to reach Shadowland. Already, there is a necromantic horde at the Umbra. You can forget the aid of the Shadow Warriors. They are busy with a battle of their own." That voice. No, it can't be. The man removed his helmet. Ice ran down my spine. How is that possible? It has to be a doppelganger. It can't be. Cerber raised his arm. The golden dagger flew out of the sheath strapped around my waist and landed in his hand. Fuck! No! Fucking fuck! What's happening? It didn't matter if he was a replica. He was as nasty, hateful, and dangerous as the original. The Valkyries unsheathed their own blades. Herya's voice thundered. "You think you can go through us, Deathmaster?" Necromancers swarmed behind Cerber, wearing long cloaks and hoods, claws sticking out from their sleeves. We were surrounded. The truth sank in suddenly. To reach Shadowland and destroy the shield, we'd have to cut our way through an army fortified by Horror's magic and led by Cerber or his clone. The front ranks of the necromancers marched forward. "Aim for the throats," Winter said, drawing his sword. "It's their most vulnerable spot and the quickest kill." The hands of the necromancers were dipped in thick, dark smoke. Nightwood vibrated with the stream of dark magic oozing out of the sinister sorcerers. My skin stung from the abundance of dark energy, and my magic core shook in anticipation of the battle to come. The eternal warriors marched in a V formation, swords ablaze. When news arrived last spring that they had been sent out through the South Equinoxial Observatory for the first time in 2,000 years, we had assumed they were out hunting for necromancers. In reality, they had made an unholy alliance with the Necro Army. These Eternals were clearly Horror's elite vanguard force. With chaos gone, we were 8 against at least 40 necromancers and 12 Eternal warriors. This was going to get bloody. The 4 Valkyries lunged at the necromancers. The Eternal warriors rode against Winter, Arsha, and Carter. I was left alone on the field, no one willing to engage me. That's when I spotted Cerber approaching on foot. He bared his teeth and raised the golden dagger in his hand. You know what? Let's do this. Screw it. First, I'd deal with the deranged Deathmaster 2.0, and then I'd rip his minions apart. I hid nothing anymore. I held nothing back. I was a mist rider on a mist horse, and I intended to be just that, using every ounce of our powers. Cerber laughed. His laughter sounded like gargling from deep within his throat. For 12 straight weeks, while my brain soaked in brine and arsenic, waiting for the Master of Time to restore my body, I held on to a single thought. This day is what I thought about. The day I rip your flesh open and dine on your heart, every single second for 78 days. Be careful what you wish for, I said, then threw a pointed bolt of pure mist magic at him. It struck Cerber in the chest, lifting him into the air and crushing his body against a tree trunk. The mist horse neighed with excitement. Cerber bounced back up onto his feet. His face had become a mask of terror. His limbs stretched, his muscles swelled. A dark light painted his face. He had become 10 feet tall, his face puffed up until he had become a vague, grotesque version of himself. A dark magic flared around him, forming a perimeter so thick and charged it seemed impenetrable. My sword in hand, I rode straight at the Cerber mutant. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Winter pinning down an Eternal warrior. The mist mare spun on her heels at the last moment to avoid collision with the dark wall of magic. She spun again, light as a feather, and sprang 20 feet off the ground. We glided above Mega Cerber so I could hurl a lightning bolt at his dark, necromancy-enhanced field, setting the black smoke on fire. The mist mare landed behind Cerber. I leaned in to talk in her ear. Good girl, listen, I know you're retired, but any boost you can provide right now could make the difference between life and death. The mare whinnied and reared up on her back legs. My vision blurred. A distant image of a battlefield flared open before me. Frenzied giant trolls and ogres were fighting the black demon hounds. Blood and guts and brains sprayed everywhere. The demon hounds bellowed and charged like a single furry mess of hides and fangs. Some broke through the troll ranks, while others were brained or crushed by spiked iron maces. Bloodied corpses from both sides formed a new floor to the battlefield. I searched for Chaos but couldn't find him or feel him anywhere. Cerber deflated down to his normal size. He gave me a toothy grin. What's your next trick, bastard? A storm of smoke gathered around me that sent both Mist Horse and Mist Rider flying. The mare managed to land on her feet. A slew of more Eternal warriors descended from the sky and landed in a crouched position. They must have used the teleporting path Chaos opened. Cerber retreated to meet with them. He raised his forefinger to point at Winter, who was fighting his way through 3 Eternal warriors. The heads of the newcomers turned simultaneously and they raced towards Winter with strike force precision. I pulled on my horse's silver mane. After them! Cerber intercepted, blocking my way. He had returned to supersized again. He swung a massive, spiked mace at me, just like in my vision. The Mist Horse backed up, but not fast enough. The mace hit me in the gut, cutting through my shield, and my leather armor like they were nothing, the spikes digging themselves deep into my stomach. I screamed, but my hearing failed. Blood burst out of me and colored the Mist Horse's mane a bright crimson. I rolled to the ground, hands clutching onto the gashing wound in my midsection. Cerber grabbed me by the skull and forced me onto my knees. An eye for an eye, annoying fucking witch! The pain blurred my vision. Images from the battlefield reached me in slow motion. Olrun was hit with so much concentrated necromancy, she dropped her sword. She was pulled off her horse and dragged across the muddy ground. Winter was swarmed by the eternal warriors. Arsha and Carter dropped their swords and clutched onto their throats, caught inside a necromantic cloud that paralyzed their lungs. The mist horse was nowhere. Winter fought against his assailants with everything he had, cutting through their flesh as he spun his enchanted sword. The warriors surrounded him in a tight circle. There are too many of them, too many. Winter's sword came down again and again, but every time the warriors gained a little ground all around him. I tried to scream, but my vocal cords were restricted. Blood spilled through my fingers as I clutched my stomach. Cerber kept me immobile, feeding his dark magic into my system, infecting my core integrity. Winter's body vibrated, a shockwave of his energy blasting the front row of warriors backwards. They were immediately replaced by the second row before they recovered from the blow and rejoined the fight. A sword cut through Winter's shoulder blades and pierced its way through his chest. His features contorted. Something wet and salty ran down my cheeks to my lips. I tried to move my legs and arms and failed. Winter took down 2 more warriors. Then a flurry of blades descended upon him, the bright moonlight reflecting off the metal. I lost sight of Winter behind a wall of armor and blades. When the wall parted for only a moment, I caught a glimpse of his swollen, bloody face, deformed beyond recognition. Kiersey broke away from battling the necromancers and ran to Winter, but before she was halfway, she got caught up in a cloud of paralyzing black smoke. The swords kept hacking through Winter's flesh, his blood gushing out of his body in every direction. He fell to his knees. My heart stopped. How much pain and injury can an immortal survive? Winter was more than immortal. He was a shadow warrior, master warrior of the shadow arts, and really hard to kill. I clung to that hope. The warriors chopped him down, slowly, methodically. There was a method to their madness. They meant to drag his life force out of him. I turned my face away and bit down on my tongue hard until I tasted blood. Cerber pulled my hair back to force me to look. Watch, you harpy. Watch how your protector dies in that painful way only immortals can die. The mist mare crashed into Cerber. The necromancer rolled onto the ground and smashed into a boulder. The mist horse trampled all over him. Feeling started returning to my extremities. The wound in my gut started to heal. I shot up and ran faster than ever before in my life. I ran like a deer, like a summer wind, like a woman who had nothing left to lose, crafting a ferocious cyclone in my hands. By the time I reached the Eternal Warriors, the cyclone had acquired gigantic proportions. I hurled it at them, trapping them inside it, my energy strangling them sadistically. I skidded the last few yards on my knees to get to Winter's side. My teeth chattered. I was so cold. His body was a bloody mess of flesh and bones. I didn't know where to touch him. I didn't want to know what I'd find underneath the clumps of blood and flesh. I placed my trembling hand on his neck. I couldn't feel a pulse. No, my hand is shaking. That's why I feel no pulse. Gasping, I laid my head on his chest. His blood spattered onto my cheeks and lips. I couldn't locate a heartbeat. I didn't feel his lungs expand his chest. Please, I'm here. Talk to me. I tried to perform chest compressions, but everything was cracked. Anywhere I pushed would collapse his bones, and his wounds were too deep and close together, and blood spilled out of everywhere. My lungs opened and I screamed. Help us! Someone help him, please! Everything stopped. Time stopped. My ears buzzed from total silence. Cerber's face flickered in and out of my field of vision, getting a step closer every time. I pulled Winter's lifeless face to my chest. Someone close to you will be sacrificed. Why him? How would Winter's death help me kill horror? Cerber was 2 steps away from me now, A horse trotted out of the fog in the distance. A man dismounted. More riders gathered around him. I heard a sword sliding out of a sheath. My eyes focused. Darius stood in the bright moonlight, gripping his legendary sword. The Capuchin friar habit was gone. He wore his ancient golden armor now, his gaze as cold as his steel. The riders were his fabled immortals. The necromancers tried to reform their ranks to hit him with their collective magic, but he was too fast. Heads rolled to the ground with a dull echo, the necromancers' black smoke dispersing as they fell, useless against the deadly demigod. I realized I still had the eternal warriors suspended all around me in cruel strangleholds. I exhaled and let them drop to the ground. Darius's immortal companions crashed into the gagging Eternals. Kersey gathered me into her arms. "He's not breathing," I said through tears. "There's no pulse." Her face was a canvas of bruises and anguish. "Olrun is dead," she said, the words a knot in her mouth. "They shouldn't die. They shouldn't ever die." I kept rocking Winter's head back and forth, unable to let go. Kersey took my hands. "Luna, you have to leave him. If there's any restorative power left in him, you can't interfere. Just let go." A little hope flickered in me as I set his head gently on the ground. "You think it's possible?" "Honey, I don't know," she said. "What I know is he'd want me to get you out of here." I glared at her. "I'm not going anywhere." She slapped me hard. "Snap out of it, Luna. We have to get you far away from here, someplace horror won't find you." "And let everyone else die for me?" "No one died for you," she said. "Stop being so arrogant. They died for themselves, for the world, for the future. They needed to be heroes, and they were just that. They lived their destinies by their own design." "Yeah, maybe. But I don't want a destiny. I want him." Kersey's words couldn't reach me. I was not Luna anymore. I was not a woman or even a mist rider. I was only fury. I scanned the battlefield for Cerber. I sensed the bastard hiding behind a stout tree. He must have been afraid of Darius, or maybe he was waiting for horror to finish off what he had started. "I see you, Cerber," I yelled out, my hands cooking up massive energies. He turned his head slowly to face me. "Just you and me," I shouted. "If your balls are still intact." Cerber unsheathed the golden dagger and drenched it in black steam. With one gigantic leap, he glided through the air and landed next to me. I hit him with everything I had. His shield held for a while against the torrents of my anger-driven energy. But it eventually started to crack. Doubt crept into his mind, and his shield broke down. Cerber stomped his foot. Tendrils of smoke rose from the ground and crept up my legs, squeezing tight. I fought to break free, but my struggle only accelerated the process. The smoke reached my waist, keeping me immobile and in searing pain. Cerber grinned. "And, once again, I've made easy work of you." I tried to come up with a snappy response, but the smoke had sealed up my lips. I must have a counter trick somewhere in my magic arsenal, but I was too strung up to search my essence. My eyes fell on Kersey, who was bound by the same steam grip that held me down. All around us, Cerber had forged an invisibility cloak. No one else could see us. The bastard could multitask. Cerber reached through the steam and scraped the golden dagger across my chest. "Should I kill you right away, or play with you a little first? All good options." My energy core swelled with hate. Mist oozed from my palms and reclaimed my hands. My fingers twitched slightly. "That's right. Come closer. I've a bit of loveliness for you." Cerber grinned. It was the last thing he ever did. A rider on a monstrous black horse materialized out of nowhere. The blade of his sword shone golden as it beheaded Cerber in one easy swipe. The rider blew steam out through his face guard. The black smoke on my skin fizzled and evaporated, freeing me. My heart boomed in my ears. I stumbled backwards, panic rising. The rider looked like a horseman of the apocalypse. He was clad in form-fitting black armor that accentuated his thick underlying musculature, black cape over wide shoulders, black visored helmet, and shiny black boots. His mount was thick like a rhino, black steam oozing out of its nostrils. On his back, the horseman carried a wooden axe and a wooden shield. I saw no part of his face, but I felt his power invade me, clenching my insides tightly. Acid burned the back of my throat. The sky swelled, thick, dark clouds rolling together around the ascending sun. The forest moaned. Deep down, in my very blood, I knew I was standing in front of horror. He circled me on the horse in a steady trot. He extended a hand, inviting me to take it and jump up onto the steed. It was then I noticed a body was laid across the mount's rump. Horror caught my eye. He reached back and untied a knotted rope to let the body drop at my feet. Suddenly, I was overcome with a paralyzing grief. I fell to my knees, hunching over Penelope's lifeless body. Not a harmless old lady. Why? She undermined my authority, Horror said in a raspy, baritone voice, having read my mind. Keep secrets from the Master of Time, and your time will come to a violent end. Your first lesson. What secrets could Penelope keep from him? What the fuck was he talking about? The urge to hurt him overcame everything else. I too had an advisor, he said, a great seer. She omitted certain truths. When? Ludmila of Bohemia, 12 centuries past. I raised my eyes to him. What's that to do with Miss Penelope? They are of the same bloodline. Their secrets traveled the ages. My head reeled with murderous fervor. It seems you know every thought in my head, I said, so you must surely know I want to end you. That is a notion implanted into your impressionable mind by weakened spirits. It's time you started thinking for yourself. My rage reached a crescendo. I couldn't see straight. You murdered my friend, you sick fuck. You sent warriors to kill the man I love. You can bet your psycho ass I want to rip out your heart and feed it to the demon hounds. I jumped to my feet and hurled a fireball at the invisibility cloak, shattering it to reveal his presence. Magic erupted from my core like a volcano. The ground shook, the top layers of the soil around Horror collapsing all the way down to bedrock. His horse brayed and reared back, pawing the air. The pressure in my chest was so overwhelming I could barely breathe. A male voice boomed behind me. Luna, don't! Across the field, I saw Darius running towards me with supernatural speed, his eyes panicked. Horror turned his head to track Darius. I laughed like a lunatic. That's a demigod, and he just slew your whole shitty necro gang like he was yawning. Looks like 2 against 1, Horror. Darius tackled me, using his body as a shield between Horror and me. What the hell, Darius, get off me! You are not yet fully recovered, great master of eternal and perpetual creatures, Darius told Horror. Walk away and live to fight another day. Horror laughed. He began to chant an incomprehensible string of sounds that flew from him like a verbal tsunami. Darius collapsed to the ground as if his knees snapped, teeth gritted, eyeballs bulged. Fucking hell, Horror was strong enough to use his blood language again. I had no idea how to deal with that. All around the field, people kneeled, the Valkyries, Darius's immortal warriors, the few necromancers who were still breathing, the horses, everyone. I was the only one standing. Did his blood language not work on mist riders? An eerie cry resounded through the trees. The Shadow Master raced to Horror on a chestnut horse. Power streamed out of him like a supersonic wave and crushed the blood language on Horror's lips. Darius and the Shadow Master drew their swords. The 2 men collided with Horror, swinging their blades. Horror grabbed his axe fast as lightning. I turned away. I didn't care how the colossal fight would end. Deep within my core, I was breaking. My dying faith, fading determination, and lost purpose were eroding me from the inside, little by little. A hand landed on my shoulder. I spun around to find Chaos. I hugged him tight. "You're alive. That monster didn't kill you." Chaos focused on the battle taking place behind me. Even a monster will think twice about killing his own offspring. What did he just say? I refuse to have heard. Chaos shoved me out of the way and marched toward the fray. Darius and the Shadow Master had a hell of a time just staying on their feet. "Hey, asshole!" Chaos yelled out. "You forgot something." From under his trench coat, Chaos pulled out the crystal shield. Horror stilled inside a dome of energy. The swords of his opponents skidded off the walls of the dome, unable to penetrate it. Chaos opened his mouth to pronounce a single word. Narekten. Horror growled so loud the entire forest echoed his rage. Black smoke enveloped him. His horse shivered like a leaf in the wind. "Next time, I won't hesitate," Horror shouted. The black smoke covered him. With a sudden pop, Horror was gone. Chaos dropped to his knees, gasping and panting. "You used his blood language," I said, stepping to his side. He nodded. "I thought I might die in the process." My next words arrived in a whisper. "Your father's language." "Our father," he said. If I had the energy, I'd throw up. "What did you just do to him?" "Sent him on a trip around the globe." He grabbed my hand. "He'll be back. Nobody knows. Only us. Nobody must know, sister, not until he's dead. Only his children can bring him down." The 3 surviving Valkyries walked to me. "You all right?" Kersey said. I nodded. Nothing will ever feel right again. I scanned the field for Arsha and Carter and couldn't find them. "Please, I've seen enough death today. Let them be okay." "Gather the horses," Herja commanded. "Secure the prisoners." The Valkyries went off to handle all that. The Shadow Master stepped in front of me. I looked up into his troubled eyes. He took me into his arms. We stayed like this without saying a word. Then my tears came. They came in a flood, and I started to shake. My choices were all wrong, I said through my sobs. In war, all choices are wrong. The toll is always paid in lives. I held him like my life depended on it. I needed the reassurance in his voice, his calm reasoning, the soothing effect of his words. I knew he felt my loss. Wiping my tears with the back of my sleeve, I finally let go. Horror has seen me. He knows, and I know too. I woke this morning without a father, and now I had a father, one I would need to help put down. Chapter 22. I could not fathom why I ever thought the Umbra Gardens were warm and welcoming. The precise symmetry of the landscaping seemed cold and impersonal now, designed to match the strict austerity of the order. I curled onto the garden bench, knees to my chin. Winter's body had been carried to the Umbra infirmary. Arrangements were being made for Penelope's remains to be transported to her next of kin. Arsha and Carter were missing. We didn't find their bodies, so I held on to the hope they were still alive. I struggled to process what had happened and what I had learned. The one person who could help me make sense of things was lying unconscious on a hospital bed, his body mangled, his spirit broken, perhaps beyond repair. The Shadow Master approached me with slow, deliberate strides. He sat on the bench next to me. The necromancers used magic beyond anything we had seen before, he said. Its effects were devastating. Not even shadows could block it. Of course, Horror had boosted those motherfuckers to inflict maximum damage. It was his MO. He was an evil tinkerer. Winter was stabbed at least 200 times, the Shadow Master went on. Almost all of them were kill wounds. The blades were made of bonshek to hinder regeneration, so the wounds wouldn't heal. A hefty dose of necromancy was also poured into the wounds to rot the flesh. Not a single organ or artery was left intact. I looked away, feeling the tears welling. Every time the Shadow Master saw me, I was a weeping mess. It took a while because of the extended damage. But Winter's body has finally kicked into restorative mode, he said. I stared at him, not daring to hope. He was dead. There was no pulse. His breathing and heartbeat slowed down so much to preserve energy and prepare for restoration that nobody would be able to feel a pulse. So, you think he's going to be okay, close to his old self? He shook his head. Nobody can predict if the restorative mode will complete its cycle, but it's definitely good news. I had to hold on to that. How long might it take? With the extent of the injuries and the shock to the body, I'd say months at very least, but more likely years. Years? My heart sunk. Even if he survived, I'd have to spend years without his eyes, his voice, his counsel. How would I survive that? It dawned on me I had come to rely on him more than anyone else, with the possible exception of Graham when I was growing up. Without him, I was lost. Come, the master said, offering his arm. We have to destroy the shield, and we can't do it without you. The Shadow Master had gathered 30 shadow warriors, many of which had to travel from faraway places to assist. 12 Valkyries were there, including Kirsi, and 60 of the most powerful sorcerers and witches. Chaos was also present, keeping a healthy distance from everyone. I was relieved to see him. I was worried he'd have fled by now, and I didn't want to lose another friend. Did I say friend? Yeah, I guess that's what we were now, friends of sorts. We needed each other to have a chance to save the world and destroy horror. The crystal shield sat atop a large hollow platform that had been designed to absorb massive energy. The Shadow Master had tested the shield time and again to determine the exact amount of energy it would take to destroy it. We had no margin for error. We formed a circle around the shield. Chaos stood next to me. Our circle's collective energy would converge above the shield, and then it'd be up to the Shadow Master to direct the optimal amount downwards. We unleashed our energy cores. All our training, all our discipline about controlling and conserving power went out the window. Magic spilled from us, roaring like river rapids, as we directed it upwards. Energy was all around me, hot and invasive, saturating my cells and my blood. We kept feeding the huge cyclone of energy with more and more power, as if we were trying to get it to reach the sky. My hands felt like they were about to melt from the energy overload. My core was in agony. All faces around the circle looked distorted from the colossal effort. Bolts of lightning sparked inside the cyclone, as if a storm was brewing. We had gathered the greatest amount of a catastrophic energy mass since those asteroids killed the dinosaurs. If we loosened our hold and let the magic roam free, it would wipe out half a continent. "That's enough," the Shadow Master said, struggling to speak. The stream of energy stabilized. We had done our part. It was all up to the Shadow Master to calibrate the energy in the cyclone and let it loose on the shield. Precious seconds ticked by. Nothing happened. I glanced at the Shadow Master. I saw temptation in his smoldering eyes. The Master was having second thoughts about destroying the shield of time. For a moment, I was afraid he'd reconsider and decide to keep the shield for himself, but his hesitation faded. The Shadow Master groaned. He had beaten temptation. The cyclone of energy shot up to the sky, then rained down on the crystal shield so loud my ears popped and the sound muted. The shield exploded into 1,000 tiny crystal fragments that shot out like shrapnel in every direction before vanishing without a trace. All that was left on the platform where the shield had stood were the tears of the Hore. The Shadow Master handed me the flask which he had used to collect the crystal tears. "I don't trust myself with them," he said. "I might try to use them, convincing myself it would be for the greater good." I knew what he meant. I'd just held the tears for seconds, and I was already imagining how to use them to forge a weapon to kill horror. "I will take them to Orpheus," I said. "He's the wisest person I know in all the worlds. He'll know where to put them." The Shadow Master bowed. Farewell, then, daughter of the dawn. Here's hoping that the next time we meet, we will be victorious. I hope so. May I see Winter? Yes, of course. I will send apprentice Nicolau to accompany you. He walked off. I didn't know why I had put off visiting Winter for so long. Part of me was afraid I would break down seeing him terribly deformed or in excruciating pain, and I couldn't afford to fall apart again. Chaos materialized out of thin air. Sister. Dude, please stop doing that. You'll give me a heart attack. I believe that's biologically impossible. No natural force could stop that heart of yours, oh, Lady of the Mist. Okay, so just stop because I don't like it, I said. How are you, Chaos? He stared at me, his eyes more mischievous than usual. He kicked a garden gnome. The statue went airborne for 10 seconds before landing in the far end of the garden. I looked at him with scolding eyes. Go ahead, let some steam out, and the gnome didn't even break, so no harm done. Half of my demon doggies were slaughtered. I'll never see their ugly mugs again. I'll never hear them slobber all over themselves. I'll never kick their bony butts. Gone, just like that. I'm sorry, I said. It sucks. I reached out to rub his shoulder, then changed my mind. If someone told me a year ago I'd be comforting a brother I didn't know I had, who had killed thousands, over the loss of a bunch of black demon hounds, I'd call them nuts. I told them they shouldn't act like heroic bastards, Chaos said. I told them, if you see a horde of eternal warriors with hacking blades, don't take them on by yourselves. Build your best shield, conserve energy, wait it out. I arched an eyebrow. Are we still talking about the demon hounds? He snorted. Sacrifice makes my stomach churn. Don't be an idiot, big brother. We both know it's Winter you're talking about. You know he'd never let others fight his fights. Well then, he's a bloody idiot, as are you. Do you want to visit him with me? What? God, no. I came to tell you I'm leaving. Damn. Chaos, stay. I need you. I'm sorry, Gumdrop. Horror imprinted on me at the south equinoxial point. Need to make myself scarce and keep moving. It will be all the easier for Father to find me now. Don't call him that. He'll kill you when he has the chance. You convinced him you'll never be on his team. He hesitated, Luna. Maybe he's not strong enough yet to take me on. But that day is inevitable. He'll want to make me pay. It's always nice to have something to look forward to. Why does he hate you so much? What did you do? He bit a fingernail, saying nothing. Oh, I see. It has to do with my mother. I was too worn out to push. Chaos stepped on a flower bed, stomping all over the flowers. I pulled him out before he destroyed the whole garden. No one must ever know I'm his bastard son, he said. It answers the riddle of why he took you under his wing all those centuries ago. He wanted an heir, someone to train and mold into his own image. He feels lonely. You're his second chance, his jackpot, a mist rider, a prize so much more valuable than a disgraced shadow warrior son. He played the biggest part in that disgrace, I said. Blame him. He'll want to prime you for his purposes, Luna. He'll never rest until he's certain he can control you. You tried to protect me from him. I understand all the secrecy now. You really never told Winter? He shook his head. I didn't, and you can't tell anyone. I nodded. No one. You know I tried to save your seer, he said. I stared at him. You were there when Horror killed Penelope? No, I mean what I saw when I invaded her visions to reach you through her. I saw that she knew the truth about you. I entered her mind again to warn her to erase all pathways that could lead Horror to her, but she wouldn't listen. She thought she had enough protection. She refused to believe Horror could make the connection and trace her ancestry. The old witch was too proud and independent to accept help from me. So that was the secret that Horror had mentioned. He killed Penelope because she had guessed who I truly was and didn't spill the beans. I swear I'll make him pay, Miss Penelope. I remembered when Penelope had asked for my third son, and I had foolishly agreed to give him up. I realized now she'd use him as a bargaining chip to protect not just herself, but also her descendants. I'd have to find out who they were and offer them my protection. I really wish you would stay, I said. You know how to get in touch. I'll never be inaccessible anymore. Just make sure you shield your mind, so horror doesn't hijack the connection. Thanks for the pro tip, I said, shaking my head. I knew he was lying. I'd only be able to get in if he let me. Nicolau jogged over. I will take you to the infirmary now. I hugged Chaos tight and kissed him on the cheek. I know you have done terrible things, but every day is a new chance. Don't let me down. Chaos blew me a kiss and vanished. Outside the infirmary, Kersey waited for me. You mind if I go in with you? That's perfect, I said. I could use a hand to hold. We followed Nicolau up the stairs to the second floor. You saved him, Luna, Kersey said. You stopped the Eternal Warriors before they drew out his etheric essence. I hoped that proved true. We don't know yet how this will end, Kersey. He'll recover, she assured me. You'll see. Nicolau opened the door. His bed was empty, the covers a mess. Winter was gone. Chapter 23. What do you mean you lost him? How can you lose a patient so severely injured he was beyond comatose? The apprentice looked at me like an idiot. Nothing in the protocol says I have to answer to an outsider. Oh, I'll show you some protocol. Kersey lowered my tightened fists. The Shadow Master gave us permission to visit the magistrate, she said. You know he was in deep restorative mode. There's no way he walked out of here. We're asking you to find out what happened to the patient. The apprentice blinked. That decision lies with the supervisor. I cannot initiate an investigation. Oh, for crying out loud. Please, get the supervisor, Kersey said. He's not on the premises. We're wasting time here, I said. We have to find the Shadow Master. We're never going to get one useful word out of these apprentices. The apprentice stared at me with vacant eyes. Discipline and self-control were big with the order, but I was sure deep down he was holding back a few choice words for me. The Shadow Master will hear about this, Kersey said. The apprentice shrugged. As you wish. Oh, the apathy. We marched out the door and headed to the Shadow Master's quarters. There was a good chance we'd find another apathetic zombie apprentice at the gate who wouldn't let us in because protocol, but I had to keep moving. If I stopped for a moment to think, I might have exploded. We turned a corner and came to an abrupt halt. Darius had already parked himself outside the gate to the Shadow Master's quarters. He had his old habit and worn sandals on again, looking as benign as ever. He smiled. Lady warriors, I thought you might come by here. I tried to smile back and failed. Lord Darius, please let us pass. We have urgent business with the High Master. Darius peeled himself off the wall. Regarding the Chief Magistrate, no doubt. How strange that he should go missing. What did he know about it? Darius offered me his arm. I think I may have some essential information to share, he said. Walk with me? Kersey and I exchanged puzzled looks. If you have information regarding Winter's disappearance, just share it now, please, Lord Darius, Kersey said. I'm afraid what I have to say is for Luna's ears only. She may choose to share it with you later, dear Valkyrie. I stared at his extended arm the way I would a rattlesnake. I'll just walk by your side if you don't mind, I said. Fair enough. Kersey gave me a pointed look. Are you sure? Of course. Lord Darius fought bravely by our side. If he says he has something essential to tell me, I take him at his word. Smart choice, Darius said when we walked away. What do you want? I said. Play your cards right and I might even have news on Arsha. You evil prick. Darius spun his arms in circles, opening up a portal. After you, he said. I stepped through the portal into an old-fashioned study with 2 oil lamps burning on a desk and heavy leather-bound tomes on the shelves. Darius rubbed his hands. Finally, civilization, please, sit. I sat in a wide wooden chair. Darius settled himself behind the desk. I'm not going to beat about the bush, he started. The shock to Winter's system was so severe no average immortal could have survived it. Even for someone as old and powerful, it will require significant time for him to regain complete strength and stamina. As I've been told, I said. Good, that's good, he said, clearing his throat. You should also know that the magistrate's current location is as accommodating, if not superior to the Umbra Infirmary. All steps have been taken to ensure a safe recuperation. It's really your choice whether that restoration will continue. My choice? What you call a choice is really a threat, I said. Just so you know, I do not find bullshit charming. It's not an effective way to talk to me. He looked hurt. Fine, no bullshit version. Here's my offer. You return to the keep and stay there. You will let your people know it was your choice. In exchange, Arsha and the magistrate will be safe. Sound reasonable? And how long do I stay in your dog pound and maintain the charade? Exactly as long as it takes. That's not an answer. That's a subterfuge at best. How about I make you a counteroffer? You return Arsha and Winter to me and I don't burn this little paradise of yours down to the ground with you in it. He leaned back and smiled, more than a little amused. That's the fire Cyrus talks about. Too bad this little paradise is an illusion. You can't burn what doesn't exist. It's worth mentioning that should anything happen to me, you'll never find your beloved mentor. That's a guarantee. It dawned on me that Darius hadn't just taken advantage of the presence of a mist rider at the Umbra Order. He orchestrated the whole thing. It was you, I said. You led Dusterness to Shadowland, and you had Chaos captured. You set this whole shit show in motion to get Winter and Chaos out of the way and give me to Cyrus. Why? He rested his elbows on the desk. I'm not giving you to Cyrus. He's a means to an end. In time, you and I are going to have a real talk. I don't believe you. You and Cyrus are working together. Cyrus is one of my 64 godsons. We don't work together. He does what I tell him, because he thinks I have his best interests at heart. His father owed me, and that debt passed on to the son. My great talent as a leader has always been that I can make people think I'm doing them a favor when the opposite is true. Ah, he's in a sharing mood. Maybe I'll push a little. How do I know you really have Winter? I can have Chaos look for him with the third eye vision. Darius scoffed. Chaos. To call him a clown is an insult to clowns. He has made a mockery of the black demon hound tradition. On his best day, he's no match for me. The arrogance. Talk is cheap. I need evidence that you have Winter. He gave me a condescending look. The 10,000 Immortals. What do you know about them? An infamous Persian army that you led in the 5th century BC. Yes. Immortals fighting mortal fights for the thrill of it. We let the rumor spread that when one was killed, he was immediately replaced to give the illusion of immortality. The truth was, none of my men were ever killed because they were and are immortal. Letting humans believe it was a strategy only elevated my status as a great general. You see, myths are built on word of mouth, not facts. I yawned. Fascinating. Next, you'll tell me about sports cars you used to own or your sexual conquests. How did I end up on a bad date? Winter is at a supernatural camp with my 10,000 Immortals who all have a single job, to guard him. I stood up. You're lying. The damage your mentor sustained is so devastating it will take him anywhere from 2 to 10 years to get out of restorative mode. And when he does, my army will be there to restrain him. Your knight in shining armor is out of commission. You can forget about him. No chance of that happening. Make one wrong move, say one wrong thing, and I'll have them chop him into bouillon cubes for soup. His voice became softer. I'm not enjoying any of this, but it'd be impossible to speak reason to you with him around. In time, you will realize my mentoring was the gift you needed. Do as I say, and I will release Winter once he recovers. You have my word. Goody, the word of a liar and a mass murderer. Fine, I said. What do you want me to do? Start a grooming service for shifters and split it 50-50 down the middle with you. He nodded, not necessarily enjoying my sarcastic jokes. Some people probably enjoy your humor, he said. I want you to leave here in the morning, move back into the San Diego Pack compound. As long as you stay there, you will be under my protection. We have and will take measures to keep horror away. You will pledge allegiance to the Pack and swear to fight by their side. Some won't like it, and you will have to learn how to put them in their place. In a week or so, Cyrus will come to you with a marriage proposal. You will accept. No one must know it's not real. Do you understand me? Wait, what? That last part is a deal breaker, I said. I'm not even going to shake hands with Cyrus McDonnell. I wouldn't care either way, but Cyrus specifically asked for that to be included in the agreement. He assured me it will be a platonic affair, more for show than anything else as he establishes new territories. Having what he thinks is a powerful lunar witch by his side gives him extra clout. He doesn't know I'm a mistwriter? No, he doesn't. Let's keep it that way, eh? If you hurt Winter or Arsha, I'll kill you, I said. I don't know how yet, but as you've seen, I'm intuitive and can be a real bad bitch. You're welcome to try. Do we have a deal then? Fine. I'll go back to San Diego, but only if I have proof Arsha is alive and well and that Winter is receiving the care he needs. And I'll need that proof every single week. Eventually, I will need Arsha returned to her life at the Order. Trust me, Darius, Winter is all the leverage you need. You will get your proof, he said. You made the right call. I was angry, monumentally, unconscionably angry. But I managed not to look it. You keep your end of the bargain, and I'll keep mine. There was nothing I wouldn't do to keep Winter safe. I knew in my heart that he would do and had done the same for me. A deep, raspy voice shook me awake. It was the kind of voice that led armies into battle, a voice familiar with barking out orders and inspiring loyalty. Daughter, the voice said, do you wish the Persian King of Kings dead? Say the word, my flower, and he won't see the dawn. The voice reverberated inside my head as a splitting headache erupted into my skull. Say the word, the voice repeated, and his head will be on a spike. Penelope had warned that horror would find ways to tempt me, and oh, had he struck the right chord this time. No one threatens the daughter of the Master of Time and lives to talk about it, the voice roared. I clutched my temples with both hands. Horror's power flooded my brain, leaving me breathless. Get the fuck out of my head, you old geezer, I screamed. This is my domain. These are my walls. You are not welcome here. Not today, not ever. A spear of light cut across the room and died out like the tail of a firework. The voice spoke no more. Chapter 24. A week later. The view from my fifth-floor window at the keep included vegetable plots, grain fields, fruit orchards, and a vineyard that stretched for several hundred yards all the way to the ocean. The land belonged to the Pack, and they had worked hard to keep it organized and plentiful. If there ever was a food shortage, the San Diego shifters would come out okay. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? I said. Emmett. I unlocked the door to let him in. Where have you been? Last time I saw you, you said you'd stick around and then you disappeared. Sorry about that. It couldn't be helped. I was sent on a mission. The hospital? No, Pack business. Ah, that explained it. Cyrus sent Emmett away so I'd be isolated and turn to him for help. Classic manipulation tactic. Too bad it didn't work. Emmett hooked his hazel eyes on me. Sophie, I heard about you and Cyrus. I hope you know what you're doing. I smiled. I do. Doesn't look like it. You can relax, I have everything under control. Do you? I walked away from us because even a fool could see the attraction you had to the immortal magistrate. Are you on the rebound? Emmett, have you only been in love once? No, I get it, but Cyrus isn't the right guy for you. Why? Because he's selfish, a womanizer, and an asshole? I was going to say because politics will always come first with him, but it seems you have an excellent opinion of him otherwise. I laughed. I can handle Cyrus. The alphas of his council are a different story. Every time I walk into a room, it's as if I smell like rotten eggs. Being Cyrus's wife comes with a lot of power within the pack, Emmett said. You're an outsider. It will take time to win their respect. As long as I have your respect, I can make it work. Always, Sophie. Tell me anything. I'll listen and never judge. That's sweet. Same here. He hesitated. My dad was fond of saying that we remain forever a mystery to ourselves, and therefore self-deception is always the biggest lie. Speaking from personal experience? Touché, yeah. Most people would say yes to that. Strong, honest, reliable Emmett. If we could go back to the night we met, maybe we could have done things differently. I'll walk out with you, I said. We took the stairs to the front atrium. Margot, an alpha were-tiger coming from the opposite direction, literally walked into me as if I didn't exist, knocking me on my butt. Patience, Sophie, patience. You will not disrespect your alpha in this way. Cyrus marched to us, his face hardened like a clay mask. He seemed really pissed. He walked up to Margot and scowled. You will apologize, Cyrus said, and you will improve your attitude around my future wife. There's no need for all that, I said. I'm sure it was an accident. Cyrus and Emmett both tried to help me to my feet. I shook my head. I got this, boys. I'm sorry, Alpha, Margot said, spitting out of the side of her mouth as she marched off. Okay, she is so not sorry. You can't be weak in front of them, Cyrus unloaded on me. How will you win their respect and loyalty if you always cower away from conflict? Okay, I get that. But when you chew them out, they dislike me more. You don't need them to like you, Sophie. I don't enjoy treating them like misbehaving toddlers, but you leave me no choice. I'm their higher alpha, and they will defer to me, but if they had a chance to take my place, they wouldn't think about it twice. Challenging supremacy is a shifter's instinct. Strength, command, and the willingness to be ruthless are requisite qualities in pack alphas. I think I will be going, Emmett said. Sophie, good to see you. Don't be a stranger, okay? With Emmett gone, I marched to the stairs. Cyrus followed. Just stand your ground. I won't always be around to admonish them. Is that a promise? I mean it, Sophie. If they don't trust you, they will go after you. I laughed. If your alpha ninnies think they can take me on, they're as dumb as they look. Yes, that's it, he said. Show them that confidence. It wasn't confidence, it was certainty. I was Horror's daughter after all. If I took Daddy up on his offer and let him train me and infuse me with his magic, I could probably blow up the whole pack property with a single sneeze. We reached my door. I tried to sneak in and lock Cyrus out, but he lodged his foot between the wall and the door. I sighed and let him follow me in. You people are control freaks, I said. Every single one of you. I don't belong here, you know that. The only reason I'm here at all is because you're blackmailing me so you can expand your power base. He walked to the window and gazed outside. I won't deny it. It does worry me how much I crave power. Wow, the San Diego higher alpha is in a confessional mood. Sometimes I wish I could walk away from it all, he continued, and start living for myself instead of 518 shifters who never think I do enough for them. It gets so tedious, Sophie, listening to all their whining, solving their disputes, and there are always disputes, always, every day that I breathe. You can walk away, I said. Why not? But before you do that, release me from this senseless marriage agreement and be a real man. You know, not one that hides behind his godfather's supernatural powers. He grinned. I was only having a moment. In the end, we are who we are. The old, say it so you don't have to do it bullshit. Just to be clear, don't get any ideas in your thick skull. This is strictly business between us. Lay a finger on me, you'll lose the hand. I date supermodels, actresses, women within the pack more severe and intriguing than you could ever be. So, relax, college girl. I'm not going to be knocking on your door in the middle of the night. We'll have separate rooms, I said, hopeful. The metaphorical door, Sophie. Of course, we'll share a room. How else are we going to make this believable? We'll have separate beds, though, and I'll spend a lot of nights away from the conjugal bedroom, so to speak. Better if you spend every night away. The door was suddenly kicked in. Carter staggered through it. He appeared a mess, his face and hair caked with blood and grime, his clothes in tatters, blood-soaked sword in his hand. He walked to Cyrus and delivered an uppercut. "Step away from Luna," he barked. I laughed. "Do that again," I said. "No, Carter, stop. You got this wrong. First, you threaten the enemy. Then if they do not comply, you hit them." What a welcome relief it was to see my faithful squire again, alive. I had lost all hope that I'd ever hear another one of his ill-timed jokes, or I'd ever cringe at another one of his catastrophic attempts at flirtation. Cyrus pounced, pinning Carter against the wall. Okay, let's take a deep breath and act like adults," I said. Cyrus growled. There was blood on his chin from a split lip. "Nice work, Carter." "Just release him," I said. "Please?" Cyrus released Carter. "How did you get in?" "I had a good hunch. Ayanna." Carter turned to me. "I need to talk to you, in private." "There's no privacy in the keep," I said. "We're going out." I glared at Cyrus when he opened his mouth to speak. He decided against protesting me going outside the gated fortress. "Good, that's a better kitty." I led Carter to the first orchard behind the keep. He leaned against an orange tree, squinting. "Carter, where have you been?" I said. "It's been 10 days since the battle. I was losing hope. We all were." "I tracked Arsha's kidnappers." "You saw them?" "Yeah. 3 of the Immortals that rode with Lord Darius. I shadowed them for days, but when they entered a portal and vanished, my only option was to come find you. I can't trust anyone else." I nodded. "Listen to me. You have to disappear. I'm quite sure they know you followed them. Darius will kill you if he suspects you're on to him. Your loyalty all these years will mean nothing to that man." "What aren't you telling me, Luna?" Darius admitted he had kidnapped both Arsha and Winter in order to blackmail me into being his new protege. He's way more powerful than he lets on, cunning and ruthless. You have to stay far away from him. "I'm not going to leave your side." "You must, my friend. It breaks my heart, but you must go. Trust that I got this, okay? Darius thinks he has me where he wants me, and I'll let him believe that until a time comes when I can destroy him. Cyrus is second on my list. Yeah, even above horror. One day, I'll make the scumbags suffer, Carter. They have no idea what my mind is becoming and what I have in store for them. Leave with me, Luna. We'll find Winter and Arsha together." I fought the urge to tell him more. "This is the way it has to be done. There are things I can't share. Now go, hide, and keep breathing." "I'm programmed to protect you," he said. "I can't walk away." "It's an order, Carter." He stared at me. "You're more like your brother than you think." Shit, he's guessed Chaos is my brother. I hugged him tight. "Safe travels. Don't look back." I watched him walk away, and it was like watching another part of me leaving me for good. The optimistic, naive, impressionable Sophie was no longer in the house. It was all manic Luna now, and her warpath to revenge. Upstairs in my room, I drew the Nordic sword out of its sheath. I wiped down the blade with a piece of rice paper, slowly, several times. The sword stayed silent, echoing off the melancholy in my heart. I forced myself to beat back the demons threatening to resurface. Silence has its own holiness. I would feed on it, taste it, use it to grow stronger. Every moment away from Winter was a moment I'd use to ready myself. He was now the final and only season of my heart. I would gather around the warmth of my memories of him and wait, becoming the fire that pulsed in my lunar core and hungering the cool heat of his lost touch. Thank you for listening to Shadow Fall, the fourth book in the Mistriders series. If you want to continue with Luna's story, check out the next book in the series, Moonlight Mist. If you enjoyed this audiobook, subscribe to Stella's channel to keep up to date with new books as they are uploaded. For more information on the series and how to download extra scenes and chapters, visit stellafitzsimons.com. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. This production is copyright 2025 Stella Fitzsimons. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or used in any manner without written permission of the copyright owner, except for the use of quotations in a book review. Published in the United States by Butterfly Electric Press.